What makes a champion? Power, skill, strategy, and something deeper. An unbreakable will. Champions rise through fire. They stand out.
Fight me!
At Pccx, the ultimate showdown begins. Who will conquer? Who will define a champion?
Challenge me!
Hello everyone and welcome to Pccx, where we look to find a successor to Predecessor glory. It's the Swiss you just cannot miss now. Translated into Portuguese as well for our Brazilian crowd, thanks to our friend Lacatitas' work. Muito obrigado, my amigo. I'm Dilo, your Marquis of the Mini Prime. We have choice plays, our Eye in the Sky, Lance, and Blue Jay here at the desk with me. Guys, how we feeling?
Yo, if I was any better, I would split in half and become two different Lances today. We have been waiting for this moment for 2 years. This is the premier event for all of Predecessor Esports. We have been building up to this spot. It's so cool to be here.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. The teams that we have coming in today are some killers. Basically, everywhere you look, the competition is going to be great. So this event is the big kahuna, as people could say. So I'm just excited to get into the matches.
The whole enchilada. Keep in mind, guys, $10,000 at stake, and every player we see on the pitch today has got a chance at grabbing it and taking it for themselves. It's going to be some great action today. 4 teams will be moving on to tomorrow. Let's take a look at that bracket, see what people we got here on the field for ourselves. I mean, it's just talent no matter where you look, guys. Any names, though, that are really standing out to you? Any performances we expect? Any hopes? Any fears?
For me, you got to keep an eye on that number 3 spot with Autumn Leaf. During scrims leading up into this, there is a lot of belief that they are one of the strongest teams, especially of the ones that are in Swiss. They've got the big names of Predecessor. They've got the 7-time Fang Booth champion Neft in their duo lane. They've also got Pred's biggest streamer in Soul Reaper holding down the mid lane for them. Have some real strong members outside of those as well that we will cover once they get onto the screen. But I'm really excited to see what they bring today.
Yeah, no, Autumn Leaf coming in as a new team and just absolutely destroying teams in the scrims lately. I would say that this is one of the first times coming into a PCC event where in the backstage of scrims, a lot of the teams are taking games off each other. So that's what makes this Swiss stage so amazing, is that you really don't know what's going to happen. You have teams like Professors who have 2-time PCC champions on their team that are coming in at the number 1 seed, but you also have teams like Enlightened at the 5 seed that have been performing extremely well the past few weeks. So there's just a lot of talent here, and you're going to see a lot of fighting and a lot of good games to take these last few spots to come into our main event.
The standings are important. It's, of course, good to make sure you know your place in the pecking order, but there's upset potential. Absolutely. Everyone is in this spot because they fought tooth and nail. And speaking of, let's talk about our matchup here to start off the A-Stream. It's going to be Enlightened up against MTG. And Enlightened, man, the dark horse to make it out of LCQ. Now the question is, how do they fare in Swiss?
I mean, I think that they're favorited in this first matchup. I don't know what it necessarily is about MTG, but everybody seems to have a big bullseye on them for this. Everybody wanted to draw MTG in the first round. I'm sure that is very motivational for Pinzo and the fellas over there on MTG. But just straight up head v head here, I think that I'm in favor of Enlightened to pull this first round out against them.
Yeah, I would say player for player wise, I would say the same thing. But MTG can come out with some very weird stuff, including I'm interested to see if we're going to get some melee mids coming in from Pinzo, as he has been practicing that in the scrims lately. And they're kind of generating a playstyle that's a little bit unorthodox for teams, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I would say from a player standpoint, that Enlightened I would say is a little bit favored coming out of LCQ to play MTG. But we have a banger for the first match. I would say that this match is very important for who's going to move on and take one of those last seeds to come into main stage.
High motivations and high stakes. I like the fact that, Lance, you touched on the fact that it might kind of push you to those greater heights when you realize that everyone's kind of sleeping on you. Everyone's doubting you, and Enlightened have certainly had their fill of that, and now we get to see if MTG can rise to the occasion. Speaking of, as far as their roster goes, they retain their core of Flick, Nitro, and Pinzo in that mid lane, but they've also kind of taken the Baskin-Robbins approach to roster building. They always find a new flavor for that duo and support. This time around, it's Chicken and Pyrex. Gotta wonder if this will be a standout or if it's just another Jamocha Almond Fudge. Yuck.
Well, Chicken and Pyrex, both decently known players within the scene. Want to point it out, note it, just to give everybody hope for everybody out there playing on all of your different consoles, they are both controller players. So a little bit of aim assist going on there, but that doesn't necessarily affect your ability to do macro. It just affects your ability to turn and hit somebody if they're walking to the side of you quickly. So I think that there's a lot of really big importance to this first round matchup, just like what Blue Jay was saying and his last talking point. You got to get to 2-1 to make it through to quarterfinals today, which will also be shown on broadcast today. You don't want to start 0-1 if you have to finish 2-1. That makes the mountain very steep and very slippery.
Yeah, coming into this game for MTG, like I said, it's a big one, and they really thrive through playing through offlane. Flick and Nitro have been playing a long time together, and they're very good friends, as well as Pyrex and Chicken. Both of them actually are duo partners in ranked, so they play together all the time, so they have a lot of synergy on those two sides of the map. It's really going to be, though, if Pinzo can hold down the mid lane. We see a lot of times in their games when they lose, it's because Pinzo has been camped a few times, he starts 0-4, and the map starts to fall apart. But when Pinzo is able to be solid, be on picks like the Iggy, the Argus, and just kind of stabilize that lane, then MTG can kind of run the map on the offlane side. But Enlightened is kind of crazy, boys, man. Their jungler Oba just kind of runs around the map and he makes stuff happen. So it's going to be an exciting game, and I can't wait to see it.
Gotta hope that Pinzo won't be donezo too early, but we're going to be going into this draft in just a second now, talking about the philosophy here. We mentioned the fact that the mid's clearly very important for some of our teams here. In that case, do you decide to prioritize that? Should we be first locking whatever we can as the Seraph ban comes in, or should we decide to maybe wait till the back half, wait to see what blanks the opponent fires before really pushing our chips in the middle?
So, first ban, you can kind of get rid of whatever you want against the opponent. If you have second pick this tournament, you will probably be banning Yin, as we see from MTG here. That hero, crazy strong right now. There are some counters to it. Primal was talking during their interview about some different things they've got worked up for it. I don't think many teams do. So we're going to see Yin ban a lot, and Lightning going to pick Skylar up for their first rotation. Going to have that on El Diablo, probably.
Yeah, I mean, and the Seraph ban coming out from Enlightened is straight at Nitro. Nitro, that's his favorite champion, and he definitely is one of the best, if not the best Seraph in the game. Skylar is an interesting first pick. I haven't seen a lot of teams taking it first pick lately, but it is a very strong carry. But we see the Iggy Muriel coming in, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Put Pinzo on something that can stabilize, that can get good objective control, and that is safe in the mid lane. He has that R that can just basically negate a gank that comes onto him, and you pair it with a Muriel to play cross map. I really like these first two picks coming out from MTG.
It's playing it by the book. I appreciate the fact that they know their strengths and they're not going to beat around the bush with it. The Chimera is going to ensure a lot of early pressure here for Enlightened. They're clearly trying to get off on a hot start. Zinx locked in right after.
Yes, and I like that for Enlightened here. A lot of get in deep onto them potential out of the Chimera. Zinx also keeps it safe. But I got to focus back to MTG here for a second with this Muriel pickup in the first rotation. Because Dr. Flick, the offlaner for MTG, is a meta bender. He plays what he wants, where he wants to play it, and in a little bit more comfortable in those off-meta picks than a lot of people are. So a lot of people, traditionally just tuning into a Predecessor stream, they see that Muriel, they go, okay, that's the support. I'm not 100% sure if that's their support or if that is their offlaner. Same with Grux, that could also be flexed into the jungle for MTG. I know Nitro can play that. So not necessarily showing their cards yet on the side of MTG. I do like the core 3 picks for Enlightened, though.
Yeah, no, the core 3 picks from Enlightened are very good. Chimera, Zinx. You have Zinx Res for the Kai that can jump in on top of the Iggy. It's very standard. The Skylar can fly in the air. There's not really anything to take her out right now on the side of MTG. But we do see the Grux pick coming in from MTG, and this is what they want. They want a brawly top side of the map that they can ult over with Muriel. And this is what they're kind of setting up in this game. You're going to be very heavily favored on the top side with that Grux pick, whether it's in the jungle or in the off lane. And we do see the Gideon ban coming in as well. Gideon is a very hard counter to Iggy in lane. The Gideon kind of just gets to shove the Iggy in and do whatever he wants around the map. So that's a very good ban coming out from MTG. And then we see the Countess coming out for respect for the Dr. Flick off lane. Countess, which has been doing pretty well for them in scrims lately.
I really like the Gideon ban. It just continues to go with that theme that you touched on before, Blue Jay. We're going to make sure Pinzo is as comfortable as possible and try to maybe make sure that the enemy mid laner is feeling on a bit unstable feet. FaZe going to be locked in here, and that just means that we're going to be approaching that finished up comp here. So MTG, what's their game plan? If you look at their composition, what are they trying to accomplish to ensure they get the W?
So it's a split push Muriel here, right? Muriel can get into side lanes, push them, and then ult when she's in danger, or ult when somebody on her team needs her. Here is that Feng Mao for Enlightened, followed up with the Bellica as well. I'm a little surprised to not see maybe a Wraith to try to counter that Iggy, but I like what they have picked up for themselves. Feng Mao probably going to go over into that off lane to play into the Muriel, and then the Bellica into the mid lane. So Enlightened's comp fully finished out here. I like what they have going on here, but we need to see what ADC Mind the Gap is going to pick up for themselves. Blue Jay, who do you think it's going to be?
I mean, I'm thinking Sparrow. Like I said, Sparrow just came in, but they've been playing in the scrims lately. Sparrow FaZe is a very good lane that I think Pyrex and Chicken are very comfortable with, but I love the Feng Mao pickup over on the side of Enlightened. If you look at the comp on the side of MTG, they do not have a lot of appeal for this Feng Mao. This Feng Mao is going to be able to jump in on the FaZe, jump in on the Muriel, deal lots of damage, make the team have to kite backwards, and then if you're trying to walk into an objective with MTG, that is not going to be good news. You want to be set up with the Iggy, with the Muriel on the outside, ulting in, or the Grux. This is going to be a very snowbally game for MTG that they have to play, and this is kind of just like a do it or die Sparrow comp. So I'm looking to see Enlightened come out on the side, shove midwaves into the Iggy with the Bellica, make roams over the dual lane side, and get the first 2 Fang Tooths. That's going to be key this game for Enlightened. If they can start stacking Fang Tooths and put that Sparrow behind in her scaling, then it's going to be pretty much lights out for MTG.
I love Enlightened playing this way. It's full tilt aggression. You wouldn't think that they're the ones, the underdogs that came from that LCQ. You'd think they're the big bads throwing their weight around and trying to bully MTG for their lunch money. Guys, it's 5 champs on each side, 2 great teams. Who takes this game 1 and why?
So I love that MTG is playing their off-meta, what is comfortable for them picks, but it's not the meta for a reason. I'll take Enlightened. I just think they're better players.
Yeah, I'm actually going to I'm going to take MTG for the win here. I think the Sparrow's going to get big. Ooh. I think that she's going to farm. I think that the Chimera's going to melt. I think that's going to be too much. I think that they've played this comp plenty of times. I think they know what they're coming in and doing. Enlightened is coming in, obviously, with the Feng Mao, and I think that can cause some havoc. But I'm not really sure if they're used to playing into this type of comp.
Will minding the meta pay back Mind the Gap, or are they just too enlightened to even give it a damn? We're going to have to find out as we get into the casters. DJ, Tang, take it away.
The journey to that main event begins here. Round one of the Swiss. Thank you so much, Dilo and the desk. Welcome to the casting desk here. I've got Tang alongside me for an absolute banger of a first round matchup here. Enlightened versus Minor Gap. Two teams not nailed on favorites to almost automatically get out of Swiss, but also two teams that you would expect in the main event brackets here. Ultra competitive, and what a start we have to today's broadcast, Tang.
Yeah, Pccx is already delivering, because if we look at both of these teams, they are not they're not strangers to the main stage, right? We've seen both of these teams in quarters before. This time around, only one of them is gonna be able to make it. Mind the Gap and Enlightened, formerly known as BT to a lot of you guys. This is gonna be a banger, and honestly, looking at these heroes, this is everything that we were promised today.
For sure here. And I want to start, with the line that the desk said right at the start here about how important this game was. Because of the format of the Swiss, you needing those 2 wins to almost guarantee your spot in the last 8 of the PCCX tournaments here. And you know what? Mind the Gap, going for just immediate curveballs here as well. This is how you want to start. And honestly, if you're going to begin your journey to the main event, you got to play Predecessor your way. And Mind the Gap, well, they certainly have an identity here.
We already see that we are shaking from excitement in the game. Now we are finally gonna commence 15 seconds in. Both of these teams are gonna walk in. We know from Enlightened that usually they like to play it fast, they like to play it early as well. So we are immediately gonna see a 5-man group up, gonna walk into the river. But mind the Gap, they are also doing their own shenanigans, but on the other side of the map.
Mind the Gap certainly just creating a gap in that mid lane, and both of these teams going to go into the opposite side jungle, probably unaware right now of where the other team is, trying to catch someone out, trying to get off to the best start that they possibly can. But this is just purely for the vision, purely for the knowledge. You can see the ward going down from Enlightened on your Dawn side, going to be spotting that onto the red camp for the Minor Gap jungler. And also the resets everyone back towards their lanes in. Now we're going to get caught out. We're going to wait for the minions to clash to get this game truly underway.
Yeah, so basically from this level 1 we can only see a bunch of wards being placed, right? We do see one over towards the red side, actually 2 towards the red side of the Dusk team. So the Grux is gonna start on that ward on the red, and the same is gonna happen for the Kai, but he's only gonna get spotted out once he reaches over to the 2 or the 5 camp. So both of those teams should be well aware of the early pathing of these junglers.
We're already seeing something different here with Dr. Flick helping out Pinzo get the push on this lane. Dr. Flick going to take a big fair amount of damage down to half here, but just getting that really early push on towards Simba. And this, however, does leave Violence over on that right-hand side, get himself a free move towards this lane here. An MTG, different characters, and also a different start that we're not really used to seeing.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we heard on the desk that Flick, he doesn't do the things in a traditional sort of way. Instead, he's always known for keeping it fresh, keeping it different. And now we see a double start in the mid lane, a bit of an XP disadvantage. Violence is going to get some free XP on the right side, but we instantly see the double team Pinzo and Flick, Iggy and Muriel, the lifesaver and the damage dealer, together, making their way over to the right side. But there's an invade. Nitro gets knocked up, gets pushed down as well, has to blink away and is gonna almost make it to safety. El Diablo blinking after him, and with another basic he should be able to get the frag. Secures first blood for Enlightened.
First blood going the way of your sign or Dawn there. And just kind of crazy to watch the mini-map play out. You had the rotation, everyone's eyes went that way, but there was just an opportunity. They saw it, push on the left-hand side, push in the mid lane, go in towards the jungle to take down Nitro. And already Enlightened off to a pretty good start, getting first blood bounty as well, Tang, on towards that Skylar. Against this FaZe and Sparrow, get your dual lane ahead before NTG runs it down in the late game.
That's a really good realizing the sort of win conditions that Mind the Gap is playing for. Yes, they did play for the Iggy funnel, but realistically the one that is gonna deal all the damage in that late game is gonna be the Sparrow. So even though they don't get the kill on her, instead, if they get the kill on the Skylar that is the lane opponent of her, it's gonna do pretty much the same. So definitely good awareness coming out from Enlightened.
Already a cracking start to them as well. Nitro going to lose a little bit of tempo as well, because meanwhile was over on that Chimera is going to be feeling pretty confident. Solid start for Enlightened. Not really broken the game up too much, but Mind the Gap here still sticking to their guns, still sticking to this tactic of just having Dr. Flick and Pinzo rotating from mid towards the right-hand lane tag. And maybe, what's your take on this? What do you think the main objective of this particular strat is?
So we see it right here, and Flick has the support crest, so he doesn't even want to get those last hits. Instead, he wants to get a gold lead, ironically, by not taking any minions, because they're just gonna run left, right, left, right. The only way you really stop this is if you are able to freeze it, which is really hard in the mid lane. It's easier on the off lane, but as a Feng Mao, he doesn't really have the tools to do it efficiently. So with sort of the bounce happening between off lane and mid lane, so far, they have been able to punish it on the other side of the map. Right, the invade over towards the red side was facilitated because they knew that Iggy was over towards the right hand side, which left the Grux in the numbers disadvantage.
Just wanting to get that Iggy ahead. Keep them in this map, keep them exerting pressure as well, and with that rotation as well. And I guess one of the big things with early game Predecessor at least is unlocking that solo lane, getting them involved in neutral objectives. 5 minutes is about to appear. First Fangtooth of PCC Swiss going to be dropping on that left hand side. Mini Prime will be shortly coming down at that 7-minute mark as well, and already Miner Gap forcing a numbers advantage over on this left-hand side, immediately straight over towards this Fangtooth pit. It's going to catch out Enlightened on the reset here, and all 5 members more than happy to start up this first objective.
I really like this. This is exactly why you play this comp for, and you have the Iggy turret set up, really good objective damage. At the same time, Grux is one of the strongest objective clearers in the game, in the jungle. So they get the objective early, and with it being claimed at 5 minutes, the mini prime has not spawned yet, right? So they don't give anything up except for the 4 camp on the right-hand side. Chimera is gonna be able to take that one away from Mind the Gap, but all in all, a really smart play.
Very happy with this one. Not giving them the option to have that traditional handshake trade. And once again, Pinzo and Dr. Flick over towards the right-hand side really are encapsulating the body system. Find your friend and never leave their side here as well. But I am just wondering, about the Enlightened laners there as well, because we're having moments now we can see in the mid lane, Simba has got free XP, Violence, on that right-hand side. Has also had time to get solo XP as well. So he is keeping up here. What does that change, though, when we get towards the mid-game, when these objective fights start to happen?
Yeah, honestly, I'm honestly a bit stumped on how MTG managed to keep sort of even in terms of XP with the body system that Iggy and Muriel are playing for, because we see both of them level 6 dual lane, gonna be a gank onto El Diablo with the offlaner helping out as well, and the blink was used before, not able to channel it. Nitro with the gank and Flick with the help as well is gonna get the kill back towards MTG.
MTG just basically able to go wherever they please, if it is just linking up with Pinzo, or if it's just having a free Uber on your ultimate to go from right lane to left lane there. Finally, evening up the kill score at least here. Not an explosive game, very much a slow-paced one. I really get the sense, though, Enlightened are trying to figure this one out, trying to find an avenue to play around. Mini Prime spawning, and it seems Enlightened going for that right-hand side Mini Prime as well. 3 members of both teams starting to converge over towards this first objective. Could get our first real fight here.
This is too hard though, I think. No Muriel ult up for MTG and also no level 6 for the Grux. I'm not thinking they want to contest this. This being said, they're walking forward.
So, last Pyrrhix on the left side. Here's Nitro. Violence going to go on towards Dr. Flick, trying to take down the Muriel, but that leaves Oba left alone, having to try and duke it out. The sun's come down. There's the call as well. Nitro locked up, locked down, and he is out. First kill goes the way of Enlightened. Pinzo and Dr. Flick grouped up together. They still take down Oba. Both junglers are down for either team. The Mini Prime is going to be left in the wings, but here comes El Diablo. Here comes Violence as well, looking to bring it in towards that right-hand side. And with the beam, that's Dr. Flick going to go down. El Diablo jumps forward, sees the opportunity to get the kill on towards last Pyrrhix. There's the blink, looking for a final shot. He will get it as well, but can he get away? That's going to be the question. Hail of arrows coming out from Chicken, trying to tag onto El Diablo, 45 HP, but it looks like he might have done enough as the area sort of comes off cooldown. Chicken, though, with that enough fire, 3 shots better than 1, takes out El Diablo, and now it's Megatron in a world of trouble, trying to get out. Violence trying to outplay this one, but he's not got the mana to really deal it with here. But Enlightened not going to be perturbed by this one, still sticking up, and Mind the Gap finally back away.
Nitro, the first one falling in this engagement, is already back on the mini prime. Did tick over to level 6 just before the fight was happening, able to stun somebody up in that fight, made it a bit more even in the longer engage, even though the kill score goes over to Enlightened. Again, with the smart game plan of utilizing their heroes around those objectives, we see Mind the Gap claim it in the end. The mini prime goes over to Nitro, goes over to the jungler that is sort of being played for as well this game around. The offlaner doesn't need those minions, so Nitro is gonna take them for himself.
You just kind of see like the inner complexities of taking something like the Muriel, and if this game goes well and if Dr. Flick really does cause problems, you just know that Muriel is going to be terrorizing your ranked games for a little bit longer. But, you know, does the buddy system really work in solo queue? That's going to be the big check. Certainly not my games, at least here. But it seems we're going to have a bit of a slower paced game, really, with Enlighten going for the micro plays, MTG going for the macro. Two different approaches here, but neither team really finding much of an advantage just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet, but I think this sort of shows us the difference between how those two teams approach those predecessor competitive games. I think Mind the Gap have been known for playing pretty well around the map. Enlightened, formerly BT, have been known for just being really good at pressing buttons. Left-hand side, we see Grux again on the dual lane, looking to get another kill in. Nitro gonna pick this one up again. Flick with the assist, making sure that regardless of if Ober comes or not, they're gonna be able to take this. And now with that mini prime on the left hand side secured as well, they're gonna drop the tier 1 on the right and they're gonna trade it for the left one.
Also, it's going to have to be a bit of an extended play here on the left hand side. Second Fangtooth just spawning as well, and once again Mind the Gap on that left hand side, getting tier 1 tower and also having the first dibs over this pit as well. Look towards the minimap here. Over the jungle for Enlightened, moves in towards the red side jungle once again. Enlightened going to concede this objective. Absolutely nothing they can do to really match MTG when it comes to these objectives, but they are at least taking the towers. As you say, right lane tier 1 tower down. Simba, there's a fair amount of damage on towards the mid lane. Going to take a little bit longer here. Mind the Gap starting to slowly but surely pull ahead here when we look at the general map state.
Yeah, definitely. 3 objectives secured. I think the only big thing is, I think Blue Jay was mentioning it on the desk, is that Feng Mao is really good into a bunch of these heroes, right? Muriel can be one-shot, so can the Phase. So Violence being able to pick up the tier 1 tower gold on the right-hand side, invade into the blue side, get the blue buff for himself and the 3 camp, that is gonna put him in an XP lead over the Muriel. And once he reaches that level 11, right, the second tick of that ultimate that can just execute people, then regardless of all the shields that you can have, you're still gonna fall.
See as once again Enlightened going for that invade into that red side jungle of Mind the Gap. Another ward being placed down. Group of here 4 members. They're going to take down the mid tier 1 as the mid tier 1 for their own mid laner does remain standing. So still Enlightened keeping up to pace here as it seems that we're approaching a bit more of a grouping up one. It almost feels like, you know, the lanes outside of the dual lane aren't really matching so much. It's a lot of grouping around, a lot of not quite death balling here, but almost roaming between the areas of the map, trying to look for an advantage, trying to look for a pick as well. But this is definitely a much more slow pace and much more thinking game than what we were probably expecting here in the PCC.
Definitely. I think most of it comes from the draft, honestly, because in the side lane, nobody can really match the Feng Mao, so it's really hard for the Muriel or the Iggy to push that wave out on their own. So they always need to use that certified buddy system to make sure to catch those waves in time, shove them in. But with them having to produce a numbers advantage on the right-hand side, we can always see Simba pushing in the mid lane, getting the tier 1 turret down, and also invading the enemy jungle. I think that has been one of the biggest issues for Mind the Gap so far. Yes, the Grux did get a bunch of ganks off, but he did not get all of his camps. That glory definitely went over to Oba instead. Now left hand side, we're seeing a group up again.
NGLand's going to come down, hits that first route on towards Simba, but here comes Nitro in a fire, pop by Chicken as well. Trying to get the damage down, blinks away from Simba, still on the hunt though. It is Nitro, Dr. Flake with the blink forward, Chicken piercing shot straight through the heart, takes down Simba, and now with the hail of arrows with the slows, they just need to try and catch on to more members. Megatron with that with the stun going to come through. Nitro pulls in too. Blinks coming out from El Diablo. Obla stays alive though. Mindegap still grouping up here, but they're keeping members on this left-hand side because look towards the minimap. Right lane is still pushing. Violence threatening the tier 2 tower. Mindegap though with a force response. That's Pinzo coming back off the respawn to catch that wave, but this is very much a diagonal map play once again between these two teams.
Yeah, and Violence definitely gonna pick this one up for himself. We see the Feng Mao 1,900 gold in his pockets. This is gonna be a big problem for Mindegap, but maybe if we can see Mindegap secure the next Fang Tooth as again, then Enlightened, they have been pulled all across the map. Mindegap have played so well around grouping up. They just need to do it 1 or 2 more times to get those big permanent buffs, and they are certainly gonna be the key to securing this victory.
I like to see with that little spinning circle of death in the middle, just having a few buffering issues, should hopefully resolve itself. I mean, hey, it's TJ on cast, we're going to get some form of replay issue going out here, but we're going to try and soldier through here as we're approaching the 14-minute, nearly 15-minute mark in towards game. And as you say, Mindegap on the cusp of securing themselves the 8% bonuses to offense and defensive stacks should they secured what I like to call the free Fang Tooth Monty over on the left-hand side. A very interesting point in the game, though. Still feels relatively close here. But I want to maybe talk about Nitro and seeing just the game plan coming out from Mindegap. Like how they're playing around this Muriel seems to be, just put all the eggs in the left-hand side basket, repeat ganks, get the dual lane ahead, and almost that right lane, maybe they'll deal with Violence. That's a future problem.
Yeah, I think one of the really smart things that Mindegap does is they don't use the Muriel purely defensively. So what I mean by that is they always use it at the beginning of the fight to help with the knockup on top of the Grux. That's usually like how it's so hard for El Diablo to flash away when the collapse comes in, because there's always going to be not only the man advantage, but also the CC that people don't really expect too much, right? So that has been sort of the key to winning those fights. If that is able to happen in the late game, I don't really think so, but also that's why they have the Sparrow, right? Like the Sparrow, the chicken is piloting, that is gonna come online once the 20-minute mark comes around, right? 3 items, 4 items, that's when Sparrow is gonna be super big in those fights, and then he's gonna have 2 enchanters that are gonna make sure that he stays alive in those fights. Mini Prime is gonna be the next target though, everybody on the right side.
There's a big grouping up, and Lightning going to recognize this move towards that right as well. Nitro, the furthest one forward, looking for the crush. Aerosol comes down, the pull only connects on towards Violence, and at least got a phase to pull back Nitro away from Enlighten. But anyone's with a small health advantage. Last Pccx takes a chunk. Violence with the Reaping Dash on towards that phase. Can't deal with the front line, deal with the enchanters. Nitro looking for that Warlord's challenge. Oba jumping forward once again. Violence, though, Earth Shatter takes down Nitro, and Oba with the engagement there, ambushed with the stun as well. Violence still causing problems with the Reaping Dash. Another execute from the ultimate. Violence on 2. And now Enlightened just seems to be picking off the members one by one. The dominoes fall, and Enlightened are going to find all 5 members in the right-hand side. That's a full ace.
When the only tanky character of your team just takes so much damage at the beginning of the fight, like those fights are just impossible to win for them, and that's what they realize as well. They try to kite back, a good pull comes in from FaZe, which leaves her exposed, and such good catching potential as well. The Feng Mao just able to move over every time they want to retreat. There's always gonna be somebody there, and Enlighten take the big team fight, 9-5 now, big in the kill lead, and those are the next Fang. It has spawned. Now the question is, can Chicken, can Pccx, can they redeem themselves in this fight? Everybody from Enlightened is already around.
Just look at the pips as well with this action around the Fangtooth pit. There's a lot of resources already burned. Violence is over on this left-hand side. He's not split pushing this time. Hail of Arrows comes down from Chicken, slows on towards Oba, ambushes forward. Nitro in the pit with the Reversal of Fortune coming down. Fangtooth at 3k, but if you can burn down Oba, that's exactly what they do. Jungler is down. Mindegap do have an advantage, but they still need to deal with Nitro. Sidesteps that Seismic Assault, and now it's just going to be shooting Fishing of Arrows. The inner fire comes down. Mindegap going to secure themselves the free Fangtooth Monty, and now they're going to get the exit frags. They are caught inside of their pit with no way out. You're going to ace us. We're going to try and respond in kind, but what can Violence do? There's low health bars looking for the resets. 3 members hit with that hamstring. Need to focus him down, and Violence though runs out of mana, might be running out of health soon, and certainly going to be running out of time. It's Mindegap find the response.
We know we know what he can usually do on the Feng Mao for violence, but this time didn't have enough mana to carry the fight. If he had, I honestly think that the Feng Mao that was so ahead would have been able to make the difference. But Mind the Gap again, going onto the Chimera instantly with the Grux Muriel combination, nothing for Oba to do, and that Feng Mao goes over with no contest, only Nitro, the jungler remaining in that engagement that had the smite up. So all 5 early objectives going over to Mind the Gap, Enlightened. They have shown us what they can do in that earlier team fight on the right hand side, but with the objective advantage going so heavily in favor of Enlightened, then we gotta see something more, right? We gotta see them win those pit fights as well, not when it's open, but instead when it is sort of the territory of Mind the Gap.
We can just see that Mind the Gap composition come together, especially in those pit fights. I mean, fighting in towards a Sparrow with the Phase able to pull the Sparrow out of danger, Iggy and Scorch, the Molotovs, the turrets, and with MTG getting first pick over towards, first move over towards the objectives, those 3 turrets being dropped down instantly. Now Mind the Gap trying to solve the problem in the right lane. If they can get Violence down, maybe open up this side of the map with the tier 1 tower dropping, Violence not going to be pulled back by the smash and grab, but once again, Mind the Gap grouping up Buddy System Deluxe ×2, going to result in them just simply brute forcing the tier 1 tower on the right hand side, and Enlightened, they don't have a response.
I'm a bit surprised actually by Mind the Gap that they don't want to go for more. They still have that mini prime onto Nitro. Instead though, we see them go back towards the middle, and I thought for a second that they want to go for the prime, but remember, only spawns after 20 minutes, so that option is not quite open for them yet. But Enlightened, they gotta worry about that for sure, because again, as I said, we have the Iggy, we have the Sparrow, and we have the Grux. That's so much objective damage that Mind the Gap can delete that objective anytime they want if they just get a second of time.
Mind the Gap really showing as well that you don't have to be the team that follows the meta. You can forge your own identity, you can forge your own way of playing this game, and if you can execute, you can really make anything work on the biggest stage here that we have in the Predecessor Esports. Mid lane tier 1 tower going to fall down once again. Enlightened stacking 4 members in the mid lane, not enough to deny a mini prime buffed up Mind the Gap from now taking all of the tier 1 towers. Left lane tier 2 tower looks to be taken down by near of a stiff breeze by the look of the health bar over there, but mid lane tier 2, right lane tier 2 still open. 20-minute mark has been reached though. All prime is available. Mind the Gap jumped on Fangtooth spawns. Do they look to jump on the All Prime spawn? That is the question.
It definitely is, but I think with Chicken pathing over towards the left-hand side, they don't really want to start it up quite yet. They know they have the advantage with that third Fangtooth of the game granting them those bonus stats that it is so valuable to take for. Instead, it's gonna be Oba making sure that he denies some vision, but the ward in the middle of the pit is not gonna be spotted out, so they think that they have no vision there. Oba is gonna spot it out now though, but the damage has been done already. Everybody is close by. They know definitely that something is up, so Enlightened have to walk away. And again, this composition is definitely not easy to play in those pit fights. It's so hard to actually dive the Iggy, to dive the Sparrow when there's boys around, right? When you have the CC that the Grux provides, and when there's just so much damage coming out. And that is going to prove to be sort of the big hurdle that Enlightened is going to have to overcome in this game.
And with that team fight over on the right-hand side at the 15-minute mark, that seemed to be the indication that they had solved it, that they could actually out-team fight, and they could rely on their micro game, rely on the mechanics. That is how Oba, in his interview with us over on the Cutting to the Core 12-hour podcast, so have a listen in the VODs as well. It was a really good show. But we had all the teams on the interview as well, and Oba talking about how Enlightened play. They look for the outplays, they look more for the mechanics, they just seem to want to run you over by just sheer force. They've been looking pretty good, but now Mind the Gap seem to look for the answer and say, you know what, we're going to go for the smart option, try and outmaneuver you here. And that has led to a very interesting dynamic as we're approaching the 22-minute mark. A lot of wards down on the right-hand side, but no team wanting to make a decisive push for that first objective.
Yeah, not yet. I think the sort of dynamic that you're speaking of, it kind of reminds me of Kevin alone at home, right? Like, Enlightened, they are the bullies. They wanna win those fights, but they're always just having an Iggy and Muriel grouped up running across the map, right? It's never a fair fight. Like every time those two teams fight against each other, it's always the numbers advantage from the Muriel helping Mind the Gap out when those fights look to be even at the beginning. And now we see slowly but surely sort of the dynamic shifting as well, because we see Mind the Gap sort of being the ones being across the 50% line of the map themselves, having their vision line super under control, especially around the Prime, and with them having perfect vision around Prime, they transition that vision over towards that Fangtooth as well, because we know they have two support items, right? So both Pyrex and Flick can spam those wards, and there's really nothing Enlightened can do about that.
Oh, the first opening exchanges here with Primal Fangtooth going to be the target for both these teams, or Prime seems to be a bit of an afterthought. It is at the moment your team on Dawn side who have moved over the entrance to the pit, but Minion Wave's not in a good position there as that left lane tier 2 tower finally falls down to the Minion Wave. You also had Mind the Gap needing to deal with the big group in the mid lane as well, just before that threatens the tier 2 tower. Another grouping up, it feels like, you know, law of the universe here that everyone goes towards that mid lane. Everything just kind of leads towards it here, but that also leads to neither team really making a positive move toward either of these objectives. Or Prime might be a potential one here, but Enlightened 2 spread out. Mind the Gap still grouping up, still sensing an opportunity here as they're going to group in towards that red side jungle, get the vision down. Maybe they can catch out Over. Maybe they could take down a pick here. This will be an immediate start towards the Orb Prime. Over and Megatron trying to get away from the energy lance. There's going to be Pirates going fishing, looking to catch on towards Megatron, but the inner fire is going to take him down. And now Chicken is going to open up with that ultimate, taking down the support. Not the target they want, but I don't think Mind the Gap care.
Yeah, Sinks still provides a second life, so getting this is actually a pretty good pick. The only downside is that Chicken had to utilize that blink to get it. So now this fight might be a bit harder than it needs to be, especially if Enlightened plays the map a bit around them, right? They can still go for that Fangtooth, but honestly, with the damage that Mind the Gap has on that big Prime, I don't think they are in time to finish the Fangtooth that is being started now. 11k. This is gonna be a race, and we can already see Mind the Gap heading over, but actually they might not make it in time.
This needs to see there as your Prime secure. Primal down towards 3k and will be Enlightened, able to secure it and also securing it onto all 5 members as well. And in addition to that, being able to get everyone out of the pit as well. Mind the Gap going to arrive on the scene, but Enlightened already committed the crime and already got away. Grouping up here, but Mind the Gap, once again, not going to be dissuaded, grouping up, pushing in towards the blue side jungle, trying to catch a member of Enlightened, but they're already a little bit too far away here. Neutral trade of objectives for Enlightened and Mind the Gap there.
I mean, it's not optimal for Mind the Gap, I'm gonna be honest. They had the advantage and they give over the more important objective over to Enlightened that, as you said, got away with the steal. They have that permanent buff, that extra team fighting damage on everyone, so it's really hard for Mind the Gap to actually push in, because even though they buff up those minions, they heal after combat as well, but they don't get that extra power, at least not as much as Enlightened does for the remainder of their buff. I think the only upside is, not sure, like I think it's gonna be a little bit less time remaining for Enlightened compared to Mind the Gap. Prime lasts for a little bit longer, but I don't think that timing difference is gonna make much of a difference, all things considered. We can already see here 5 members now grouped up in the mid lane. Fang on the right hand side, but it's gonna be Mind the Gap starting it up.
It's going to be a question of how much can Mind the Gap take as well, because Feng Mao can shred through these towers, taking down that tier 2, and now threatening the inhibitor, and that's going to be threatening the mid lane inhibitor as well. Inner Fire comes out, Nitro went for the engage, pulled back by the phase as well. The inhibitor takes about a third of its HP, and in Violence has been left alone to take that inhibitor. Now Mind the Gap needs to make the choice, because Violence is going to force the response. Nitro recalls, that means a 4v4 in the mid lane, and Mind the Gap know they're not in a strong position. They're going to immediately try and back away. They could maybe look to catch Violence here, who did take that right lane inhibitor. Dr. Split going to take a little bit of the damage coming out from that Skylar, but there's grouping up, and Violence now in a position to pincer. Enlightened able to set up a play here, mid lane inhibitor or right lane inhibitor in a very, very tense game.
This is a bit of a disaster, honestly, for Mind the Gap, because as I was saying before, Feng Mao can't be stopped in the side lane unless it's at least 2 people. So with Violence opening up that inhibitor, there's always the threaten to end the game, and that is something that Mind the Gap needs to be cognizant of. And I think all of it comes back from like a stellar game of them playing super reserved, super consistent, not making any mistakes. But then when that prime comes around, when they get the pick onto the sinks, they sort of think that they need to change something. But honestly, that sort of entire engagement has been the way for Enlightened to slowly but surely and crawl it back to a state that is honestly still a bit Mind the Gap favored, but not as bad as it was a few minutes ago.
Because right now, I mean, when you look at Mind the Gap, the XP levels here. Level 15 Nitro just ticks over on that Grux. Level 14 in the mid lane for Pinzo. Chicken Pirates level 13, level 11. Very consistent here across the team. Violence, though, is the outlier, you can say, for Enlighten. Level 17, thanks to that split pushing. That gives Enlighten an opportunity and a win condition if Violence can get in towards the pit. But Mind the Gap still sticking together as a team. They're going to live by this identity, or they're going to die by it here. Pushing out that right lane. It's actually El Diablo currently getting pressure on towards the mid lane. And this is the thing with Mind the Gap, though. If you group up as 5, you don't have the map pressure, and they're going to have to try and respond on towards the mid lane here.
They try to catch onto El Diablo, but honestly, the Skylar is just too... she's just too agile to get caught by that. It's gonna take the 2 camp out on her way back. It's gonna catch the left-hand side wave as well. And everything is gonna go back to normal. I think the big strength of Mind the Gap has been the objective fights. With those 2 objectives going down at the same time, they're gonna spawn at around the same time again. But I think one of the strengths would have been for Mind the Gap to stagger those 2 big objectives, that they can make sure to get both of them. But when they have to flip like one objective for the next, they don't really have a sort of offlaner that can just walk in, right? Delay a bit of time that we usually see when it's a Steel, when it's a Richter, when it's a Grux, right? Heroes like that, they can walk in, but with Mind the Gap only having 1 frontliner, with them only having Nitro, it's a whole different story, and it's just been not really working for them when it's been those desynced fights.
Sure, I mean, they have found their strength in and around the objectives. They have found their strength in the pits. They have found it on the entrance and also the exits as well. Enlighten trying to find strength outside that, into the lanes, pushing for advantages here. Primal Fangtooth is going to be dropping in a matter of moments, and it looks like there's going to be some resets, hopefully coming out for both of these teams as they get ready for this one. As you said, Sang, and put it, the Mind the Gap don't want another objective trade. They need to look maybe for a team fight before the objective and almost guarantee yourself the double bubble buff. Primal Fangtooth and also the All Prime. Chicken, though, is going a little bit low, but it might put on towards Violence. Nigel's going to pull him in. That is so much damage coming out from the Mind the Gap teams. They take down and solve a problem that's been playing them for so long, and now it's Enlightened who have to back away. Mind the Gap 5 members pushing forward. It's Nitro in front. The blink forward as well for a smash and grab. Good size because Hook comes down, but is eventually just going to pull in Simba, able to get to safety, but the rest of the Mind the Gap team just going to be hunting. They smell blood in the water and they want the kills. El Diablo, the aerial assault, trying to
No.
to be picked off here. He's going to try and get back towards the inhibitor line, but another one's going to drop. That's Megatron down. That's El Diablo down as well. It's only Oba left. Mind the Gap finding 4 and then looking to take even more.
I thought Nitro was overextending there. He forced at the beginning of the fight, but Chicken blinks in. Suddenly the Sparrow has fully scaled up, just one-shotting people around, and they have the minion wave to look at the core. Or Oba tries his best to clear those minions. 2 more remaining. Siege minion is there as well, and Oba goes lower and lower, tries his best against Chicken, that is just ignoring him, because the core was the goal all from the beginning. And we see Enlightened against Mind the Gap. Mind the Gap, not a traditional game, but the core explosion was the same anyways.
I mean, meta this, meta that. Have you ever met a team like Mind the Gap as well? They take something unorthodox and they turn it on their heads. I've been waiting to use that line for a very long time as well. But what a game coming out from Mind the Gap. As you said, not a traditional brawly game, not so much action. It felt more like a chess game. Takes, sacrifices, playing around the map. And honestly, Mind the Gap overpowered it, Enlightened in the end. I wasn't expecting that to be the end, though. I thought we had another objective fight in this one, and there might have been a more of a decided fight. But hey, Mind the Gap saw an opportunity, and they took it.
Yeah, honestly, I thought Nitro goes in a bit too deep, right? Like he can turn around, go for the Fangtooth, but no, the core was the goal all along, right? They push it down, Chicken blinks in, Pinzo as well. They are the damage dealers, right? Iggy and Sparrow at this stage of the game, they don't need to be afraid of anything, especially when Feng Mao is not around, right? And they show us exactly how to play this comp. Like we were wondering at the beginning, is it gonna work out? I think this is a resounding yes.
Sure here, and they're going to rely on that as well to get them the first victory here in the first round of the Swiss event, halfway to securing their spot in the last 8 quarterfinals coming up. Enlighten, though, they need to find an answer there. They need 2 victories to get themselves back into this one. A very interesting game, and I would love to hear the thoughts of our guests as we send it back to Dilo and the boys to break down this game.
Thank you very much there to our casting crew, TJ, DJ, and Tang. Enlighten needed to have early pressure, and instead, they're the ones who got popped. Objective domination by MTG. Lance. Blue Jay, what the hell just happened?
What happened is MTG plays the game that they want to, right? You keep the kill score low. We are at like the 25-ish minute mark, and it's only 10-10. Which, at that point, all of the objectives except for one had gone to the side of MTG. They took it to Enlightened. They played the style that they wanted to, didn't let violence get too huge, and then got him picked at a very critical point at the end of the game, or at the end of it, while both objectives are up, able to end up just pushing down the core because, you know, 1 pick turns into 2 picks, turns into 3 picks, turns into a team wipe, and boom, just like that, MTG in a favorable position now.
Oh, Blue Jay,
You are
might be
muted, Blue Jay.
muted there, my friend. You got gag grenaded. Unsilence yourself, my friend. Nope. He's cooked. Alright, while Blue Jay tries to get his songbird voice back, we can just talk further about this matchup here. Lance, obviously Enlightened, gotta be feeling a bit sore about that. They clawed from LCQ, and they kind of run right into a brick wall. What do you think they've got to do to make sure they find their mojo back?
So I think it's just about keeping the mental in check. I do still believe Enlightened has a good chance at being one of the 2 teams, or one of the 4 teams that makes it into our quarterfinals today. A little bit of an uphill battle now. You can't afford to lose any else, but the strengths of those players, and you saw it, there was a point where violence started going off in one of those team fights before they got that inhib. And while we were sitting there discussing it amongst just the 3 of us, me and Blue Jay both instantly just go, "Oh, that's game." Violence is big enough that he can start getting combos off in these team fights, can start picking them off with the Shattered Earth, and just one by one, MTG is going to start falling in these fights. MTG rallies around it, plays smart and safe around that Feng Mao, not allowing him to really capitalize the way that he did during that one team fight. I must say, I did make the prediction that Enlightened was going to kind of win that game with a little bit of ease. I am happy to be wrong because I love off-meta things, and I like seeing different strategies thrive and then being rewarded for finding a new way to play the game. You love seeing that, honestly, and especially on a stage like this.
Ah,
Blue Jay,
Blue Jay, no, come on, man. Bro, lean forward with such grand anticipation. That's okay. Blue Jay, can you give me a hand signal? How many thumbs up do we give our friends MTG? 1 1.5 thumbs. All right. You know what? That ain't too shabby. There's always room for improvement there. All right. Fair enough. And Blue Jay, if you can do a charades act for me, what can they do to improve? Okay, they need to think. They need to reflect. Okay, 2 words. 4 words. 4 words. They need to reflect on 4 words. All right, and those 4 words are, we will be right back soon. So we got a bit of a break coming up. Don't you guys worry, a bit of a stream reset happening just to make sure our technicals are all nice in order. No more buffering for you guys, so have no fear in the future. But after that break, we'll be right back with round 2 of Swiss. So have no fear. Stick around for when the stream gets back. We'll be right back with more PCCX action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Pccx, where we look to find the successor to Predecessor glory. This is the A stream, so make sure to also check out that B stream if you're curious for a bit more Pccx action. Portuguese translation provided by our friend Lacatitas. Muito obrigado. I'm Dilo, your host. Choice plate, Eyes in Sky. We got the Brother Bears with me here at the desk, Lance and Bengal Mac. Guys, how we feeling?
I'm still super good. I haven't changed a whole lot. A little surprised by the result of that last game still, but cooking, you know?
I'm in a mixed bag of emotions today. My Ohio State Buckeyes won last night, OHIO. My Bengals didn't make the playoffs, unfortunately, but we have PCCX today. Great game in the first one. I'm so excited to see what we got going into the next one.
Well, we do have the matchup coming up here of Leftovers up against Autumn Leaf, but let's take a look at the Swiss bracket as a whole here as we look to see where the standings are now. Interesting to find out who ended up on top and who sadly took a spill down to the bottom. Anything screaming out to you guys here?
I really expected this to be this way, minus the MTG Enlightened, like I had said during the last desk. I didn't think that was going to go that way. Cool to see that it did. This is kind of the four teams I thought were going to be towards the top of it for sure. Leftovers, who we are about to see, had a pretty good performance against Space Cadets in their last game and looking to keep that momentum. But Autumn Leaf really beat the brakes off of Sixth Sense in the first game that was on our B stream just a minute ago, trying to carry that momentum into this one here. The winner of this one makes the top 8.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Lance as well. No big surprises from the top 4. It's really a small sample size, so you're really going to kind of see how things pan out as the more games go on. But, I'm pretty sure everyone kind of figured that, at least the top 3 would be something along these lines of being Profs, Leftovers, and Autumn Leaf. Mind the Gap is a bit of a wild card sometimes with their comps and sometimes how they perform, but they're in that top 4 right now and looking strong after game 1.
Feeling awfully sorry for our LCQ brethren there, still struggling at the bottom, trying to fight for their seat at the table. It's expected, but Swiss bracket format does allow them the chance to rise above their adversity, and hopefully in this second round we can maybe see some unexpected results. But let's focus on what we're talking about here. It is once again Leftovers up against Autumn Leaf. Both of them coming off of pretty decisive victories. A lot of momentum at their backs. And that's really important considering best of one, man, one and done. What should we be looking for here from these teams as we get into these P's and B's?
Well, as always, you expect Leftovers on the second rotation here to have to either get rid of that yin or have something prepared to take care of it. Autumn Leaf going to start with the Steel Band, and there is just so much available for Autumn Leaf to be able to play. They've got all of these big names. Everybody's familiar with the members of Autumn Leaf. They've got the 7-time Feng Booth champion, 1-time PCC champion Neft. They've got Soul Reaper, who seems to have gotten over the stigma of Event Day Soul Reaper and had a very impressive performance in the round 1 game. They're going to pick up Skylar first. That's likely going to Neft, who I think is the star of Autumn Leafs, but it does have a little bit of flexibility if you're feeling wild enough, and we've already seen some meta bending today, so who's to say we won't see it in the second game too?
Yeah, speaking of meta, not necessarily bending, we do see Sereth come out, and my boy Narbash coming out. Sereth is just in a really, really strong state right now, especially if you get her fed and she starts snowballing, she can get a bit crazy. Narbash is really good as well. I know in my ranked games and stuff like that, I've been seeing him pick less, but the AoE heal, the AoE stun, the essentially the bard of your team, it can be really, really strong in team fights. And then we see Faye come out. I'm assuming that's going to be on Soul Reaper. He's going to want to be able to get those massive ultimates and being able to pretty much solo win team fights. And then Grux. Grux is Grux. We all know what he does. He slings around two hammers and causes bleed damage everywhere. And can be an absolute nuisance in the offlane or jungle, depending on where he goes.
I'm liking the strategy here. It's exactly what we saw be successful for MTG. You know your win con. It was Pinzo, in this case, it's Neft. Play to your strengths. Grab them that first pick and just let them go crazy. There's the Drongo that gag grenaded Blue Jay, you bastard!
Right, and good pick up here. They have the dual lane already figured out for leftovers. But I want to focus on this Grux. That is Morose's signature hero. Finally in a spot where we're starting to see him a little bit more within the meta with some of the changes that we have seen. So Morose feeling really great. This is two of my favorite European offlaners going up against each other with Bondred on leftovers and Morose on that. Crunch also going to get taken away by Autumn Leaf at this spot too. So a little bit left to fill these compositions out, but they should both be feeling pretty good about what they've picked up with these first 6 heroes selected.
Yeah, in terms of leftovers, with picking that Aurora, I mean, they have a lot of Aurora's all aggregate, and then they're wreaking havoc in the back line while everyone's getting frozen and rooted. So I'm really liking leftovers draft so far. I'm curious how Autumn Leaf kind of finished things out, but as of right now, Autumn Leaf's leftovers draft is looking very solid, and we see the Decker come out for Autumn Leaf.
It's tried and true. Good CC. Great team fight once again. Really slotting in well alongside that Faye. In terms of the differential of draft philosophies, curious to see how it's all going to end up playing out. Countess is the final lock here for Autumn Leaf. Lance, now knowing the 5 they got on their side, what's their game plan?
I mean, the game plan here is aggression, and it's early aggression. You got to get the Countess snowball, and you got to get her getting those passive stacks up early. You want Skylar to get to that 2-3 item spot as quickly as you can, and same with Grux, honestly. I do have some concerns about health bars on the side of Autumn Leaf. Yeah, there's a lot of sustain in Countess. It can be very hard to get to the Skylar, but overall, not a lot of HP, not a lot of defenses will be getting built on the side of Autumn Leaf. So if the Seraph can get in here, get a couple good spots off, get a reset, get that passive trigger, she should be able to potentially kind of go brazy in this matchup. We'll have to see how Leftover rounds out their composition. Still looking for their mid laner. It's going to be the Bellica that they pick up, and I do like that into Faye.
Yeah, leftovers just have so much CC. They have a lot of crowd control. They have a lot of things that can either pick you off or win you a team fight. Autumn Leaf has the big Faye ultimate, and they have the Decker stuns, but it just seems like every single person on leftovers besides Seraph has some sort of crowd control or some ability to be able to make you not do what you want to do. So leftovers draft, I mean, for me, is looking really, really good.
And both these teams have been looking good all tournament, so it might just come down to execution on the field, but it certainly helps to have a really solid composition alongside it. Guys, I'm going to ask the same question, the tried and true. 5-5. Who stays alive?
I think that this goes Autumn Leaf's way. Gwassi, who will be piloting the Decker in this matchup, gets that reclamation at some point, makes it very difficult for leftovers to be able to play these team fights unless they are tracking that cooldown very closely. It is very dependent on getting those big ults off on the side of leftover. I don't know if they've got a whole lot of team fight outside of that, and it's all up to Big Mercy here. Let's see what he can do now that he's been put into the limelight again. He was able to make the semifinals in PCC 9, trying to raise leftovers up to do it again this round.
Let's see. Mercy will show up again. 5 words. Mercy.
I like it.
It seems like anytime Mercy is in a game, it seems like he kind of shows up big and pulls up for his team. We saw this in the last PCC tournament. I think Mercy is going to come out and crush it. I think he's going to be the thing that puts it over the top for him.
Only one way to find out, guys. Can Autumn Leaf keep their momentum going? Or will the opposition gobble up their team and change their name to Neftovers? Only one way to find out. HD, Philly B, Dr. Shadow, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Delio and the desk. It's HD Philly B and the miraculous medicine man himself, Dr. Shadow, and we are here for our next set of Swiss stages. Both of these teams are 1-0. We were just on the B stream watching Autumn Leaf absolutely crushed it, and we heard that the leftovers were doing the same thing. Doc, there's a couple of storylines here in this game. I mean, for the leftovers, I want to start. We have Bone Druid, one of the best offlaners in the world. They are a Nation League 2 champion for the UK. I mean, this guy is prolific in all senses. I want to talk about Bry in the mid lane. He's a PCC 9 champion. I was watching Soul Reaper's stream yesterday, and he was saying Bry is a fantastic player, but not a playmaker. And that could be the difference. I'm hearing from the desk, though. Mercy is the playmaker on this squad, so I'm going to be watching him real close.
Oh yeah, I'm always watching Mercy. He is he's probably one of the most slept on junglers in the entire game. He is in fact a playmaker. He does things that make things happen, whereas Bry really, I don't want to say plays passively. He does everything right. It's just he doesn't do the big things that really make you go, whoa, that was crazy. But what we saw in game one over on the B stream with Autumn Leaf is Soul Reaper was the one making plays for Autumn Leaf. Morose, not really a playmaker. Nivula, I mean, he was Kalari in game one, so not too many plays that we made, but this Soul Reaper on the Fae, he was using Fly Trap the second it was off cooldown, time again, and every single time he was hitting 2, 3, 4 people, and there was nothing they could do, especially the first 4 times before any cleanses were online. So I'm worried if I'm the leftovers. I really think that they have a huge hill to climb. They're going to need all of the cleanses online if they want to prevent themselves from becoming the leftovers.
Yeah, and I hope that the leftovers did watch a little bit of tape from the previous match of Autumn Leaf, because they'll know that Nebula on the Countess is going to be immediately on top of Bry in the mid lane, because that's what they did on the Kalari. Countess, similar play style, similar tempo in terms of the jungle clear and things what they want to do. So it's Bry's going to have to be very, very careful, especially being on this Belica, could be just fed upon time and time again. The other thing I want to mention is that Gussy, the Muriel was banned out from him, so allowed him to get the Decker. We just know how powerful that character can be. This dual lane is going to be spicy.
Oh yeah, and I do see that new Decker skin. Shout out to a meta for the Christmas skin. Definitely loving it. It's a fantastic piece of art, especially on the Decker there. But yeah, this is. I hope the Belica coming out from Bry this game can have a bigger impact than the Belica we saw last game. Something we talked about was lane management in terms of, Belica can shove the mid wave a lot faster than Faye can, especially early on, especially once Bry hits level 2 and level 3. But last game, we didn't see that. We saw Soul Reaper was actually shoving into the Belica, into Manq's Belica, and it never felt like there was an advantage in terms of lane priority coming out for them. So I'm hoping Bry does it a little differently, so I'm curious to see how it plays out here.
Absolutely. And folks, I want you to be looking at the Countess in the top left of that mini map. They're going to take the red buff, and chances are they're going to make their way to the mid lane. That's what Autumn Leaf did in their previous match to kind of help Soul Reaper facilitate. And look at where Bry's going. They know that that's going to be the game plan, so they put a really deep ward to make sure that they stay safe there in the mid lane. A great counterplay right off the bat. These two teams know each other really well here, Doc.
Yeah, I love watching teams that do their homework. That is a pretty standard word, but knowing when to put it down and knowing who you should be putting it down against, definitely the one to watch. Morose and Bondrewd over here trading, and this is actually way different than what we saw in game one. Morose is getting beaten in by Bondrewd's Sereth here, and there's a reason this hero has kind of surged to the top of priority for a lot of these teams. She pumps out damage that is very oppressive in lane. One of the points to note, though, is that Sereth does not like to be against necessarily heroes who have high kill potential against her. So I'm going to be looking at Morose once he hits level 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to be looking to see how that matchup kind of shifts beyond the level 1, level 2 matchup that we just saw.
Yeah, definitely Moros is going to have to sustain some early pressure, and then he'll be okay to kind of fight toe-to-toe this Seraph. And there is this gank to the mid lane is coming through. It's Nivula. He's looking for his opposite number in the Aurora, but it's Bry who is there to cut off the advance. They have done their homework and surely studied up against this matchup. A fight over the river bug is commencing, though. There's the Heaven's Fury from the offlaner. Oh my gosh, a sliver of health. They jump into it. The blink is well expended. Nebula using the blood siphon to try to stay alive, but it's not enough. Bone Druid with the first blood.
Bondrude taking the first blood and saying worth it all day of the week. He gets the first blood. He does get sent back to base as a result, but I don't think he's too upset about that because he got a massive first blood bounty there. So he's going to be looking to take that advantage and bring that down over to Moros over in the off lane and try and start pressuring him a little bit harder. All the meanwhile, while Gwassi was middle there for that rotation, Jay and Bartledew, you can see their posture here. They're just trying to keep Neft off of the creeps, keep him from getting any money, trying to minimize the experience that he's getting, punish him for being down a support in that duo lane. So I really like that posture coming out from Jay and Bartledew there. All the meanwhile, though, Nivula on that Countess, just farming that blue side, most likely going to be looking over at Bondrude here. So we're going to see if anything happens.
Yeah, and Mogro's trying to press the issue, getting a little bit of extra damage, but Bondrude, he's been in this situation almost a countless number of times. Doc, I do want to get your thoughts here, though, on the Narbash. What is his role here on the team?
Yeah, I know Bartledew loves Nardbash. This Nardbash hero, he has been nerfed time and time again over the last 2 or 3 patches, but he, especially around the 20-minute mark, he becomes this unstoppable force that just keeps his team in the fight. They can look for short trades, even slightly longer trades around big objectives like Orb Prime and Fangtooth, and his team does not have to reset. But hold that thought, because Jay might be in danger. He does get Plasma Grenaded, and Gwassi does cage him, but it does not seem to be enough. And as you can see, Bartledew burning through his mana just to keep Jay up. That is the Narbash. His job is just to stay around Jay, stun heroes who get on top of him with the thunk, and just keep him in the game as long as possible. We are going to be seeing some big ultimates coming out from Bartledew later, but I don't think there's time to talk about that right now.
Okay, another fight over the Riverbug is commencing. This time, Mercy is the one making the play. He's getting right on top of Soul Reaper. There's nothing they can do. He's just being hacked. And Slash, the fairy, is being frozen. The Boreal Sweep, it connects, but it doesn't explode for the extra amount of damage. So close. Soul Reaper is sweating after that one.
I think Mercy wanted to be a cool kid and look at, walk away from explosions when they're happening. I think he could have definitely committed to one more auto attack there, but I think he was definitely confident that he had hit the Boreal Sweep with a little more, range on it. So a little unfortunate there, but, all said and done, it does force Soul Reaper to go back to base. It forces him to reset. It slows his tempo down, but he is going to be meeting a creep. With that, though, Bry was able to get a clean reset. He's going to be coming back to lane with a nice little level or XP advantage. Actually, it looks like he's down in levels. Soul Reaper has now hit 6 first, so that's a little unfortunate. But he should be nice and healthy, and he's going to be looking to clear wave, get 6, and hopefully make a rotation pretty soon.
And we know Soul Reaper, he has his foot on the gas so far in this tournament. He is going to want to make those rotations because that fly trap is online. You can see the mid laners now just duking it out there. Doc, I do want to still talk about this Narbash, one of my favorite characters in the game. I think against such a brawly, assassin-y kind of composition that Autumn Leaf is running, I think this Narbash does really well. He's hard to take down, and he keeps your team in the fight, and you don't necessarily need a front line when the other team doesn't have a front line. And so I think this is a really intelligent pickup for the side of the leftovers right now. Mercy on a covert operation here to take down the first Fangtooth.
Though I'm pretty sure he's standing on a ward or very close to a ward, so that's going to be rough. Should Nivula look to capitalize on this, but with that, I do want to point out the lane state. Jay and Bartledew over on the side of leftovers in the duo lane, they are pushing it. You can see that they are applying pressure to that duo lane, forcing Neft and Gwassi to kind of stay over there instead of the position where they were close to their tier 1 tower. When they were freezing by their tier 1 tower, that allowed Gwassi and Neft to be able to walk over to Fangtooth. So they did a really good job applying that pressure to keep them from going to stop Mercy from doing the Fangtooth, despite the fact that Mercy was on top of a word, basically. So great push and pull there coming out on the side of leftovers in that duo lane. And now you can see that the wave state is getting pushed back into their tier 1 tower because they have no reason to be pushing up at this point. So really just great wave management coming out from J.O. Bartledew there.
Absolutely, and that's that team coordination, that team practice that these folks have been scrimming on time and time again. And the wave clear from the side of this duo, Jay and Bartledew, I mean, Narbash's wave clear is pretty poor, to say the least. He's just swinging some drumsticks around, doesn't really do anything. But now the rest of the team for the side of Autumn Leaf, they're going to be making their move here. Bartledew, he has to expend his blink there to get back to the safety of his tower. But there's so many members now from both sides. This is a 4v4 fight over here in the duo lane, Doc.
Yeah, Flytrap has been expended. It did not get anybody. It connected with both Jay and Bartledew. Bartledew was forced to blink. Jay did use Shrapnel Cannon to get out. So he is still able to, he still has his blink online should he need it at any point heading into the next couple minutes. So the really good use of a shorter cooldown there by Jay to survive. If he had been closer to the edge, I think it would have definitely pulled him though.
So, but an intelligent pick to get the Drongo as opposed to Akira or something else, because you can get yoinked back by the Flytrap where the Shrapnel Cannon shreds through those vines and allows you to escape there. So well done, but that is just the aggression that the Soul Reaper has been placing all over the map as soon as that ultimate comes online.
And Mercy over here, he's sweeping, he's getting control, he's looking to work with Bartledew and Bry, who have now rotated to this mini prime. Again, as these teams realize, the game plan for Autumn Leaf is empower Morose to be a raid boss, and these teams are really working hard to shut down that Morose raid boss by denying that first mini prime, which generally goes his way to turn him into that boss who is able to just farm, shove, kill a tower, and just become unstoppable. So I will be surprised if they do not give it to him. They don't actually. Nibula is going to take it just to deny it.
Yeah, and I think it's because not Mercy, the Seraph was just keeping him busy. But guys, it's just a bedlam here outside the pit. There is the Cryo Size Up, but now the Smash and Grab pulls everybody in, as well as the ultimate expended. The bloodbath is commencing here, and they expect nothing less between these two teams. Bry turning tail and running for his life, but it is all for naught. It's just a lonely old Jay and Bartledew who are trying to escape with what they can, but Nibula has the prime of them. They go for the Shadow Slip. There is another Shrapnel Cannon expended for the side of Jay. The Stasis Bomb whizzes right by him. Whoo, but he is alive.
That is definitely a favorable trade for Autumn Leaf. They not only get that mini prime buff onto Nibula, but they kill 4 from the leftovers. Jay barely getting away with just a single kill on that Morose. We saw that Flytrap. That Flytrap was devastating. It connected with 3 heroes and essentially made the game unplayable. As soon as the Flytrap connected, that fight was over. So we see here Bartledew most likely does not have any cleanse online quite yet. I don't think Jay has one online yet either. Actually, Bartledew is not going a cleanse crest in this fight, which I think is potentially a mistake based on the impact that we've seen this Flytrap having. But at least Jay will have a cleanse for himself. So again, not online yet, but once it's online, they at least stand a fighting chance. But for now, Soul Reaper cannot be allowed to have those Flytraps on them. They have to play a part. They have to pick smaller fights. They can't commit to these big 5v5 engagements.
And Doc, I wonder if the Crash Bang Boom, I don't think that gets disrupted by the Flytrap. So he can be Crash Bang and Boom, and if he gets pulled in, he can kind of keep his team alive and do a counter engage, so to speak. You just have to be able to weather the storm until the Crash Bang Boom is strong enough to do such a thing. So maybe he goes Sanctification, so that way he gets a little extra shield, a little extra tenacity, and he can go right into the middle of the fight. It's like almost catch me because I want to be in that spot.
Yeah, that's a big gamble to play. If you have a true Silver Shield and a Sanctification Shield, it's still quite easy to burn through that, so it's a little bit of a gamble here. But Nibula getting caught out by Mercy, Boreal Sweep, and Hoarfrost are going to lock him down. Is Jay going to be able to kill him?
Only time will tell. It is Mercy the one making the plays. That was a sneaky little operation from him there, using the third-person perspective. Now he's running for his life. All of the bombs and grenades being launched at him, but he is dodging them ever so swiftly. The hypercharge going into the back of Bartledew, but the Bard doesn't care as he is using his Song of the People to keep people alive. But Bry, though, he gets locked into place and just obliterated. Now Bartledew, he has to run to the safety of his tower. The stinging nettle, though, is true from Soul Reaper, and he comes up with the elimination.
Fantastic stacking of the CC stuns by Soul Reaper and Gwassi. The fly trap into the well-timed stasis bomb made sure that Bry was not able to move, not able to play this video game. Mercy is going into the Fangtooth. It's at 2,000 HP. He's checking it. He's seeing when to jump in to try to steal this, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Jay is lingering, but there are 5 heroes here. Yeah, the second Fang of the game is going to go the way of Autumn Leaf after their successful engagement there. Nebula did get caught out at the front end of that, but so did Jay. So as a result of Jay going down, the whole fight fell apart. And again, they don't have cleanses online yet. So a fly trap, they have to stay apart. But when they stay apart, they're a lot weaker. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for the leftovers for the next minute or two, I would assume, until they have some crests online.
Yeah, Doc, and I'm looking at the top of the screen and some of the level discrepancy here in terms of Soul Reaper is up a level. It looks like the Countess is up a level as well. So some of the differential, Neft is up a level there on Skylar too. So the experience level is slowly creeping in the favor of Autumn Leaf. And if that gets out of control, the game could be over.
Yeah, we talked about, or I guess the desk talked about how Neft is the win condition for Autumn Leaf, and as it's been so far, yeah, Nebula's died, Soul Reaper, I guess, died. Morose died at some point, but Neft, this whole time, Neft has just been sitting in the back end, just shooting hypercharges, totally uncontested. And I don't think we're going to see him get contested until Bondrewd starts joining these fights a little bit. When he starts getting stronger and gets to a point where he's really, he has 3-4 items online, and he can be an absolute menace to the ADC, to Gwassi's Decker, to get on top of those squishies, eliminate them, and start spiraling. But Bartledew gets connected with a stasis bomb, is stuck in a containment fence. Nebula's going to jump on him, forcing Bartledew's blink under the safety of his tier 1 tower, and Autumn Leaf is going to be happy with that, grabbing that blink from the big boy.
And there it is, the fly trap commencing as soon as it's off cooldown, pulls Mercy in, but that Aurora is very, very fast and has a couple of escape abilities, so the cooldown expended there from Soul Reaper, but I think he's okay with that because he wants to keep his mid-tier tower safe. We know how important that tower is to controlling the map. I did like how in that previous engagement, Jay played a little bit of bodyguard for his support as well to make sure that he was popping those shots, because that guy, the Wastelander, he hurts.
Yeah, I love Drongo right now. His rad rounds are very, very strong. He just has to hit you twice, maybe thrice, and you are going to be limping back to base in one way or another. Mm-hmm. So, and keeping Bartledew alive ensures that he gets to pop more rad round shots. However, first blood of the towers here is going to go in favor of Morose here, but Bondrewd might not give it for free.
I don't think so. With 2 items online, that Tainted Blade especially, there's the Ascend. He's waiting for Morose to make the move, but he's making the move into the creeps as well. Here's Mercy now to come up with a little bit of support, but the bleed from Morose, it secures the kill. Bondrewd, though, he does get it first, so he gets that little bit of extra gold and experience.
Yeah, Bondrewd does get the experience and the technicality for the win in the 1v1 there. You can see the way he ascended and he kind of pulled away to create distance, but hold that thought. Bartledew popped the crash bang boom, but he's not near anybody. He is going to hide underneath of his tier 1 tower, and it looks like we're going to be playing some brawl here in the mid lane. But Bondrewd, you could see he was creating space to try to get time for his cooldown so that he could re-engage with Morose's Grux, because the cooldowns on Sereth are a little bit longer than Grux, so he has to keep distance, poke, pick short mini engagements when his abilities are up. So that's what he was trying to do, and it technically worked out. He technically won it, so you love to see it. Don't give anything for free. He did lose the tower, the tier 1 tower, but you can see here Morose's tower is also very, very low, so it's a matter of time before that tower also falls.
Yeah, it feels like just a gust of wind could push it over there. But you see 3 members for the side of Autumn Leaf collapsing over here on the off lane. They find Von Druid again, the Ion Strike, but the Ascend, it dodges it. Now Mercy's the one who's taking the front line here, goes for the Boreal Sweep and the Hoarfrost as well. They're going to slap hands and then back off.
Slap hands. But you can see Autumn Leaf's the way they're posturing. They want the second Orb Prime, the second Mini Prime buff, and I think, again, I always talk about they probably want to put it on Morose, but Morose might be in danger.
And there we go, 3 members of the Leftovers crashing into the Rhino. The Heaven's Fury there expended the Ascend once again to do a little get out of dodge and get it out of jail for free here. And it is Morose who does go down. The Blink expended here from Nuvia to find Jay in the backline. He was split off from the rest of his team. That's exactly what the Countess wants to do. He finds the goods there. Now the Fly Trap expended, but the rest of the team is able to get out at the expense of Bartle-Do. Ooh, a Blink expended from Mercy, and Neff there with the Blink follow-up. Bride nicely waited there for the Seismic Assault. He expends his Blink. There's just blinking everywhere. Folks, you better not be blinking or you'll miss it. The action relentless here at the PCCX.
Everybody is blinking. There's not a single blink up on the side of Leftovers. There's not a single blink up on the side of Autumn Leaf. Actually, Decker just got hers back. But that everybody blinks there. Mercy procced a cryoseism to try to disengage that fight in the river there after Jay went down, but unfortunately it was not enough to kind of like keep Autumn Leaf away from his team, so that was almost disastrous. It could have been a lot worse had there been no blinks up, but hey, they're going to take it. Jay did respawn, and they were able to take advantage of being on the Dawn side of the map. They run right over and they grab the third Fang of the game, their second Fang, but they might be punished for it.
I don't know, Bartle-Do, he's so good. I love the Narbash. He's keeping everybody alive here, Doc.
I was going to say maybe he'll be punished, but then I remembered he's an Narbash, and it's 20 minutes into the game now, and he's it's not that he can't die, it's that dying is a lot harder. But you can see the numbers that Autumn Leaf are bringing. They're tired of this tier 1 tower standing. They want this tower to go. They're going to utilize this Mini Prime buff that is on Nivula here to just shred the tower. Leftovers, they're conceding the tower. They're going to back up. So it is 2 towers for the price of 0 across the map. However, there is a slight Fangtooth advantage favoring Leftovers here, so it's still anybody's game. Leftovers does have that bonus to out-of-combat movement speed as a result of that second Fangtooth, but they've lost both Mini Primes, so that is probably why they're down in towers right now, is because of the Mini Prime buffs.
For sure, yeah, it empowers the minions, so they're hacking away at those towers just ever so strongly. Doc, I do have to talk about the offlane just a little bit. I mean, both the Grux and the Seraph are kind of these snowbally heroes, like the Desk talked about, where you really want to facilitate them, get them online as quickly as possible, but both teams have been doing a good job of kind of keeping them both under wraps. Neither has really run away with the game at this point.
Yeah, neither... Bondrude is the one who is suffering the most from this. Morose on the Grux. Grux can just Grux at any point in the game. It's not really a huge deal. But Seraph, Bondrude's Seraph, needs to get kills, needs to snowball, needs to accelerate in order to really do Seraph things. She needs to get a kill. She needs to pop Heresy using her passive. And then she wants to continue doing things, continue creating chaos. So we have not seen that quite yet. And I'm still waiting for Bondrude to really get that 3rd, maybe 4th item and come online and start doing that. But in the mid lane, Bry is in danger.
Oh my gosh, has to put the Stasis Crest. Maybe that is value. Holy! No way. Neff gets the kill. The Hypercharge way too strong at this point. Jay, though, he says, space created. Thank you very much, my mid laner. I'm going to take our first tower of the game and get that local gold for myself. Buy myself a shiny new item, but Neff might have something to say about it. The Plasma Grenade and the Hypercharge with the Gray buff nonetheless. He gets there just in time. Jay, he is like, holy crap, I may have made a mistake. He has to hit the shots, the Shrapnel Cannon, and then the creep come through. Oh my goodness, the trade, the 1v1, Doc, amazing over here in the duo lane.
I mean, if anybody's going to challenge you to a 1v1, it's going to be Neff. But if anybody can win it, it's Jay. Mercy in danger, though, getting pulled by the smash and grab. He does get locked by Gwassi, the crash bang boom coming out from Bartledew to kind of dissuade them from pursuing further onto Mercy's Aurora. Aurora's going to back up. She's going to reset. Count your losses. Just chill for a second. All while this is happening, though, the towers have been equalized, at least on the outer lanes. The mid tier 1 is still standing for Autumn Leaf, so there's still a slight tower advantage, but not the same tower advantage that we saw in game 1 with Autumn Leaf, where they had 6 towers down to 0. So Leftovers very much still in this game. Leftovers is, the scoreboard says 6-13, but it still feels like this is anybody's game, because as we've talked about at the top of the program, Narbash does not become a hero until 20 minutes into this game, and we've eclipsed the 20-minute mark. Now this is very dangerous for Autumn Leaf. The longer this game goes, the longer Bartledew is going to be able to pump endless heals into his team. So I'm starting to get a little worried for Autumn Leaf.
Okay, but I'm a little worried for Bri right now. The containment fence does come through, but a nice piece of tech there from Mercy to get the Glacial Charge to go through the wall, to cut off the advance from the side of Autumn Leaf. He gets his mid laner back to safety. That is a great piece of skill from him. Doc, I did see the Tainted Charm come online here for the side of Bartledew. While near enemy heroes, that does reduce their healing by 40% and slows them by 10%. So that will definitely facilitate Jay to pump in the damage, who has the Lightning Hawk, Vanquisher, and Demo online.
Yeah, I really like that. I think part of that is the stats that it gives, the HP, the survivability, being able to survive a little bit longer than the Tainted Totem, which is the tainted item we traditionally see on a Narbash. It applies the tainted ability to allied heroes when they attack, when they get healed by Narbash. So this Tainted Charm is a little different. It's newer, but I think its stats suit the needs of Bartledew a little bit better in this game. It still provides a little ability haste. Ability haste isn't super important on Narbash, but it just means more speed boosts, more thunks, a little more control to help protect Jay and keep Jay being that raid boss, which we saw. Jay won that 1v1 against Neft, and Jay had half HP. So yeah, I'm a little worried. If I'm Autumn Leaf right now. They need to lock down this Drongo and just prevent him from playing the video game.
Absolutely. As we're waiting both of these teams to get maybe their next items online as they wait for the next objectives to respawn, I'm seeing on Bond Druid and Morose the Bonesaw. Doc, we know if you watch the developer stream with Choice Plays and our dog with the triple G's, we know that item is going to be taking a back seat for a moment as new items are coming into the fray in the patch on Tuesday. So folks, this might be your last time you see these characters with that item online. I did notice as well a Salvation on the side of Morose. He might be transitioning, Doc, into a little bit of a tank here as we head into the late game.
Yeah, he recognizes his role on his team, right? They have Countess, who is kind of tanky just inherently because of a spell lifesteal, and they need a frontline. They need a big boy. For the side of Leftovers, that's Aurora. For the side of Autumn Leaf, it's him. It's his job. So he is now transitioning into that. Bond Druid was getting bullied by Morose, but he is showing his hand by reapplying the pressure, which essentially tells Morose, I have allies coming. So Morose reads that. He reads the room. He's going to back up. And we can see, I can't quite see the timer on the Fangtooth, but it's got to be coming up, or it's already up. It is up now, these teams are going to start looking to posture for this team fight here. This is going to be a huge one, unless the teams opt to trade.
They could opt to trade, but if the Leftovers get the third Fangtooth of the match, Doc, we know all the stat boosts that gives, and that could get them right back into this game. That could be that a little extra item online. There's that sweep just to do a little bit of poke damage. No one wants to go through that fog wall just yet because they don't know what's on the other side. Mercy, though, says, I have some survivability with the Fire Blossom and the Tainted Bastion. Let me take the hits, and they do so to back everybody off.
All the meanwhile, the off lane has now shifted to the duo lane. We have Morose and Bond Druid just playing their own little game, just as two people. Morose is going to dash onto Bond Druid, knock him up, and he's going to be forced to retreat. He's going to blink under his tier 2 tower, but Gwassi was rotating, but he's not anymore.
Wow. Yeah, definitely not. But you would say Morose won that trade pretty easily there by getting the blink. There is the fly trap. The stasis crest is getting value this time, and the Ion Strike expended as well. The Sanctification comes out from Bartledew to keep Bri alive. So many cooldowns expended just from poke, Doc.
So that what we just saw right there, if this was any other hero other than Narbash, Bry is dead. But because it was Narbash, Bry survived the brunt of their load. However, Autumn Leaf is going to go, and they're going to look to get this Primal Fang. But can they contest it? Mercy's in, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, but the cryoseism is there. They're going to be looking up to clean up the kills, though. But they have to get the focus fire down right, Doc, and they don't. Mercy dives in, but he just gets obliterated there by Neff. The rest of the team couldn't make it in. Now Bry, who was healed up by the Narbash, he makes it in, does the funny gun there onto Nubula, and now Bone Druid, he is flying around the map with the Heaven's Fury. It's an RGS ace here in the Fang Booth pit, and Leftovers, they clean up.
Oh man, it was looking so good for Autumn Leaf. They got that 4th Fang, they got their second of the game, which was a Primal Blaze, but Bondrewd, the X factor that we were talking about at the top of this program, right? He's the one who wants to snowball. He just that was the fight of his life right there. He got a kill, he activated Heresy. He got another kill, he activated Heresy. He got another kill, he activated Heresy. Oh man, that was a Sereth fight, and all the meanwhile, Jay in the backline just being healed by Bartledew on that Narbash Jay had like 200 HP, and he was able to stay in the fight because of Bartledew's Narbash. So that is a testament to the slow burn that this team has drafted. And as a result, they walk right over to Orb Prime before Autumn Leaf even respawns, and they now have Orb Prime buff on at least 4 heroes across the map. CS is pretty even, kill participation pretty even. So in terms of objectives, it is also very even, but the pain has just begun for Autumn Leaf with the Orb Prime buff on the side of Leftovers. They're going to be using that to reclaim some of the towers that were lost in the earlier parts of this game. So we can see that they're kind of grouping up in this Fangtooth area, and which means they're going to apply some pressure left and middle. So where they look to get a tower, who knows? But they're definitely going to be using this to pressure the map and close out the resources.
Doc, I'm thinking back to that Fangtooth fight, and I'm interested as to why Autumn Leaf took it, because they didn't have Flytrap. They expended that in the middle to try to take down Bry. They didn't have Warlord's challenge on Morose because he tried to 1v1 Bondrewd in the offlane. So it's like you lost some of your team fight capability there, and then you go to try to take the main objective, right? And so you kind of cage yourself in that regard. So maybe a misstep there in terms of when to take the objective when your cooldowns weren't necessarily in order. That does allow the other team to kind of teeter-totter back in their favor. As you mentioned, the tower's now going down on all sides, all lanes here for the side of Autumn Leaf, and the Prime buff is now knocking at your door.
Yeah, this is a 3-tower advantage now going the way of Leftovers. The net worth advantage definitely in their favor at this point, based on CS, based on towers. But I think Autumn Leaf went for that objective because they had almost killed Bry and they had almost killed Bondrewd. So I think they felt that they had the damage to burn down the objective fast enough and get out. But unfortunately, Mercy was there with the Glacial Charge to essentially say, psych, you thought. And as a result, they were stuck in the wall, and there's nothing you can do but fight when you were inside of the wall. So that was an Aurora diff, if you will.
Okay, and there is why you're the chair too, and I am not there, Doc, and I appreciate you bringing that perspective. I also appreciate Choice Plays, our producer here for this match, clicking the 1s and 2s, and Tedium, our eye in the sky, bringing you all the action, doing an excellent job here. Folks, the Leftovers, they are knocking at the door. They want the full meal. They want the table to be set and served here inside the core base of the Autumn Leaf. Another Glacial Charge here for the side of Mercy. The Hoarfrost as well to secure the escape. The Fly Trap, though, pulls him back in. The Ion Strike strikes into 2. Nobody has fallen just yet, but Jay is dangerously close. But it is Bartledew who is keeping everybody alive with the Songless People. As I say it, Jay does fall to the side of Neff. They are going to be charging forward here now as Autumn Leaf. They want to cut off the retreat and make sure nobody is left over here for the side of the Dawn.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were talking about when we mentioned Bartledew not having Reclamation. It was a 4-man fly trap that ultimately pulled 2 people. Mercy has 1 HP, but he finds Nivula. Nivula is going to get caught out, stuck in the Hoarfrost, and just melted by this Bry and this Bondrewd. He didn't stand a chance. He didn't even get to press a button. He just died. He just vaporized. So 1-for-1 trade there. And they caught Nivula just farming his own jungle because I guess he felt safe there. But yeah. This is very much a back and forth match, but they have a small window. Leftovers have a very small window right now while Flytrap is down in order to kind of make something happen here. Because I don't think Flytrap might be up by the time Fangtooth spawns, but it's unlikely. So if they pick a fight very, very early, very soon, then I think they have the advantage here.
Yeah, and Jay has just come back. So they have their full strength of numbers. So they're going to be looking to press the issue. The thing is, there it is. There's the Fangtooth Doc. They have 15 seconds without the enemy jungler on the board. Do they elect to take this fight? I think knowing that Mercy is on your team, the playmaker, if you will, I think they're going for it, and it looks like they are burning it, and they are burning it quick. But the rest of Autumn Leaf, they are seeing the dinosaur being chunked
Glacial
down.
Charge.
They're going to look for their way in. The Glacial Charge does cut off Moros. He's in there by himself now, and it is Soul Reaper, I think, who blinked into the action as well to find an elimination. He goes into the backline and takes down Jay. The Primordial Fangtooth does go the way of the Leftovers, though. They have the Blaze, but not for long, though, as it is Bartledew who takes himself back to spawn. Bone Druid, though, had the fight of his life. Can he have it once again? He does take down one member. It's 2 for 2. Now 3 going the way of Autumn Leaf. It's Bone Druid who evens the odds here, Doc. He is on a tear. The Heresy is now activated, but Nebula has returned back from the base. He's looking for one more, and there he is. He finds it. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is a mad dash to the end here in the PCCX.
That was absolutely crazy. I have no idea how Morose survived as long as he did, other than potentially the Salvation Shield. But Mercy, again, with the Glacial Charge, the Aurora Diff, it just separated the fight a little bit, forcing that blink from Soul Reaper to go help Morose to get into that pit to do something. Otherwise, they would sit outside of that wall and just wait and just kind of, passively let things happen. So I guess good recognition there, but it was a 4-for-4 trade. However, the benefit does go the way of Leftovers because they now have that third Fang of the game online. So that's 8% bonus damage and 8% bonus to all resistances. So they are just passively a lot stronger. And this Jay, yes, Jay has been getting focused in these fights as he should be, but Jay just has to hit you twice. Again, 2 or 3 times with 2 rad round shots, and most of the heroes on the side of Autumn Leaf are going to be dying. So this is still very much in the favor of Leftovers. Yes, the scoreboard says 16-9, but the map control, the objective control, it is all in favor of Leftovers currently. Map control as well. They have a lot of wards on the board compared to all the yellow wards, which I only see 1 right now. So the teams are going to start posturing for this Orb Prime, and this could very well be the end of the game here, whichever way this Orb Prime goes.
Yeah, Doc, I mean, this, ladies and gentlemen, is on the edge of your seat. All of our viewers, this is, keep your eyes peeled. Do not go to the bathroom. Do not get your snacks, because this is going to be the make or break point of this matchup. Neither team wants to be the one to give up an early kill or an assassination. They want to take this one 5-5. Doc, I am so ready to call this match. This is going to be an epic fight here in the Prime Pit.
Yeah, Mercy, you can see Mercy hugging these tight angles. What he's trying to do is he's trying to get a Glacial Charge onto one hero, catch them out, go fishing, pull one, lock them away from the rest of their team, knock them out, eliminate them with the help of Bartledew and Jay. And then that is kind of the opening that they're going to be looking for. So Mercy just kind of hugging those corners, doing that. But again, even if they go into short trading mode, they have Bartledew on the side of Leftovers. So Bartledew is just going to heal them up. He's at the point now where he can just heal nonstop for the entire game without losing any mana. So Leftovers are in a very good spot right now, and it's really their game to lose. It's going to require a really strong team fight, a big fly trap from Autumn Leaf, as well as Morose being able to somehow get on top of Jay like he did in that Fangtooth fight.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, what the teams are trying to do is maintain the wave state. So they want the waves pushing into the enemy team so that it forces the other team to show their hand. They have to go deal with those creeps, or the creeps are going to chunk down your base. They want to win the game too. And so now that's what they were doing. And they create the space there, Doc.
Yeah, Nebula just showed, the Countess showed... Sorry, to answer that left lane. As a result, that was the go button for Leftovers. As soon as Nebula showed to answer that duo lane wave that was pushing into their base, they went.
And there it is, and now they're going, and it's Jay chunking down the Rhino. There was nothing Mo Rose could do. It's Nebula now who's looking into the backline, finds the Bartle-Do. That's got to be the priority target. But Bondruid, he has made his way to the opposing backline, and he is just hacking away. That mace doing so much damage, and it's another ace here for the side of the Leftovers. They're going to be marching their way all the way down mid lane, and I think this game is done.
Yeah, that was a great call out by you in terms of the wave state. As you can see, the creeps over in that duo lane are pushing. They have a nice big blue wave. As soon as that wave was pushing toward the inhibitor, Nivula showed on the Countess, and that was the go button. The go button said go. Leftovers started the Orb Prime, and by the time anybody was able to contest it from the side of Autumn Leaf, the objective was just, it was gone. It was dead. Yeah, they got Bartle-Do. Yeah, they got Jay, but they don't care because Bondruid got to do Bondruid things. He got kill after kill after kill after takedown, and just evaporated the squishies. Faye got eliminated. Gwussy was just melted. Like, there was no chance as soon as Bondruid got that first proc of the passive heresy. So they weathered the storm of having an early game Narbash, and it paid huge dividends for them. And as we talked about before we headed into this game, Mercy on the Aurora, game playmaker. He made things happen. It was not a Bry show. That was a Mercy show. His glacial charges were supreme.
Absolutely. And it was that fly trap that they weathered right from the early onset before they had their crests online. It seemed like Autumn Leaf was having control of the game. But as the game wore on, and as you mentioned, Doc, Bondruid on that Seraph needed to come online, and they did in the crucial moments to just fly around the map and just do an incredible amount of damage in those team fights around the pit. They were able to get that prime and then run it all the way home. So well done there for the side. Autumn Leaf, they go down to 1-1. We do have the Leftovers moving to 2-0. They will be playing another 2-0 team here in our Swiss stage. That'll be the final match of the Swiss stage. But you can think that the Leftovers have probably secured their spot into the quarterfinals with that performance. They are looking red hot here in PCCX.
Yeah, the Leftovers are looking great. I mean, with a substitute jungle, nonetheless, I think that's the part that's really surprising and really impressive. Is Mercy's not even their starting jungler. He is a guy who's just playing for them, off the bench. But as we talked about, he's the playmaker, and he's going to be. If you're a team going up against them, you need to be looking at how do I shut the playmaker down and either force Bry to become a playmaker or just. I don't know. Mercy is the problem. So if your team going up against him, you got to look at him, to be honest.
Okay, so teams still have one more match to secure their spot in the quarterfinals. Folks, Doc and I will be back on the B stream for yet another match of Predecessor. We cannot wait, but for now, we'll send it back to Delio and the desk.
Thank you very much there, Dr. Phil. Can't wait to catch your next episode on CBS. Welcome back, everyone, to the post-wrap desk. Autumn Leaf. Should have checked the calendar, man. It's winter, and they just got raked up. Leftovers gobble up the competition after a very intense match. Lance, Bengal, what happened?
I mean, Mercy's standing on his head out there. The Aurora pick looks great. They played it straight to their liking, straight to what was favorable for them. It felt like it was going well early. Bondruid gets the first blood very early, and it also gets traded back, which gets the Countess a passive stack. Wasn't enough to really snowball Nivula into the mid to late portions of the game. Had good jungle control, good objective control, and they play the style of their game, but really, that game was very close. That could have tilted either direction towards the end of it. Comes down to just one or two team fights at the end. Congratulations to Leftovers for making the quarterfinals. Mac, you're muted.
Not charades again. All right, Bang.
I'm back. I'm here.
All right. What you got?
But Leftovers played their game. They went down a little bit early. Narbash scaled. They scaled as a team comp. Bartle-Do on that Narbash is something disgusting. And one thing that I really want to point out, Mercy played a great game, but Bondruid in the end game did some amazing stuff. If you watch those team fights, Neft was taken out, or the Neft was taken out. He was being focused. Could not be a member of the team fight because he has a Seraph diving him, and that backline is not able to do anything. So Bondrude is the unsung hero of that game in those final team fights, in my opinion.
Incredibly impressive showing from both teams. That bloodbath that only left one survivor on each side, I think it was around like the 24-minute mark or something. I was sitting at the edge of my seat, and I'm sure the audience was too. Unfortunately, it does mean that Autumn Leafs got a bit more work cut out for them in the future in order to make sure that they get a second chance to take down the opposition. What do you guys think would be the piece of advice we've got to give them to make sure they can carry on strong in the future?
Stick to what's working for you. Autumn Leaf knows they've got really good players. A lot of people going into this weren't just predicting Autumn Leaf to make it through Swiss easily. A lot of people are saying Autumn Leaf is the best team in this tournament. You know, it's a best of one, so it can go any way, but don't lose that confidence. You've got amazing gamers on your team. Keep that chin up. Keep that attitude the right way. All of these guys are esports veterans. They've lost games in the past. This isn't going to be enough to shake them. It's not going to be the last we see of Autumn Leaf.
Yeah, with Autumn Leaf, very talented team, very talented roster. I think the thing that really comes down to it is, in terms of the jungle gameplay, I think they really need to focus on the winning lane and really push that through that, because you know the duo lane is stacked, the mid lane is stacked, and Soul tends to really pop off if you play through the mid lane, get the T1 down and allow him to rotate. And we didn't really get to see Soul get to rotate a whole lot this game. So I would love to be able to see them really start to kind of get some pressure in that mid lane, so that way when Soul is on those champs like Gideon, like Faye, like those game breaking ultimates, and get those freely open around the map, so that way a Seraph can't just free farm, or their duo lane can't just free farm, and it's just like a second jungler.
Hopefully they'll heed those wise words in the future. Like we said, they're crackdown competitors. They've been in this position before. I'm sure if they find the resolve, the grit, they can too rise above. We're going to be moving on, though, that being said, to our next Swiss game right after a short break. So don't you dare go anywhere. Maybe check out the B stream, but either way, grab a beverage, grab a snack. We'll be right back with more PCCX action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PCCX, where we look to find successor to Predecessor glory. Once again, A-stream action at you. Make sure to check out the B-stream too. Portuguese translation provided by our friend Lacatitas. Muito obrigado. Choice plays. Almighty eye in the sky. Muchas gracias. Brother Bears here with me at the desk. The bearded crew, Lance and Bengal Mac. Guys, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling armed and dangerous. I'm also feeling a little perplexed. I have to say, I did not expect MTG to be where they are at right now. They just defeated Professors in round 2. I didn't pick them to beat Enlightened. I definitely wouldn't have picked them to beat Professors. I am wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm going to be wrong in the future as well. This is going to be an interesting match. The winner of this gets the easiest quarterfinal match where they'll take the 4th out of qualifying team, which is Rogue, but both these teams have already locked up their quarterfinals spot.
Definitely quotations around easiest because at this stage, nothing is going to come easy. You got to fight for everything that you want. So if you want a chance at that prize pool, a chance at a PCC glory, you gotta claw and scratch at everything that you can get.
Absolutely, and I'm just curious with these bracket shakeups to take a look at what we got going on here. I mean, these are the 2-2-0 teams. Gap are gapping everyone. Leftovers, just gotta hope that they have some fuel left over in the tank to continue to go up against a roided MTG. I mean, once again, I just gotta ask you guys, anything standing out to you aside from our 2 top dogs?
I mean, I think that it kind of compounds with that, because the thing that surprises me is seeing Autumn Leaf at 1-1. I didn't expect them to lose that game against Leftovers. A lot of people thinking that they are, one of the best teams. Same with Professors as well. Yes, they've had some roster shakeups. It's not who we just saw win PCC 9, but still a time-tested team in Professors. Autumn Leaf, all of the well-known gamers and everything, they're fighting for their lives. They lose one more game, they're out of PCCX. They're out of the shot at the $10,000 prize pool.
Yeah, as far as my personal opinions, I had Leftovers near the top as well as Autumn Leaf. Mind the Gap kind of is hushing everybody. I mean, they hopped in that hyperbolic chamber and they trained super hard during that off time between the last time we saw them, and they're putting the haters to bed. I mean, they're showing up, they're performing, they're doing some wacky things, and they're doing some traditional things. So they're playing at both styles, and they're winning their games as a result. So I mean, I'm excited to see kind of what they keep doing. What they do in Game 3 that we're going to see.
I'm personally excited to see the P's and B's we got going into here. I mean, we've seen the tricks, the bag of tricks that both of these teams have pulled to get to where they are now. And now the question just becomes, okay, can they repeat that history? MTG, on paper, a less threatening opponent than our friends on Leaf. But that being said, they're here. They're at the top. They are the ones that everyone's got to respect and bow down to. What are we going to be seeing here other than the usual bands, Seraph and a Yin, taking off?
Yeah, so this is what you expect, and I'm carefully watching the draft of MTG here. Both of the games they've played so far today, they put Flick on a supportive-ish role. The first game that we had on our A stream, you saw him play the Muriel and even build the support crest. He played Steel in the last game, didn't go that support crest, but he does go 0-2-7 and was following Pinzo around, supporting him basically. We saw them first pick Skylar in our very first draft of the day. They do it again here. Iggy and Skor's going to be picked away from Pinzo, who he has played in the first 2 games of the day. Narbash picked up as well.
Yeah, Leftovers definitely prowling that Narbash for Bartle do. Like I said in the previous game, he's just a monster for it. So far, 2 relatively scaling champs. So they're Iggy late game, those turrets be slamming, and Narbash late game he'd be healing. But we have on Mind the Gap side, in my personal opinion, the most annoying champ in the game. FaZe. Amount of times a kill in my grips has been ripped away from me is countless. And we got Gideon in the mid lane, so it's kind of a difficult matchup for Gideon and Iggy, or for Iggy, just because Gideon is able to kind of use 2 abilities and then kind of move on to the next. So it's just see how how Leftovers is going to be able to kind of manage those waves, that wave management in the mid lane.
Some flashes of deja vu here in terms of what MTG was trying to draft. They had that Iggy top lock to try to make sure that Pinzo Dinzo was feeling very comfortable, and now, this time, they're picking up what they actually had previously banned away, that Gideon like you touched on, gonna grant what could very well be their greatest key, their best hope, a really good matchup. And again, it's MTG maybe just trying to play through that mid lane. Chimera banned away here. Now the question is, what threat do MTG want to take off the table?
Yeah, and they definitely have some options. It's going to be the Drongo that they get rid of. Pretty good in to phase with the ability to kind of silence her out from those as well. I'm a little surprised to see Leftovers not maybe look towards that Muriel or something more supportive that Dr. Flick could be able to play. They did pick the steal away from him that he had played in the last game. You suspect that steal's going to have kind of an open time in lane to be able to farm himself up with the way that they're going. Gonna pick the Revenant up to try to be able to kind of 100-0 some of these people. But I am in favor of the MTG draft so far throughout this course.
Yeah, for Mind the Gap, if I'm the one drafting, but I'm also just a boosted diamond, I'm looking for someone with CC or lockdown like an Aurora. There's the Aurora. I was also thinking maybe a Zarus. And if they decide to go that spicy pick in that Muriel, it's a lot of dive potential to be able to combine with the Gideon and the Skylar being able to pump out a bunch of damage in a team fight. But we see that the Countess, I believe that Countess, I might be wrong, but I think that's going to be going into the off lane. I could be wrong. I've gone against Dr. Flick's Countess in the off lane, and it's something disgusting. So don't be surprised if you see that in the off lane and Aurora in the jungle. But I'm interested to see where that Countess goes, because that Dr. Flick off lane Countess, I've played against it. I've been destroyed by it, and it's something disgusting.
Crunch is gonna be the final lock-in there for left. Guys, MTG is what some people would say, the naysayers, out of their depth. They're going up against, again, what is, on paper, the stronger foe. Does their composition reflect that, or are they coming at it with some bluster and aggression?
I definitely think that there is some aggression in this. As I am just looking and analyzing these, I am curious what Leftovers is going to do about this Gideon. It has a great lane matchup into the Aegean Scorch. Probably going to be getting some extra help from both Nitro and from Dr. Flick with the jungler and the offlaner, both being able to come and take advantage of an Iggy pretty well. And then there's only one way to stop the black hole. It's only Thunk, and then you don't have any other way to really get to it unless you like flash a steal upward or take the portal from with steal as well. I think that this is a game that Pinzo might look like an all-star in.
In terms of the drafts, Leftovers has to understand that a lot of their team kind of has to scale. Revenant, once he gets those 2-3 items online, he's something fierce. Bart will do. Once he's able to kind of get those mana regen items and get some health, health percentage increase when he's healing, as well as Iggy be able to kind of, get those items online, whether they go Orb of Enlightenment or if they go an Outcome Rod, and be able to kind of stack. So can Leftovers kind of hold the line in the early stages of the game, so that way they can get to the late game and then just become that late game demon that we've seen in games prior?
It's the age-old question we have before us. It's 5 champs on each side, 2 great teams, both peerless, both undefeated. 5 words or less. Who wins? Why?
Gapped the whole Swiss stage. MTG.
Bangle.
Bartledew on Narbash is OP. I'm taking Leftovers.
I like it. All right, guys. Split the desk here. Let's see what lies on the battlefield to prove us right or wrong. E squared, Ego, and F6. Take it away.
Gamers, welcome in. We got a banger of a game coming up for you here in PCCX in the casting booth, rocking with you. You know who it is. It's your boy Ego, always rocking out, but never rocking alone. Next to me, I got the man, the myth, the multiplier, and E squared, if you will, F6. Are you ready to get into some games?
Yes, sir. I am ready. I'm ready to go, man. And I do have one question before we get into it here, Ego. What do you get when you have 2 underdogs versus each other, buddy?
I don't know, man. Give me the answer.
An absolute banger. And that's what we're going to have here today for this last part of the Swiss stage. These teams are fighting to get to that number 1 seed to give them an advantage to go towards these quarterfinals. And these two teams have been playing their hearts out, and this is that match to set the tone.
I couldn't agree anymore, man. We have two underdogs here who have both made it to the top, and I'm not talking about the lane. This is going to be something, not something. This is going to be the deciding factor and who is going to get better seeding moving in to the top 8, to the finals that are going to be coming tomorrow. With that being said, though, they have to take it one step at a time and take care of the business on the battlefield.
Couldn't agree with you more. One step at a time, one game at a time, and they've been showing us. We've seen a little bit of some anarchy against the traditional way to play this game. Predecessor from MTG earlier on in round 1, and they are known, especially with Dr. Flick, to kind of just do some weird things, but it's panning out for them. The practice, the scrims, everything has been working towards this moment, and you're seeing it being played out here, and both of these teams have been showing up and know that they're ready to go.
I'm very interested in what we're going to be getting out of this mid lane, man. As we saw coming out of the Lance on the desk, straight to the point as always. I'm kind of expecting Pinzo to play like an all-star here. That Gideon kid is going to be conducive to him being able to set his team up for success. But Brian, everything that Iggy and Scorch brings, good objective burn, some solid team fight, especially if you're able to lock down the space ahead of time, is going to be solid. So I'm looking at this mid lane to see if maybe one of them is going to set the pace.
And so far, it looks like Pinto's trying to set that pace. Bry falling for that trap, trying to get that ward down over towards that red side. But as you can see, the Countess just kind of walks around it, looking to invade this blue, but she does need to be careful. It is warded up, so the vision and the information is there, and they do know about it.
She is going to be indeed showing on the map here, as we're going to see Dr. Flick also showing a little bit of aggression and lane dominance, able to now shove that lane in underneath the T1 tower. Crunch here, going to want to be getting a couple abilities online to be trading into his solo lane matchup. That being said, do you think there's any matchups in European F6 that are going to be vital, they're going to be crucial to this game?
It's going to have to be with that Skylar versus the Revenant. Both of these characters just do a lot of single target damage. The Rev, we know that 4-shot comes in and it hurts. But with Skylar, when she has that beam out, she just shreds you down. So when it comes to that match, especially when Rev uses his ultimate there, gets you in that nether realm to force you on that 1v1, it's going to come down to skill, because both of these high DPS characters are going to be able to play through it.
And here at Pccx, I am not afraid to say it. We have the most skilled players in Predecessor. Everyone is looking to be at the top of the mountain, but not everyone is going to be able to survive the climb. A little bit of a slow start here, as we've seen neither team striking quite yet, but I expect to see that changing sometime soon.
Sometime soon, we see Nitro coming in for the gank here, forces a blink on a J.
Arbadu is going to be looking for the body block, but it will be a blink for blink, as Nitro naturally is going to be looking to turn up the gas. Revenant is also very low, now also very dead, as the Countess is going to strike first.
You can see the confidence there out of Chicken. He tried to get in with a blink to get that first blood, but Nitro was able to pick it up, so he did not be able to use the advantage. So blink down on Chicken, not worth in my opinion, but they do pick up that first blood, setting the tone, letting them know they are here and they are trying to get themselves to be that number 1.
Yes, indeed, and Countess is going to be able to get rolling. Hey, every mountain started at some point as a molehill. A little bit of advantage here, but we may be seeing them looking to turn it up, as Glacial Charge is going to cut off the engagement. A Bull Rush, though, is going to be able to create some solid space, as that Boreal Blast is going to make Mercy's health go oh so very low, but he still has a little HP, and that's all that matters as we get a skirmish in the mid lane.
What we're seeing right now is a complete confidence in MTG. You can see that 2-0 wavering and great rotation from Dr. Flick. Use the blink there to get out of a situation he doesn't want to fight with Bondra, but they're able to capitalize on getting that pressure in mid. Right now, Mercy is not keeping up with the counter. She's been able to get an invade off. She's been able to get a kill, and now pressuring out Mercy inside that mid lane, forcing him back to be able to capitalize just a little bit faster on getting to the next camp.
It does feel like Mind the Gap has kind of set the tone earlier, as you said, and Countess, in no small matter, has been a big part of that. Coming over onto the other side, though, we haven't really seen them stand down. It's in now the duel lane. We're going to see Mercy maybe looking to make his team stand up. It's going to be a bull rush into a missed slam that is going to give the duo all the space they need to be able to reset.
Those are one of the great things about FaZe, right? Just to be able to have that little bit of security, knowing that if you are a little bit too far pressed up, that your FaZe can be able to pull you back in line, pull you back to where you can be a little bit more safe into that aspect. Over on that side, Bartle and Jay didn't feel confident pressuring that gank, even though these two players are very aggressive naturally. We've known Jay and Bartle just to be just that, oh, hey, I see you, we're going to go in. And they just kind of didn't take that objective. But now, talking about objectives, the Fang 2 is already at 2K. Mercy's looking, might not be able to contest here.
Dude, Mercy's looking, but the Aurora Glacial Charge is going to tell him to just close his eyes. They're trying to take this bad boy in private, which they will. It's going to be 1-to-1 on objectives and kills, as now Mind the Gap has extended the gap in their lead.
They have indeed, but one thing they did give up is some XP and farm. When it goes over to that off lane, you can see now Crunch is level 6, and that's a dangerous thing for an off laner. Once Crunch hits level 6, everything starts to become empowered, and the combos, the iterations that he can form up inside that lane goes crazy. So Flick needs to be a little bit careful. He does have a lot of counters towards this Crunch, especially with the Cryosism, being able to just kind of thwart Crunch from being able to be too aggressive in that lane. So we're going to have to see how that plays out here once he gets back into this lane after getting some economy shift towards his items.
And I do have to acknowledge and furthermore agree with what you just said here about the Crunch. The moment he hits level 6, not only are his abilities going to be empowered, he's going to be able to power up some of these team fights by just locking somebody down or literally sending them back to base if he catches someone maybe overextended or isolated in some of these fights. But much like we've seen Aurora getting involved, I do want to see him maybe start making some of these rotations. And to be honest, at 6, I'm kind of anticipating we may see some of that soon.
Dr. Flick is one of those kind of players that we've seen him, we know his name, very, like we talked about earlier, not traditional, but he's been into these tournaments. He's been a lot of factors into it. And as we see the Cryosum here pop off, and Crunch is going to be absolutely torn apart as these low HP, but look at this gank here, you go.
The cavalry has arrived. It's going to be Mercy and Brian once again, though. Glacial Charge is going to be able to buy a fair amount of space. A little bit of CC coming off the back end, but with Enzo, it may be enough to be able to turn the tides of this fight. It's going to be a disengage coming out of 2. And we're going to see a lot of utility used, but no one's going to fall.
Oh man, still 1-0 throughout all of this. 8 minutes and we've seen fights everywhere. We've seen the aggression out of both teams and just still 1 kill. As you can see, the level of competition into this PCCX going forth is just insane. But I do want to highlight Bry here. We talked about him a little bit often, especially throughout the stages of this year. He's a new upcoming player, gained a lot of respect throughout his time playing, often considered one of the best mid laners going forward, competing with Seismic, obviously, even though he's retired multiple times, just to be able to get himself in there. So I want to see how he does against Pinzo, because he's also an underdog going into this.
I have to agree with you there, man. And much like Mind the Gap's logo, Bryce stocks are up. He has proved time and time again that he is not only a very capable, but he is a mid laner who can thrive within the highly competitive setting that is the PCC. Now, all he needs is a title under his belt to cement himself as not just a solid pick, but one of the greatest mid laners. And where better to do it than PCCX, the big one where everything is on the line.
Everything is indeed. We do see, though, over onto this right side of the map, Mini Orb Prime is being taken by Leftovers as they're able to pick that up to be able to at least trade the neutral objectives. A little bit more gold worth on the Mini Orb Prime side, but not the longevity, as you are looking to fight for that 3 Fang Tooth lead. As we see Mercy here going for that 2 camp invade, trying to possibly get something out, but look at this dual lane here as a trap J between a rock and a hard place.
Arbadu on to the back end, though, is going to be able to turn on the heels and turn the tide of the team fight. Jay here maybe looking to get a little bit feisty, is going to be able to group up with another 2 members of his team, as on 4th is going to be looking to make a rotation. But with the fight now looking like it's just going to be a disengagement, we're going to see Steel making his way to the mid.
And he was able to at least pressure out that side. And you also see Bondrewd also being able to pressure out the camp. So when it comes to counters, she's not able to get a lot of farm onto her red side, but also Dr. Flick needs to be careful here against this. And man, one uppercut, one little clean hit is going to be good enough.
Oh my god, he is so very low. Bondrewd is going to be forced to do the Michael Jackson. He's moonwalking to his team. Mercy, though, with the engage on a bull rush. He is going to find purchase onto Nitro. Big ulti. It's going to come down onto the backline now. It's Dr. Flick. It's going to be forced to watch as Countess is going to have to count her days. A blinking response. It's going to buy her space and buy her time and ultimately buy her life, as she will not fall.
How do you get out of that? What a peel and a rotation coming out of Mercy there to be able to provide just enough space for Crunch to be able to get out of there. What an absolute wild ride we are in here for a treat as the second Fangtooth is coming on up. We've seen a lot of flashes burnt, and it looks like MTG is back again to be the first responders on the second Fangtooth.
They have just complete control of the pit. We are going to see leftovers maybe looking to respond, possibly in post, as it is going to be Crunch still as well as Revenant making the rotation over, but there's no way they're going to be able to take out this objective. Nitro, though, stuck between a rock and a hard place, is going to ultimately fall as the leftovers are going to get on the board, and Jay picks up the kill.
1-1, 11 minutes in. Man, oh man, I am still just dumbfounded about how these teams are just still not being able to secure a lot of these kills. The competitive nature is there, but with this Meteor Prime, they're looking to push down this mid lane, but Dr. Flip and Pinzo have something else to say about it.
Rope's black hole into a rotation here coming from Mr. Flick is not going to find them a kill or really any kill potential, but it will be able to save this mid tower, which has just dropped to that about 50% threshold, definitely the lowest one on the map. I'm expecting maybe to see a little bit of priority put back into this mid lane to get this tier 1 knocked down and open up the map.
100% cannot agree with you more. Once that mid lane tower is down, it opens up the map tremendously, allows for the team with that thing down to be able to get deeper vision towards the enemy team, allows for them to make deeper rotations throughout the enemy side of the map. So it's a huge benefit towards that team that's going to be able to take that down. But one thing we haven't really really had a conversation about just quite yet is the team fight capabilities here. Leftovers, they have such a great objective fight. They're able to control that pit really well with their comp, and they also have that Revenant to really take that jungler out of the way when it comes to these late game objectives to secure that with the hunt. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out, because if they group up as 5, be able to get the first initiation on those objectives into the later game, I think they are going to be the ones that come out on top.
And we are going to see Thunk into a pullback there within the duo lane, as now I'm going to double back and address your statement there, Rev6. I couldn't just agree with you anymore. I think you're 100% correct. There's so many obstacles you have to jump over in order to be able to really lock down the space on the objective if it is contested here, as Bondrewd is going to drop a little bit of damage into the Aurora, put her on alert of what could happen if she doesn't continue to play this solo lane oh so very carefully. It does feel like, though, within this game, both teams F6 have been just incredibly cautious.
It seems like they have been cautious, but they actually have been just pretty aggressive, right? The peel and like the teamwork that are coming out of both of these teams is insane. We've seen a lot of times where kills should have been made, but we're not, just because of the rotations that happen, and a lot of saves and positionings have been a real key factor in all that happening.
Now we're going to see this Countess getting aggressed upon, but with Pinzo onto the backline, we might see a big engagement here. It is going to be that torn space for Pinzo in order to create a little bit of space for himself. What a big ulti coming out of Steel, and some aggression coming out of the phase is going to be pointed onto the Steel. Now Barbadu playing the space onto the backside will help Jay get that kill onto Chicken. Jay now maybe looking to push up into Pinzo, playing the space within the jungle, will not, as ultimately it's just going to be 2 clean kills that are going to go in favor of the leftovers.
That's why you hire Mercy, right? We talked about there's a lot of times where Mercy is like, they're like, ah, man, he's not that great of a jungler. Oh, he's a great jungler. But the big thing about what makes him such a good jungler, in my opinion, is his aggressiveness. He is not scared to take the fight to you. If he says, I'm going in, and his team is behind him, 90% of the time, they're able to come out on top. The man is so aggressive and so confident. It's such a refreshing feeling for a jungler. It just makes any team he's on so great when it comes to those team fight if they're able to follow up behind him.
When you're confident in your team being able to play front to back, you know that Mercy's going to engage, and he's going to be able to either peel for you if someone looks to engage on you onto the backside, or he's going to just demand all of the attention of the enemy team's backline. As a backliner, it's just going to make your job so much easier. Revenant is free casting an also very powerful spell. It's called Bullet, and as you addressed earlier, it absolutely shreds, especially when he's able to do it continuously throughout some of these longer engagements where he has a Narbatch to be able to heal him up. That being said, though, Chicken and Pyrex are going to be able to bite back within their own lane, taking down their tier 1.
And now this entire Fate 2 side of the map is opened up, but let's turn our attention towards this mini Prime Pit. Nobody wanted to contest there. Countess was on the opposite side of the map. This also gives Bonjour a second mini Prime. We already talked about this inside the Last Chance qualifier. The changes made towards the Aura Prime buff there, being able to have that enhanced recall allows for him to push up. You see him look for invades here. You see him looking for opportunities because he has such a fast recall to get himself back towards lane. It's incredible to have it.
It is incredible to have it, and it can change the dynamic of some of these fights, especially if often you get a little bit of a power spike. That being said, though, we are now going to see the leftovers for the very first time in what seems like forever, being able to lock down the Fangtooth Pit for themselves.
And this is the third Fangtooth, ladies and gentlemen. This is all or nothing. You get this, you get that permanent buff up. No, it looks like leftovers. We're finally able to catch it, but the fight is not done yet.
Dr. Flick on the back end is going to be able to land that crowd system. Mache is going to be able to land the bullets. Iggy, though, is going to be looking for a little bit of the smoke. Naturally, that boy has the fire underneath him. We are going to see Skylar getting knocked up to the sky, but a little bit higher than she anticipated. She is sent to Heaven's Gates as now it's going to be the Captain Crunch. And no, I'm not talking about the cereal folding chicken like the laundry. My lord, we got a 1-4 trade that extends the kill lead for the leftovers.
What a fight there, Ego. Leftovers, like you said, took control of that pit. Finally, we talked a little bit about it earlier on that they have such a good pit fight, and they were able to take advantage of that, secure it, and then afterwards still be able to clean up MTG just like that. What an exceptional fight. Big job on Bonjour there. The Iggy Turks doing insane damage, but let's not forget about Bonjour and that Narbash going insane with the heals, keeping his team topped up, and just exceptional play overall coming out of leftovers here, 17 minutes in.
You know, the desk said it. You said it. I think there's nothing left to really be said about it. That is exactly what the leftovers are capable of if they get to the pit first. They were able to lock down the space, lock down the objective, and then lock out the enemy team from even being able to escape showing face. As now here within the solo lane, we're going to have a little bit of scrap. It's a 2v1 as it is going to be the Crunch, which is absolutely melting through the health bar of Dr. Flick. The rotation may come in time as Brian is going to be able to get a lockdown kill. Finally, the Crunch is going to be sent to the scrapyard, but it may not be enough as Dr. Flip and Pins are going to have to use all their utility, all their mobility to get away, and what ultimately is going to be a 1-to-1 trade in the solo lane.
There's it comes out 1v1 though. We're talking about Revenant taking it to Skylar. GA picks up the single dingle. But what a fight we saw from Crunch over inside that offlane. Bonjour saying, hey, 3v1, 2v, I don't care what it is. Somebody's catching these hands, and a great rotation, at least pick up another kill for it. But if they did not have Pinzo there, I think he would have took that 2v1 fight and come out on top.
I definitely think he would have taken that 2v1 and come out on top as everything is looking leftovers right now. Revenant within his duo lane, not Revenant, Jay is going to be able to get the kill and then deliver the opposition and L there as they are just going to start extending this lead. And that's what the best teams do. If you give them anything, they're going to take it and run with it. And that is exactly what we have seen after leftovers.
what you want to do, man. You couldn't have said it any better than their ego. I mean, casting with you forever, and this is probably the top 10 things you ever said, and I couldn't agree with you more. But man, they still have a lot of time here left in this game. I know we've casted together like we just said, but I tell you all the time, 20 minutes in, this is when the objectives start to get really big. This is when they start to become really important. And if any team is able to get that, it changes the tide of the game. If you're losing, it gives you an opportunity to catch up and start to get back on even footing. If you're winning, it gives you that chance to close this game out. So anything could happen in this game once that clock hits 20 minutes.
This is the most exciting part. This is why we enjoy Predecessor. This is why we enjoy esports. Anything can happen at this phase of the game. Yes, Leftovers have been able to develop a lead, but mind the gap with those objectives they were able to lock down earlier definitely has the opportunity to be able to crawl back in. That's going to be something they have to do because as we've seen, the Leftovers aren't really leaving a lot for them to be able to easily pick up. As now, we're going to see Bondrude here once again looking to pick up a kill. Brother, the laning phase ended a few minutes ago, but he is still headhunting the Aurora.
I mean, just don't let up. You can't let up in this position. You have the lead. And you said this time and time again. That is what you don't want to do, is you don't want to make mistakes, right? Because the best teams capitalize on those mistakes and turn it into an advantage. So he's making sure he keeps that pressure against this Aurora, matching her rotations, matching what she's trying to do, make sure she's still there. But look at this rotation. Nitro, hello?
Oh my lord. Hey, that brother is probably going to be gone. Locked down and another kill that's going to go in favor of Jay. This is one of the spookiest things you could ever see, and we're well out of the Halloween season. Revenant is building a lead.
And that lazy back is going to have to cost them. Jungle is down. Rest of the Leftover is up. And this looks like a free prime going towards their side. And this is a huge advantage for them because now it's going to allow for them to start to push themselves into a siege here, give them that advantage. And with the Primordial Fangtooth coming up now, if they're able to get double buffed here, this might be a big defense that has to come out of MTG to stop them from closing this game out.
Mind the Gap isn't even going to start looking to crowd their way into that objective pit. Sending Crunch over ahead of time, knowing that they have that pit locked down. They're going to be able to use that enhanced recall speed to reset and now, as a group, just march their way towards that Primordial Fangtooth.
They're going to have to come out with the defense. Defense wins games. I know this is not football, but it's the same principle that is applied. But they're going to have to be able to control this pit. They're going to have to control with their vision here. They're not going to be able to step up too close towards Leftovers because they have such a lead already. They don't want to get caught out because the CC chain is unreal onto that side of the team. But Mercy taking his little sweep here, making sure there's nothing there for them to see. And they're going to be able to try and control themselves. As you can see, the lane is set up. Over into offlane, that lane is pushing towards the enemy core. MTG is going to have to answer that here within the next minute or so. And mid lane being pushed up and pressed within that dual lane is Crunch as well. So all they have right now for Leftover is time. As long as they play it, they should be good to go.
Bondrude going to be able to use some of his utility in the Crunch in order to create a little bit of space, but you can see coming off the right side, it's going to be Mercy probably doing. They're all looking for a fight. Hey, Mob, it's not a phase, but it is an engage. Mercy now looking for it onto the back and able to create a lot of space as Pinzo Dunzo does drop the ult. The Black Hole is going to be able to black out the lights on at least one member as we got a one-to-one trade onto the backside, though. It is going to be the last Pyrex who may very well be the last member because Chicken naturally needs books, and it is going to ultimately be an RGS ace here as the Leftovers leave no one left on the battlefield.
Oh, man, that mean uppercut. I saw that, Bondrude, but man, Mercy taking it. He knew he was going to be able to dive there, just going straight on in, say, hey, I got all the CC you need. I might die, but we will win. And that is a big factor as they push towards this left inhibitor, and the rest of Bondrude and Bri are going to be pushing towards that Primordial Fangtooth. Exceptional micros going on here as Leftovers are just taking this fight to MTG, making it known that they are going to be number one.
I'm gonna be honest here with you, M6. I'm not the most religious man you'll ever see, but in the face of that much damage, oh my god, dude, they didn't even have the Primordial Fangtooth, and they just melted through the opposition. Initially, it looked like a trade, but by the end, we could see it was a bad one. Like we said a little bit earlier, everything is looking Leftovers as they may be looking to walk down these towers.
I mean, they're walking down the towers, but they're also walking down Mind the Gap right now as they are not scared to take any of these fights. Mercy initiating, Bry and Jay in the backline doing the damage, and Bartledew just holding E, healing up, using the crash, bang, boom to create space around the fight, controlling that environment. And then you just have the crunch at anybody that wants to take the hands. And Mercy here following Benzo throughout, just letting him know he does not want to fight. And Jay picks up the kill with the big R.
Dude, just return to the keyboard here, leftovers, because the only thing they're really using is the W key. You got Steel, you got Crunch walking down the opposition. Their hands are up, and they're rated E for everybody at all of these altercations. Now, though, we're going to see Barbaloo, Bondrewd, and Jay moseying their way on over to the other inhibitor as another big ulti coming out of Mercy would have landed, but some carefully used utility is going to be able to avert some of the CC that would have came with it. It's going to be a reset for both sides as these inhibitors are starting to fall.
I mean, that left wave is crashing with that ride. They have all the minions here to do it now. Can they secure this win?
It looks like they might, as Chicken is going to get fried onto the backside. It's going to be the last Pyrex looking to maybe do something for his team, but in the face of Brian, in the face of Bondrewd, you're asking for mercy and not the opposition's player. It is going to be the members of Mind the Gap getting gapped. On to the backside, though, it's going to be a disengage of 4 as 3 do find themselves dead. It feels like we are going to see a walk-in of this core being taken as this game is going to go over in favor of the leftovers.
Leftovers, leaving nothing left on the table, coming out with a dominant performance here in round number 3 of Swiss, securing themselves the number 1 seed going throughout to play Rogue into our quarterfinals. Oh my goodness. Oh man, Bondrewd, good job. That's all I gotta say, because he took that game over and he was just able to just carry the rest of it all around as he was just a fearsome fighter. Nobody wanted to go 1-1 with him.
Dude, Bondrewd, Barbaloo, Jay, 10-1 on the Revenant stat line. This man's supposed to be a bounty hunter, but he could retire with all the lives he was taking. It was absolutely out of its mind. Insane, some would say, from what we saw on a team mechanical execution level in some of these team fights. Great job coming out of them. Great job to both of these teams ultimately, as they are both going to be able to make their way one step closer to claiming that PCCX title of champion. However, the momentum for it is going to be going heavily after that match in favor of the leftovers. That being said, we got more in store for you Predecessor fans, and I'm excited to get to it, but not as excited as I am to see what the desk has to say.
E squared, everyone, always talented behind the mic. Thank you very much there, Ego and F6. Guys, leftovers 8. And they left no crumbs. We got our Brazilian folks in the audience. This team, they're dining in for some fogo de chao. I'm talking all-you-can-eat steak. And they're still looking for dessert up against Rogue. Lance, Bangle, what just happened?
What just happened is the chip on the shoulder of these leftover players was eaten by them. Okay, listen, this is a fitting and appropriate name. Anybody that has been paying attention to the Predecessor esports scene, and like, they know after every PCC, there's a little bit of a breakup, there's a little bit of a shift. People move around. Listen, guys, Bry won PCC 9. He played incredibly well in mid. That entire tournament was massive in the finals as well. Gets dropped by professors and nobody wants him. Nobody picks up Bry. Okay? Jay gets dropped. Gwassi goes and plays with Neff, doesn't want to play with Jay anymore, so Jay's out here looking for a team, doesn't know where to go. They pick up Mercy in the last couple of days because I think Envenom was busy today. Nobody wanted to pick up Bartledew. Nobody wanted to pick up Bondrewd. These guys, actually leftovers, weren't going to be on teams. They decided to come together, band together, and look at them now, 3-0. They've got the best spot out of the Swiss. They're going to get Rogue, the 4th seed of the AQs that already made it straight to the quarterfinals. And honestly, it's just got to feel so good. These guys, if they don't stick together for the next event, won't be left over when the free agency spots happen again.
They absolutely crushed it. They came out, they played their style. I mean, when we were looking at the drafts, I mean, as long as they could hold the line for the first 15 minutes and not give Mind the Gap a lead early on, that they would take over the game and win. They sacrificed, if I remember the game correctly, they sacrificed the first two Fang Teeth so that way they could scale and just play their brand of game. And then once that third Fang Tooth happened, they were massive. They scaled. It was their time to take over. And then in the off lane, Bondrewd just did crunch things, just became an unstoppable force. I mean, look at the stat lines. I mean, Bartledew, 0-0-18 on the Narbash. Revenant, 10-1-5. Mercy, is just doing disgusting things. I mean, there was a disgusting, I believe he flashed 3-man ulted in the duo lane. It was disgusting. 0-2-10. I mean, everyone playing their part and doing the thing they needed to do. They did not panic. They did not stress out. They're like, have those first two Fang Teeth. That's fine. We're gonna play our brand. We're gonna scale, and they just took over the game from there. And their macro was perfect. They were on the right side of the map at all times. It was a complete game of Predecessor. If you're wanting to know how to get better and where to be and how to position, watch that game, watch Leftovers. That's how you need to play the game.
It really is crazy considering where they come from. The fact that, they're the kids left on the bench at kickball, right? They're the ones who are waiting for their turn on the swing set and just no one's giving it to them. And now they take their turn. We're not going to wait for you to hand us what's rightfully ours. I've been asking what the losing teams need to do to buck up, but now I gotta ask you guys, if you're up against this squad of absolute killers, how do you stay safe? What are the future opponents of Leftovers gonna have to do to stop this absolute hit squad?
Well, I think it's studying what they've done well throughout the draft so far and throughout the game so far. They've got a little bit of an advantage because they did just watch them in competition for 3 games as they were sitting back. You know that Rogue is in their Discord. They're in Rogue's Alley. They're analyzing these games. They're paying attention to the Ometa City pages of not just the people that they are going to play in the quarterfinals, but all of the teams, because you don't know who you're going to get after their first quarterfinal matchup if you're able to make it out in the semifinals. So it's about preparation. It's about knowledge. These guys have all scrimmed against each other plenty. They are familiar-ish with each other, but you got to find who's got the smallest hero pool, and you got to attack it, in my opinion.
When it comes to Leftovers, they like their scaling champs. I mean, we saw it. We saw in last PCC, Bartledew was on Narbash almost every single game. Jay, he likes to play the Revenant. He likes to play those ADCs that once they get to kind of 2-3 items, they start to take over. And Bry, I mean, we saw the Bellica game. Bellica doesn't become that one-shot character until later on. We saw the Iggy character. So if you play into the scaling champs, you need something to kind of be able to put that pressure in those lanes and really get yourself a lead ahead. We saw the Countess jungle, but we didn't really get to see that gank pressure that Countess could have in those lanes, and we didn't get to see the Revenant. I mean, we saw Revenant get punished early, but that was the only time we really saw it get punished. Iggy kind of got to free farm and never really got any pressure put on a Bry. Kind of got to do Bry things. So if you're gonna play into the team comp, you need something that's gonna build you a lead early, and you need a team comp that's gonna be able to sustain that late game scaling. And be able to kind of win that game in 20 minutes or less. So you just need something to be able to punish Leftovers for wanting to go those scaling comps.
You need to speedrun it. You're absolutely correct. And we did see, you touched on it, the fact that we had that early kill, right? That first blood goes in favor of MTG. The game pace slows down. And they don't seem to really be eager to pick up it. And at that point, once you let your foot off the gas pedal, you take your hands off the steering wheel, you're out of control. You're spinning out on the freeway, and unfortunately, they crash right into the guardrails. That's okay. Those rails are out there for a reason. You're still going up into that main stage, but up against even worse timing, and that's a even worse situation for them. Any words of advice for our friends challenging those big dogs up top?
Good luck. I don't want to make a prediction.
Come on, man.
0 for 3. I am 0 for 3 today on
You
predictions, so I will not curse either of these teams by picking them. But I must say EWT is a terrifying team. We haven't seen them since PCC 6. They won PC 6 in pretty deciding fashion. They've got a lot of predecessor knowledge on their roster. You got Import, you've got Ray, you've got 3-time PCC champion Pablo on your team. Like, there's just so much knowledge and depth of an understanding of what can do. And we saw a little bit of that off meta playing like a supporty kind of offlaner with Dr. Flick moving over to try to facilitate Benzo. That is not going to work as effectively into people that understand the game at the depth of Import. Import's going to know that at some point you have to move from mid lane over to off lane to catch that wave, because you can't afford to lose one of your towers at like the 6-7 minute mark, because then the other offlaner can just move as well. And Import and the Snoop and whoever else on EWT will probably try to make an aggressive move into whatever side of the jungle it is that Flick and Benzo are moving through, potentially catch them. And if you catch them and shut them down early, it's very, very difficult to play that style of it. But we do know that MTG has practiced it a whole lot. I don't know how much EWT has practiced a defense against it. And I actually think that quarterfinal is going to be kind of interesting, although a lot of people are going to expect EWT to walk them.
Mind the gap, and I don't like calling people out. I don't like calling certain things out. But I'm gonna call out this player because I want to challenge this player because I've seen them go demon mode in games. Nitro, I need you to show up, man. You're playing these really snowbally champs, and I'm not seeing enough out of you. You're playing the Countess. You're playing these champs, and I need you to step up. That everyone looks. They see the names. They see they see Pinzo. They see Chicken, and you see Dr. Flick. But the name that I see that feels like it almost vanishes is Nitro. Nitro is an absolute demon in the game, and someone you should fear, and someone you should be scared of. And I feel like he needs to take over games the way that he can. I know that Mind the Gap likes to do some kind of goofy, quirky things. I know Dr. Flick likes to play his kind of his own brand, but I'm telling you, if Nitro comes out to play and comes out and does the things that not only Nitro could do, they really can propel this team over the top. Nitro, if you're hearing me, man, outside of custom games, keep playing the game. We need you. They need you. Your team needs you. Go up, show out, and then if you show out and play, I mean, upsets happen all the time. I mean, when you go into even worse timing, I mean, the phrase always is, what's the scariest thing in the world? And that's somebody with nothing to lose. And when you go into even worse timing, you have nothing to lose, because everyone is saying even worse timing is going to win. Even worse timing is going to dominate you. Guess what? Go out, do what you do, play your brand of game. You have nothing to lose. Go out and play your hearts out, play the best you can, and have fun. And remember, at the end of the day, this is a video game. And so they have all the pressure on them. Go out, have fun, play your brand of game, step up, and be the difference maker on your team.
An impassioned plea there from Big Bangle Mac. Nitro, you're missing. We can't find you. Where are you? Rise up and try to hopefully get the team back in high spirits. Guys, the last question I have for you before we cut it to a quick break is, mentally can be just as important as far as what you're doing on the controller and the keys, and what's also going on inside of here. As far as the mental games, what's going on with the gymnastics inside the players' minds of MTG? You're moving on. You're safe already, but it's sometimes about how the day ends as well that can really impact that taste in your mouth at the end of the day. How do you think our MTG boys are feeling after day one?
So, day one's not over for them. They got to play their quarterfinal matchup today as well. But nobody except for them, probably expected them to be where they are at right now. I actually think the mentals have to be very high. I know that Mac was just asking where Nitro was at. In the first two games, Nitro played super well. So I don't know if it was just like a kind of a one game, got a little bit behind. Countess is kind of hard to play from behind sort of situation for Nitro in that last game. But I think overall they're feeling really good. I think that they knew that they drafted well in that last game. If they could have gotten the Skylar out of lane, they really could have turned that game a different direction. I think that the mentals got to be feeling good. Like, listen, they beat both Enlightened and Profs. That is two star-studded teams. Profs actually in a fight for their lives on our B stream right now. So sorry if I'm like kind of distracted looking over at it, because I've got a lot of interest in the players on both of those teams right now, and it's very tight, and the loser is eliminated. But I think that the mentals have to be in a great spot, and for leftovers, it's sky high. But you got to you have to be careful not to get too confident and to make mistakes and to not play your own style and what has been working for you. Don't get too greedy. Don't pull out something that is like a little too cheesy or a little too cheeky. But I expect Leftovers and MTG to both be riding this high into their quarterfinals and feel confident going into them.
So in terms of the two teams' mindsets, if I mind the gap, you have nothing to hang your head on. Did you end on your day on a loss? Yeah. But you beat two teams that people didn't think that you were going to be, this high on the leaderboards coming out of day one. So regardless of the end result, you still got the job done when people didn't think you were even going to show up for the job. So you came out and you played your brand and you did your thing and you won your games, and you're crushing it. So when you go into your scrims, your practice, whatever it is that you're doing tonight, just remember, there's a reason why you made it to the next step is because you are a good team. And if I'm Leftovers, and Lance touched on this, you got to keep this chip on your shoulder. You got to come out and play aggressive and play your brand. They came together because they are, the Leftovers. People didn't want them. Keep that chip on your shoulder. Keep playing angry. Keep playing your style, and just stick to that. Don't get funky. Don't get weird. Do what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep it simple, stupid. So both teams should be feeling good at the end of today.
Only thing stupid is how well these guys are playing on their side. Very wise words from both of our analysts here, but with that, guys, gonna put a wrap on this round of Swiss, but like Lance said, day ain't done by a long shot, so stick around after the break. We're gonna have more PCCX action after. That's gonna be me hopping off the A stream, but don't worry, I'll be on the B stream where we still have A+ production quality, so make sure to check that out if you so please for the game as well going on right now. Until then, though, guys, I've been D-Lo. Catch you on later after the break.
Talk about Crazy Fool on the cat, on the Zinc. So we haven't really called his name too much, and I feel like it's because we haven't really seen any big plays because of the way the dual lane was rotating sort of unorthodoxically, like across the map in the early game, right? So I'd like to see the Zincs maybe try to set something up, keep the folks alive, but it's really hard for Crazy Fool at this moment. But that's somebody I'm going to be keeping a lookout for in the next team fight, because if they can facilitate the Drongo to pump in the damage, they could turn the tides. It's not just about the big flashy ultimates. Sometimes it's about getting your ADC in the right position, hitting the right targets that can win the fight for you.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult when you're not Richter, right? Richter pulls people out of position where they don't from somewhere they want to be to somewhere they don't want to be. Zinx doesn't do that. Really, the only flashy thing Zinx does is the last second neuroregenesis. You thought you got the assassination on somebody. Nope, psych, that person's coming back to life with 40-50% HP. So a little less flashy, and maybe that's a downside to Crazy Fool in this game. Maybe he needs to be on a flashier hero, but it's a testament to the power of Richter, how powerful that hero is. If he was Richter in this game, this game looks a lot different. But here we are in this state where there are lots of words coming out from S6 in this red side jungle. They are just looking to just suffocate this duo side of the map here until this tier 2 tower falls, until the next Fangtooth spawns. And that next Fangtooth, honestly, is the singular most important Fangtooth of the game, because whoever gets it gets that third passive Fangtooth buff of the game, which is that bonus to offense and defense, as well as the Primal Blaze. But as we just saw, right, S6, they got the Primal Blaze with the fourth Fangtooth, and they didn't need to do anything with it. They didn't do anything with it. They just kind of accepted it for what it was, and just went about controlling the map, establishing and growing their lead by choking out the map, choking out resources, getting wards up everywhere. And they're looking to use that advantage from that fourth Fang to get this fifth one, which is going to be huge for them.
And Doc, we have entered the late game. I'm looking at the items from a lot of our players here, and they're fully stacked. They are at 6 items. You can't get any better than that. They probably have their little potion to boot. So this is, I mean, the death timers are going to be astronomical. The items and the way people are pumping out damage is huge. Right now, Maguli, he's solo boloing Survivor. The black hole expended on the backside of the pit just to create a little bit of extra space. They want this whole prime, and that could save him. Maguli does take the solo bolo against his counterpart. Now the rest of the team of the professors are reeling. They have to find their way back into this. There is Koldisha is down. Now Maguli has run rampant on everybody for the side of the professors. He's taken them to school. The rock has been dropped, the hammer as well. Oh my gosh, the rest of the team is reeling here for professors, and so are their tournament hopes. Only switches remain, and he is running for the hills. I think Peak with the Hoarfrost will lock him down. There is the thunk as well. The anchor dropped. Ferguson cleans him up, and he cleans up this match. S6, they're riding this one to victory, and I believe they secured their way into the quarterfinals.
Wow. Just wow. That was, I mean, if Maguli didn't have the MVP at the end of that game, like before that fight, he absolutely had it at the time of that Orb Prime. Solo bowling, late game, the enemy mid laner, and then converting that into just insane damage onto Cold's Drongo, into just whatever crazy stuff he was doing with the time flux and torn space just to move around the map. He was an uncatchable, unkillable menace to the side of the professors, to the point where he relegated them to just being students again, really. So Maguli, he gets the MVP just from my perspective here. I know I was hyping up Peak. Peak had a lot of great control around a lot of those objectives with glacial charges, with Hoarfrosts. It seems like S6 kind of found their stride there, and maybe there's something about this Narbash hero that we don't fully understand quite yet, because these Narbash teams are looking very, very strong, despite the fact that Narbash prevents them from playing the game for the first 20 minutes.
So yeah, maybe you have to counter strategy and try to win early on to allow that Narbash to not really come in line, or find some way to take him out early in the fights. But if you do that, you leave your opponent's ADC to pump in the damage. Folks, you can believe it, we have more Predecessor action here for you today. We move on to the quarterfinals. This will be the last match I'm casting today. I will be back on the stream tomorrow casting a semifinal match with you, Dr. Shadow. But Doc, you will be on the desk here at B-Stream with our camera person. Ahmed Kit he'll transition to the desk, but we still have Salsa in the background doing the ones and twos, producing the B-Stream here for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, head over to the the tournament website to check out the bracket to see what teams have won and lost. I can tell you the leftovers have done the three-peat. They've won all three of their matches. They have definitely secured their way into the quarterfinal match. Autumn Leaf, they won their final game of the day. They are 2-1. They move on. Mind the Gap, 2-1. They move on. 6 Cents, it depends on what happens with Enlightened. Oh no, Enlightened did lose, so I believe 6 Cents, they punched their ticket. The professors are going home. We have to wait for a few more results to come in to check it out. But Doc, I'm excited for the quarterfinals. This is where we finally get to see the likes of D-Lab, EWT, etc. They are going to be in the limelight here. Some of the more best players in the world here at PCCX.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Think of today as kind of the mini bosses, and a lot of these teams are getting to the big bosses tomorrow. I mean, these are teams that have proven themselves over the last calendar year, teams that have basically been sitting on their thrones waiting for the peasants to come challenge them. And I'm so excited to see. I mean, this is the most equal playing field.
Hello, gamers, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Welcome to the Prime Championship Circuit, where the best of the best reign victorious, where legends are born, and the one and only place where the elite can call themselves champions of the PCC. So many teams have joined Pccx, but we've already eliminated 4, and now only 8 remain. Everything is on the line as you climb to reach the top. And you know, for a lot of us, we started from console, we started from Paragon 6-7 years ago. Some of us came from Fault, some from Overprime, but we've all gathered here because we love competitive Predecessor. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and I'm pleased to have our fantastic, top-notch cream of the crop desk analysts alongside me today. Let's start off with the man on the right side, Blue Jay, aka Car J, aka Cade, looking real fancy in his suit and an all-around talent in the esports scene. How's it going?
It's going well. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. We just saw some amazing games, obviously played in the Switch stage, and maybe not what people thought ended up happening. But that's what we said coming into this, is that all these teams that were playing in Switch stage, that were playing in our main event, have been doing very well and taking games off each other in scrims, which is what we're not used to seeing in these events. So very excited to get into the next few games, and we still got more Predecessor to play, so very excited.
That's right. They're coming in hot and they're coming in hungry. But of course, we can't forget our mustached man, caster, and the United States of America's biggest fan, F6. How are you?
How's it going, Art? I'm doing good. Just excited to be here. Just got done casting. Excited to be on a desk. Definitely a little switch of the game playing field, but excited to be here with you and Blue Jay.
Yeah, it's going to be fun because, as you know, we've taken you through the LCQ, however many weeks ago that was. We've taken you through the 3 rounds of Swiss, thanks to Dilo and the desk. But now it's time for our quarterfinals. Depending on how you did in Swiss is how you'll be seeded against the auto-qualified teams. So that makes our first quarterfinals on broadcast to be Dirty Lake and the boys versus Sixth Sense. The team that just took out the professors versus, which are the previous champions, right? These next series will be a best of 3, and I just want to give a reminder that exclamation point bracket tells you the current standings, the roster in each team. But if you want to catch the other quarterfinals, it's on twitch.tv/predpcc2, and they'll be watching Primal versus Mind the Gap. But going into these quarterfinals, this is D-Lab versus Sixth Sense. How are you feeling, Blue Jay and F6?
Yeah, I mean, Sixth Sense kind of sneaking in there at the end. Like you said, Professors lost to MTG and to Sixth Sense, which a lot of people were shocked by. But they kind of snuck in at that last spot and get to play our number 1 seed in this tournament, Dirty Lake and the boys. And this is a veteran team, right? They've generally just switched out junglers throughout all their PCCs, so they really have a core 4 that stay together. And they also have Conte, who is coming back after their last PCC. So this team has a lot of synergy and a lot of strategy coming into this game. And Sixth Sense is kind of that team that just kind of got thrown together towards the start of this last PCC, and has shown that they can play the game pretty well with Nugslet leading the way in the jungle. So very excited. It should be a good game. I would favor D-Lab a little bit in this game, but you never know. Sixth Sense just performed really well in Swiss, and they're coming off, kind of a hot streak.
Yeah, I can agree with you more there. I mean, they're just playing exceptionally well. Just took down a very top contender team. A lot of people that thought Professors were going to make it out, but Sixth Sense had something else to say about it. So they're facing against D-Lab, but D-Lab is nothing to shy away from a challenge, because we all know they're considered finalists at this point. There's really not too many PCCs where they have not gone to the finals. So this is going to be a very tough first opponent to go through, and it's definitely going to be an exceptional game, especially if Sixth Sense can start the ball rolling early on, putting D-Lab on the back foot, not letting it extend the game too long, because we know how D-Lab likes to get these games to go their way, control the neutral objectives, and then just take the fight on into late game with their team fights.
And Sixth Sense, they're definitely going into this as the underdog, going up against D-Lab, Dirty Lake, and the boys. And Dirty Lake and boys, just like what you said, F6, they play second, PCC 6, PCC 8, PCC 9, and they also won PCC 7. We know they value playing front to back. They play team fights well. This is a very well coordinated team. So they're going up against some big boys. So this is definitely something that Sixth Sense has to think about. What do they have up their sleeves going up against this top team? But Blue Jay, how are you feeling? How do you think? What strategies should Sixth Sense have going up against D-Lab?
So I think the first thing Sixth Sense needs to do is put Nugslet on something that has a lot of agency. The Seraph, the Yin if it's available. The Countess I don't mind either, but preferably those first two if they're able to get it. If Nuglet's able to dictate the map and outpace Conte in the jungle, it'll probably be at least a better chance for them to succeed. This meta that's kind of shifting in, I always say that Narbash comes back into the meta during PCC. Everyone scrims and plays these really high tempo support characters, but then Narbash always ends up in there, the healing, steady support. And it really favors D-Lab's comp. D-Lab likes to play the tanks in the offlane with the Sevarog, the Steel, these characters that thrive off having this healing and extended team fights, right? Toasty is an amazing Narbash, probably one of the best in the tournament next to Barldu. So I'm looking for D-Lab to draft a stable front to back healing comp that they can just kind of out push the enemy team with. And I'm looking for Sixth Sense to really try to play in more of a scrim type environment and just kind of put the pedal to the metal, work through Maguli, work through Nugslet, get leads into the duo lane from your mid jungle, prioritize early Fangtooths, and just kind of snowball the game forward.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with more. I mean, with Ferguson and Maguli, very aggressive players. They're going to need to put the pretty much D-Lab just in an uncomfortable area where they don't like to play. And that's really how they've lost their games when it comes to D-Lab. Every time just the other team was able to put themselves in and put D-Lab into an uncomfortable position, they weren't able to play through out of it, and they capitalized by ending the game early.
And with that being said, let's not waste any more time. Let's see what the draft looks like. This is Dirty Like in the Boys versus Sixth Sense. I always have troubles kind of saying Sixth Sense's name, but all of these teams, they're all mechanically skilled. Actually, as we wait for the draft to be prepared, all mechanically skilled in a sense. You've got Maguli, who is also a very aggressive mid laner, who's going up against Appy Picker, who is, they say, one of the best mid laners in the game right now. So that's certainly something to watch for, something to look out for as we head into this first match here. But let's talk about the mid lane a little bit. Let's talk about mid lane matchups. A lot of people are playing Iggy. There's a lot of Gideon. How do we feel about just these staple heroes in the mid lane? And what are you guys expecting? Should they target the mid lane a little bit more, or should they target other lanes?
Mid lane, I always say in competitive play, is just the lane that you would like to play through, because you can affect the other parts of the map. On the left, Fangtooth, right, Mini Prime, you can get those objectives snowball early. If you have the pressure in the mid lane, you're able to push into the enemy jungle, push vision into corridors where the enemy can't. Appy in general plays pretty much everything, so banning him out isn't really a thing that Sixth Sense should be looking for. What they should be looking for is to have a pick that can match his energy. Appy likes to take the fight to the other mid laner, and sometimes him and Conte aren't on the same page, which is where D-Lab is faulted in the past, and then they, go back to their 5v5 team fight. If Maguli and Nugslet can get on a pick where they can actually brawl in the 2v2, that's what I'm looking for from this Sixth Sense team. So you have picks like the Argus that are good. You have picks like, Iggy has been playing a lot, a very safe pick, but the getting into Iggy is known as like that counter matchup. So I'm kind of looking for them to either trade that off or pull out a pick like the Argus that can stun and chain CC the other mid laner into a combo.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes down to Maguli, he's aggressive, right? So you want him on an aggressive mid laner. He likes the Countess, so having him on the Countess is also going to be very beneficial for them. If you could put Appy Picker in a situation where it forces Conte to focus the mid lane more, and if Maguli is going to be able to escape those ganks, being able to get his help as well, and just put Appy Picker in a very uncomfortable position, he wins that mid lane. And overall, if he's able to spread that throughout the rest of his lanes, they come out on top in this game, I believe.
And we're looking at the mid laners. We're going to be expecting the Gideon, the Iggy, but we haven't seen a lot of Howie or Faye yet as of on broadcast. But those are the top mid laners, heroes that we'll be expecting. But let's go over to the other side. Let's talk about the off lane, where we know that Lauber really loves to play Sevarog, but now that the meta has shifted a little bit, we know that they value offlaners like Crunch a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of Sereth come out. Will we see Lauber in Sevarog or will we not? What do you guys think?
I think Lauber probably will pull out the Sevarog at some point during this match. I think it's just a comfortable pick for him. I know he likes it into certain matchups. Not sure exactly what those matchups completely are because it's very specific to him as a player. But Peak loves the Aurora. Peak loves the Steel. He loves playing these champions that just can cause a lot of chaos and stay alive very late in the lane. Peak's actually one of the only players that actually proxies waves in lane. If you watch him play, he'll run in between the T1 and the T2 turrets, and he'll proxy those waves. Whereas if you're playing against a Sevarog, if the Sevarog can't brawl you in between that wave, then it's really hard to do. You can't really do anything. But you have to look at the other side of that matchup and say, well, do I want to give Sevarog all this free farm without having to take trades on him, right? Do I want him to be able to get his stacks, get beefy? So that's kind of the headspace that I think this matchup's going to be in is, so if you're allowing the Lauber Sevarog, are you also just not going to allow Peak to do what he loves to do? So it's really a toss-up to see what these teams are going to do. I know that Lauber is a huge voice for this team in D-Lab, and if he is ahead, that team is normally going to win the game, actually. So getting Lauber a few kills, getting him on some prio picks, getting him on comfort picks, I think is a big strategy for D-Lab overall in this set. And Sixth Sense allowing Peak to also try to do what he likes to do which is different than any other offlaner in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he also is very notorious for his Kwang gameplay, very aggressive, very good trade inside that off lane, especially being in a matchup with that Aurora. Not allowing for her to be able to get in between those waves, outplaying, rotating, and we know how strong Kwang can be. He pretty much does everything. He's a bruiser, he's a tank, he's a DPS if you need him to be, or even just carry your entire game if he's put into that position. And if anybody can do it, I believe it is Lauber.
Let's not delay this any longer. F6 and Blue Jay, let's look at this draft. You got D-Lab with their first pick and bans. What are you guys expecting?
I mean, off the first bans, we've been seeing a lot of Seraph first bans, but I think when you're in this first ban scenario, you can kind of prioritize ban the other team, like a champion that they play. I guess I wouldn't be shocked to see the Seraph coming out because Nugslit is really good on that character and does like to carry games on it. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw like a Seraph ban. I'm expecting the Aurora ban comes out for Peak, so that's another one of the bans that D-Lab is targeting against Sixth Sense. Now, off the Sixth Sense side, generally people are just banning Yin right now. I haven't known Conte to be that big of a Yin player, so I wonder if they still will ban it, and we see that they do. Just kind of standard banning coming over from both of these teams. We'll see what they take on the first pick side of D-Lab, though.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Conte play too much of Yin, but we have seen him playing in some scrims when we were on our break. So it is still a character. It's not a hard character to play, but it is a hard character to master, especially since she's so strong right now. But we do see that Narbash pickup, staple pick for D-Lab, giving them already a comfort pick into their lane. And we do know that's going over to the big man Toasty himself.
And we're talking about Yin. She does well in team fights with the Quelling Gale, clears well, farms well, does a lot of damage. Sixth Sense, they're able to recognize that. They're taking her off the board. At the same time, a lot of sustain, a lot of healing, which is what you've mentioned, F6, coming out of Narbash. But as a response, you've got a lot of damage coming in from Sixth Sense.
Yeah, you have the Gideon and the Skylar being picked up. Skylar definitely seems to be the most high priority AD in the game right now, at least it seems like from these teams. But like I was saying with D-Lab, we said coming into this that this meta kind of favored what they were trying to play as, right? That 5v5 group team fight that the Narbash just thrives in past 20 minutes in the game. So I do like S6 answers. I like the Gideon and the Skylar picks that are both proactive on the map. The Gideon can shove waves, push, and then we see the Drongo and the Sevarog coming out. And it's like, could we have, D-Lab's draft, could we have guessed this? Probably, right? That's what we were talking about the whole time. Coming out with that stable Sevarog, Drongo, Narbash comp, they already have a very beefy front line and a lot of picks coming in.
Yeah, the Sevarog here, we already know that's going to come out, but the Drongo's a surprise here. We talked to Lakenator a little bit, especially seeing him throughout the series. We talked to him on the desk here in the Last Chance qualifiers. Very high pick rate of a Murdoch for him, but as we know, the meta changes, the meta shifts. Yin wasn't a problem. Now Murdoch isn't at the top of their list. Drongo's coming back on, and that gag grenade is one of the most broken items in the game. You can ask anybody here, but Seraph being picked up by Sixth Sense is going to be really able to push it against this Sevarog if he's not careful. And we've seen how Seraph has been today. Bondrew played exceptionally well with this Seraph, even with the loot coming from behind a little bit in the game, just to be able to dominate, especially with the Heresy, being able to be able to proc over and over again.
And we know that there's a lot of damage output coming from Sixth Sense right now. Just with that Seraph, you got the Skylar, you got the Gideon. So you got to watch out for the AoE, the dive from the Seraph. But D-Lab, we know that they like playing front to back, and they're relying on Lauber, their offlaner, to help peel for the Drongo. And at the same time, pair that with the Narbash, and he's able to just sustain and heal his whole team, especially as they go into these objectives and these team fights. Sixth Sense just narrowing down the hero pool for the mid lane, and they're taking away the Iggy.
Yeah, we see the Iggy getting taken away. A good ban kind of stops the objective setup, team fighting comp that D-Lab wants to create. And the Zarus ban does come out, so they think the Zarus is a chance to come out in the offlane. I was actually thinking D-Lab might pick the Zarus, but for Sixth Sense, I would like to see a support that comes out and that can put a lot of pressure in the dual lane. With Sixth Sense, the way you're going to win this game is by playing very proactive along the map with your Gideon, with your Seraph, moving through jungle mid 2v2, and then bringing that over to especially the Fangtooth side of the map. So Muriel is literally what I was about to say, a perfect pick right now. The Seraph Muriel combo is such an underrated combo that was getting played a lot at the beginning of scrim sets, and now is kind of coming back into the meta. What your goal is the Seraph invades or takes a fight over on the opposite side of the map, or even on your own side of the map, and Muriel ults on top of the Seraph as she's diving the backline, and you get this big wombo combo effect with the Gideon coming over on top. So I love this pick coming in from Sixth Sense.
And Kalari, those are a huge game changer. We've seen a lot of teams be able to play this character recently. There's some nice little buffs headed towards her, and then just being able to execute. And that's the real problem, is if this Kalari is able to execute early on into that mid game, she starts to become a problem where you just cannot really stop. And if she's able to do that, it's going to be huge. And one of the best things I do like about having a Kalari on my team is the fact that now the enemy has to ward differently. Their vision has to now change on how they are providing it for themselves. So that's going to be a huge factor going into what information being spread, tracking the jungler all about. But the Howards are also a big single target damage, being able to blow up anybody he wants to, but it's going to be really hard for him to really get himself in pace whenever they kind of split apart. Hopefully he's close by to be able to get all that damage off.
And Sixth Sense locking in their last hero, last character for their team there, and that's going to be the Kwang. F6 and Blue Jay, how are we feeling? What do we think? Who are we favoring and why?
So coming into this, looking at the drafts, both teams drafted exactly how I thought that they would have. And for Sixth Sense, I think that they picked a comp that gives them a really good chance to play towards their play style coming into this match. So I would actually favor the Sixth Sense comp coming in a little bit more. But I do think that D-Lab knows how to play the comp that they're playing a little bit more. So I think I favor D-Lab as winning the game, but I actually like the Sixth Sense comp a little bit better.
The Blue Jays cheating by picking both teams, but I'm going to go with D-Lab, very confident. I see a lot of confidence and a lot of comfortability when it comes to these picks. We know D-Lab, we've seen them throughout PCC time and time again, and this is what their draft is going to look like. Conte switching up a little bit with that Kalari, but for the rest of these boys, they are looking like they are ready to play this game. So I'm going to have to give it to D-Lab here. They have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of control, they have a lot of burst damage as well when they need it. And like I said, that Gag Grenade is just an absolute unit, especially placed right.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your votes in, get your predictions in. This is game one of the quarterfinals between D-Lab versus the underdog Sixth Sense. Take it away, TJ, DJ, and Tang.
Swiss stage is over, so we're going to turn the competition up just a little bit further. Out with best of ones, in with best of threes, and we're bringing out the big guns. First look at Dirty Lake and the boys in PCX. They're taking on Sixth Sense. I'm TJ. I've got Tang alongside me for this one. And Tang, we spoke in preparations knowing we had this first quarterfinal, who the matchup was going to be. We're going to get Sixth Sense on this day. Is that what we were expecting?
I think it was really hard to say, honestly, like, because again, we were watching the broadcast before, and those teams, like, I feel like if we had those games played on a different day, we would have a different result as well. I think all the teams prepared so well for PCCX. Now we are finally reaching the quarters. This is gonna be all or nothing. Like, the winner gets further, right? Further towards the 10k prize pool that we have for this PCC. And honestly, for this game, playing against D-Lab, this is going to be a challenge because they have been smurfing those last few PCCs.
For sure. I mean, D-Lab come into this one as our number one seed. They have made of 2024, the 4 PCC events we held, they finished second at a minimum, 4 grand finals appearances, and even winning PCC 7 as well. That was also their 5th one as well, because they were in PCC 4 back in 2023 as well. This is a team with a lot of history, 4 core players, especially out the jungle, running with Conte again. One of our top teams for a reason. And Sixth Sense coming into this one, knocking out the reigning PCC champions. They gotta feel almost, undefeatable right now. I mean, who else? They can take down anyone if they take down Professors.
Yeah. I think that's 100% what they're feeling right now as well, because, like, yes, you're playing against D-Lab that are supposed to be super strong, but again, it's a new PCC, it's a new patch, it's new everything, and Sixth Sense also have found together as a new team as well, and since they've joined together, like, all of their scrims were looking stellar as well, right? We did see today, like, with ManQ in the support role as the Narbash, they were completely popping off on the B stream just beforehand, and now we're gonna see them have to repeat the same against the D-Lab that honestly looks really strong as well, and you mentioned it, right? Conte as the jungler, we see a lot of confidence already coming out, picking up the Kalari, something that is a very feast or famine. We don't see it too often, but when we see it pop off, it pops off hard.
Yeah, this Kalari pick really has come out of left field, honestly. It's not, as someone who has watched Conte previously in EU as well and in the PC before, this is not a pick I normally associate with Conte as well. So to see this one come out into how D-Lab seem to play, you know, they have this 5v5 type. We talk about D-Lab time, where at the 20-25 minute mark, they're going to take a 5v5 and they're just going to win it. They are that good at that stage of the game, and now this Kalari comes in. I mean, does that change the dynamic? Does that change the game plan all of a sudden?
I think it might be mainly to punish Maguli in the mid lane, because we did hear it from the desk, both Epi and Maguli are known for being very aggressive, right? And the Gideon in the mid lane, he just can't trade as aggressively, when, as F6 said, the Kalari can always pop out of vision anytime she wants to, pretty much. At least that's how it feels like when you play against it. So it's pretty smart to pick up that hero. Even if you don't get the early game pressure, it allows your team to play a bit more safe, because the enemies have to respect the potentiality of the Kalari being behind the shadow wall.
Sure, here it's always something you have to keep in the back of your mind. You got to make sure the wards are down, the knowledge, communication goes on. Is tracking where Conte is going to be, and as you know, so we are going into a little bit of a war state at the moment. Here, just going to wait a few moments for this to hopefully resolve itself. We're just going to come straight back to ourselves here on the caster cams as well. So back out of here. Hey, it's also me on cast. Like, this happens near enough every single time, honestly. It's kind of crazy, right? So we've spoken about Conte in the jungle role. Let's switch up to the side lanes, because we have a lot of really interesting storylines here, and I want to start with that offlane tank. You know, yourself, an offlane main Lorber versus Peak. I mean, Peak has been having kind of the tournament of his life. He had a rough game 1, but game 2 and game 3 on that Aurora pick, he's been playing absolutely incredibly.
Yeah, I think Peak, especially in those pit fights, has been invaluable, honestly. Like, with that Aurora, like, using those voice to cut off the fight, make sure that the backline can't join the rest of the team. And I think that's why the priority on this hero is just so high, because on the other team, the jungler, the Conte, also likes to play it really well. But mainly Peak, with his performance just before, that got them to the stage that they can be in the quarters. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons, right? And on the other side, I think it is the most known tank in Predecessor. I think that's fair to say. I think Lorber has been on a tear whenever he gets his hands on, for example, Sevarog, his signature hero, right? Like, and Sevarog hasn't really been in the meta too much, but I think slowly but surely we see a bit of a shift back to what was always strong, which is the Sevarog, right? Like, because sometimes comfort is the thing that can push you over the edge, over the limit, over the finish line, and that's what Lorber is known for when he picks that hero.
And he also just seems to stride, just to take these moments in his stride. Really, right. As you say, the Sevarog, not really the ultra contested pick that has been in PCCs of past. And Lorber's like, well, fine, my Sevarog doesn't get banned or first picked, so I'm going to take it here. And as you say, you know, it is all about the comfort. I mean, Lorber is kind of, this is the signature pick. This is his pick. He has made it his name, and he's made it someone that even gets respect bans as well in the second stages of the ban phase. This might be really important to see in game number 2 of this best of 3 series, how they like to adapt here as well. But Lorber's going to be very happy. Let's swap over to the other side lane, just as we try and resolve spectator issues. I imagine we're going to do a quick client restart, so we're going to be on cams for a little bit longer. This dual lane, Lake and Toasty versus Vergessen, and as we know, it is going to be ManQ in a supporting role as well.
Yeah, it wasn't actually clear at the beginning of the day. I think the first game was still played with Maguli in the support role with ManQ in the mid lane. They swapped it around after losing the first one, and then with Maguli in the mid lane, ManQ in support, they won the next 2 games, so they are just gonna go with it. And also, Vergessen for Sixth Sense is sort of a new player, has been playing as Margaret Robbie beforehand, has been popping off in different sort of tournaments. Shoutouts to Brotherhood tournament, also some other smaller ones. And like he's been on a tear, right? And he is facing off against probably the longest standing ADC player, together with Neft Lakenator winning the very first PCC, and the rest of his history was made together with D-Lab that has his name in their team name, of course. So that is going to be a banger lane to watch. Also, Toasty on the Darbash, definitely nothing to ignore as well.
Sure, I mean, if you want to talk about how much confidence D-Lab have in the Narbash pick, they're probably the only team that first pick the Narbash, because I think going into this one, looking at the two supporters of Toasty and Manq, we're expecting the Narbash to be one of the contested picks here, and it seems that both teams are going to recognize that. Not saying that Manq is going to not feel very happy with his supporting pick. The Muriel has had a bit of a rise in popularity, coming out swinging in the Swiss stages. Granted, we did see Amanda Gap pilot it in the off lane and with the buddy system, and a very interesting way of utilizing it to their benefit and actually winning that game. But I think Muriel in the first round of Swiss, picked 4 times, won every single game.
Yeah, Muriel definitely one of those sleeper strong picks as Conte looks to the left lane.
Conte is just going to make his appearance known, but unfortunately as a Kalari, not really got the setup, not on the Quang, not on the Aurora, so he's got to wait for the rest of the D-Lab team to kind of do the work for him, at least to get the gank started. Unfortunately, Toasty did miss that funk there, but we now know exactly where Conte is going to be, now hovering around that mid lane. Magali, it's about half HP. Manq also weak as well, so Conte can still turn around, but the ward's being placed. Magali hit by the landmine, Torn Space coming down, Conte's there, immediately Blink Deathmark will come out, but Magali is going to stay alive for now. No one drops in the mid lane.
No one drops, but a big tempo advantage over to the Seraph. Did have to pay with that Gideon blink, though did use the double teleport. Gold buff is about to be taken by Ferguson. Hopefully should be taken. Okay, no contest coming in from the Drongo, but the biggest thing about Kalari showing over to the left-hand side means that the offlaner can first of all push in the wave, get the sign buff uncontested. Doesn't need to worry about the Kalari potentially being there. And also in the mid lane, we did see the Gideon push up because of it. But Epi, sort of the unsung hero for D-Lab, all of those latest tournaments, always really strong on those carry mid picks that Howie is considered to be as well. Has been trading pretty favorably against Margulis, so he couldn't really abuse that too much. Seraph on the other side of the map, for 6 cents, has been able to farm up. Nuxlid, once he gets to level 6, likes to go active. Talking about it though, Duele.
Conte being active, gonna get the damage, now gonna get the death mark. Manq pops first blood, goes the way of Dirt's taking the boys. It is on the talisman player, Lakenator, gonna cash in, and Conte's second gank is gonna reap the rewards.
Yeah, if the first one doesn't work, the second one might. And remember, he still has a timer on the mid lane blink from the Gideon, so that is always going to be a lane that he can revisit as well. Lorba has been struggling against Peak, that has had a pop-off performance in that last game we watched on the B stream. This time around, also bullying Lorba, which is, to be honest, kind of expected. Quang really strong in the early game, tends to lose out though in the mid to late game.
Sure, I mean, and also with the Sevarog, it is, you're not taking the Sevarog for the early game damage kind of dominant laning stage, right? You're just wanting to get the stacks online and become the mid to late game behemoth, really, that Sevarog can become when the Poldens are fully stacked. 6 cents, though, going to be taking the first neutral objective on cooldown as well. It's just spawned 20 seconds ago, and already the team on Dawnside in prime position to secure it. D-Lab not able to contest, caught out by the tempo, and 6 cents are going to pull the first objective of this quarterfinals.
Yeah, well played by Nuxlid to realize that Conte does not have any of his red side jungle camps up, can't be close to the Fangtooth, and if he does, then his dual lane has the better back as well as his mid laner. So they get that Fangtooth for free, 5 minutes in. The mini prime has not spawned yet, so really hard to respond for D-Lab. The game is still edge on edge. First kill advantage going over to D-Lab. 6 cents now returning the favor with that objective. Fangtooth is going to give them movement speed. Mid lane though might be caught.
Maguli going to use that torn space. Conte going to follow it as well. Blink still available for Maguli. No, he is going to drop Appy with the make it rain onto the mid laner of 6 cents. And it's once again, it's Conte's gank. 3 ganks, 2 of them resulted in kills.
Yeah, and the first one in the mid lane got the blink, right? So even though like he didn't get a kill there, he got the pressure off the mid laner, right? And also he made sure that the next one is gonna be successful. We see it in the top. Maguli still does not have it up. Next time around he should be safe. Also no make it rain on Epi Picker. So I'm expecting Conte to shift his focus again. Look towards the dual lane instead. That is where most of his focus has lane this time around anyways. Off lane with Lorba, he knows Lorba is like a rock. He does not move. He does not lose the matchup too hard, even if it is not in his favor. That is what Lorba is known for. We see him getting sort of a bad trade on him, but honestly, as a Sevarog, healing off those siphons, he doesn't worry about it too much.
And also with that level 6 being hit as well, the Colossal Blow ultimate can be used just to get Peak out of the Sevarog's face, or actually into the tower, into the Subjugate, forcing Peak's blink away. But that, Lorba, is why the Sevarog is his pick.
And that's exactly like the threats of a Sevarog, right? Like he looks so weak as we see Nuxlet go for an invade, but can't actually pull it off. Not quite yet, at least.
Oh, it's actually going to be stolen by Conte as the Heaven's Fury did come out. Conte double jumps away. It's Lorba going to make a move here. Here's the Subjugate, Phantom Glides out. There's the Guillotine from Conte. A lot of damage. Appy rotating. Blink out from Nuxlet trying to get away. Conte still on the hunt, but now Peak gets involved as well. Looking for the play. Not's going to tag with the Fury of the Heavens. Conte looping behind. D-Lab still keeping the aggro. Black Hole going to come out from Maguli, but not enough. Peak gets assassinated by Conte on the left-hand side. Really still has the full HP, still has the full mana. Blink away from Appy. Going to keep the mid laner for D-Lab alive here, but still not perturbed. Going to push up a little further. Can see the death maybe of Conte, but there's to make it rain, and Conte still stays alive. Double kill for the D-Lab jungler, and it's a disaster in the right-hand side.
What are we watching, D-Lab? This, like, what is this? Like, D-Lab, they're supposed to be the team that loses the early game, and then suddenly in the late game, they win every team fight. That's how it was promised to be. That's what we saw all of those latest PCCs. This time around, though, we see a strong early game start. 4 kills picked up already with the Kalari. Not too much objective pressure, but that is something to be expected, right? But 4 kills already, and this Epi Picker Howitzer, this one is gonna be real big.
I mean, we spoke about Lorba having one of his signature picks as well. I think Appy as well, that Howitzer has become one of his more iconic ones. Allows Appy to have that pop-off potential, to be the disruptor. Look for those landmines, look for the slow mines, and also look for the make it rain. Gives him that safety as well. We are just seeing why it is one of his more favored picks in the mid lane. D-Lab certainly going to be the more happy team as well with the 4 kills. I mean, action on the left, action on the mid, action on the right. Gotta talk about Nuxlet though. On a Seraph, he has been power farming this entire game. Not seen a single gank from him just yet. Tang, what's your assessment?
Yeah, Nuxlet has not really found those angles, mainly because Conte was just there every time, and as Nuxlet, he kind of wants the level 6 first, as we see him start up that mini prime, is gonna have that ultimate up for this fight, but he needs his team around as well. Menkyu is there, Conte knows something is up.
We also know as well that Lorba is going to try and face check this. Mini Prime is secured. The Black Hole does come out. Going to catch on to Appy. Doesn't have the blink, remember. Will have that. It doesn't even have that ultimate available for him, but that's going to be punished for it. Ferguson gets the first kill on that Skylar, but they're stuck in this narrow corridor. The knockups coming out as well, and Sixth Sense have to back away. Lakinator taking down Nuxlet, and now they're going to turn their attention on towards Vergessen as well. It's going to be Maguli with the taunt space forward, but once again, he just everywhere on this map. Conte finds yet another pick in the mid lane.
And even when it looks so good for Sixth Sense, they get the mini prime. They also get the pick at the beginning with a good thunk, actually not really helping Appy make it to safety. It still ends up being a fight in favor of D-Lab. That is what they're known for, right? Those strong team fights, and usually it was always the lanes that were struggling. Instead, this time they completely turn it around. They win all of those team fights, even in the early game. They pick up that Fangtooth. So that third Fangtooth win condition that we see a lot of teams play for, right? We did see early Fangtooths pretty much every game today, is out of the question now for Sixth Sense. So this one, if it goes long as well, like this is not something that I want to fight against when I fight against D-Lab.
I mean, when we got the script right, it was Sixth Sense pulling ahead. It was D-Lab just kind of struggling, and then they would find something in the mid lane here. But D-Lab seems to be evolving as well. One of their criticism, of course, has been their slower early games, where they just, teams that are more aggressive than them before the 20-minute mark just seem to have a much better deal against D-Lab, and just when it does get to those team fights, they just get overpowered. But now, D-Lab ahead in the early game. They're the ones calling the shots, and they're the ones going to be scared. Nugsit going for the gank on towards Lorba. Subjugate going to find the mark. Heaven's Fury follows the Phantom Glide through, and it's just beautiful execution. Lorba down on that right-hand side. Nugslit with the first successful gank.
Yeah, first successful gank out of Nugslit that can still do a lot of damage in this game, and this is gonna be what we are hoping for, right? Because otherwise D-Lab would run away with the game, but with a strong solo side, with a strong Quang, a strong Seraph, we've seen so much out of these players previously, and we are expecting that to continue, especially now that the objective game is not in their favor any longer. But Conte on that Kalari has been bridging the early game. I think now we gotta shift the focus a bit, look at those other heroes that are gonna help them to win the game, right? I'm looking at the Savarog, but I'm also looking at the duo lane. Toasty on the Narbash together with Lakinator. We just know what they can do.
It's just when they're able to get to the point, because now that they have Lorba in it on the Savarog, that Narbash Toasty can kind of exist in the middle of the fight. Yes, he could be at that second engage, but really just providing the movement speed, providing the heals. And as this game goes longer and longer, that Narbash is going to scale up. Those heals are just going to become more obnoxious. The siege is going to become more obnoxious. We want to talk about other heroes, but Conte, it just wants the camera, wants the limelight on him as well. Another gank in the mid lane, but Maguli's got hands. He's also got some rocks as well. Going to win out on a health trade as Nugsit also on his left-hand side. Conte moving in towards his red side jungle. Looking for the dual lane as well. Bit of a tense moment here as Conte does go for the gank. Actually, looks like a blink was utilized by Manq to respect that, but here comes Nugsit with the ascent and also getting damage down. Heaven's Fury going to immune the crash bang boom, but actually Guillotine gets him back towards the safety. Reversal, big double knockup coming in from Manq, and Toasty bites the dust. Look to mid lane because Maguli is in between the two towers, maybe looking for an exit. In fact, maybe looking for a tower dive here. It's going to bump in towards the mid lane, but there's Conte once again on the Kalari, shuts down the Sixth Sense attack before it can really begin.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the extended engage though, but honestly it's kind of in favor for Sixth Sense anyways. Like Maguli, like he was a bit too deep behind enemy line, but also good collapse coming in from D-Lab. As the Gideon, usually you play the edge of the team fight a bit closer, as some other mid laners does have that escape possibility with his Torn Space, but honestly against the Kalari it's just a bit hard. So in the end they drop a pick each, 3-8 the kill score. Still honestly moderately even. We had a 1-7 scoreline beforehand. Slowly but truly Sixth Sense, they're showing signs of life.
It's about to 3-8. I mean, we have got another rotation of objectives coming your way. That third Fangtooth of the game spawning in about a minute to 2 minutes as well. The mini prime will be up for grabs shortly as well. Presenting options here. And like I said, that this game still feels like Sixth Sense starting to grow into this game a little bit more. Feels like they might have got over the aggression coming out from Conte, and now maybe starting to come into their stride, right? Because when you look at this composition, and when the Muro can combine with Peak on this Quang, when he can combine with Nugsit as well, you can see that start to come into its own. So maybe this is where Sixth Sense can find a little bit more going their way.
I definitely think so, because also, like, just looking comp-wise, I have a feeling that D-Lab is going to be really strong in the late game, where Savarog can be pretty much the solo frontline, right? Narbash is going to provide the healing, and Kalari does not really need to be in those fights. He can just be on the sidelines looking for those isolated members to pick them off while the fight has already started, right? But in the mid lane, in the mid game, excuse me, like Savarog is not tanky enough quite yet. So I think this is where Sixth Sense actually has a time where they can utilize that Aurora chain of ultimates, right, to really get ahead. Also, Quang still is super strong against the Savarog. We see in isolation him just taking your turret, instantly walking over because Fangtooth has already spawned.
Nugsit hasn't really, he's only made that one gank over towards right hand side, but has been more paying attention towards the mid and the left-hand side in terms of his positioning, not in terms of his gangs. Fangtooth now on the map as well. I'm still looking at the two solo laners, Peak and Lorber, just, you know, taking their fight a bit of extended, a bit like the chicken fights in Family Guy, going to just another scene, but still carrying on fighting regardless here. But this is where the next battleground, I should say, should be. Big chunk coming out from Maguli, looking for Conte, uses that guillotine, gets him over the wall, gets him to safety. The Sixth Sense starting to ask questions, nugs it though. A bit of damage from Appy, grouping up there. Maybe they can look towards the dual lane here, but there's a bit of a pincer going on. They have to play this one really careful. There's to make it rain. Good shield from Manq, does mitigate some of that damage. Maguli, torn spaces, rejoins with the team as well. Peak is in between tier 2 tower and inhibitor, but anyway, still staying over on the left hand side. More shields coming down. D-Lab really want this fight, and just enough. Gessen lives on a sliver of HP, but D-Lab, the poke is too strong, and they overpower Sixth Sense for this objective.
Yeah, they do so far, and also with the Narbash healing, they're not threatened by the Fangtooth damage, also not threatened by any rocks that Maguli could throw over the wall right there, so looked a bit rough at the beginning. Guillotine forced out at the beginning of the fight usually means something really bad if your jungle gets caught like that, but Conte not really the focal point any longer in those team fights. While all of this was happening though, we were channeling the clown music on the right-hand side, you mentioned it, right? Sevarog and Quang, they just stopped each other's backs 20 times in a row. In the end, both of them are semi-tanky. Can't get the killing blow on either one of them. That's why we didn't see Peak trying to fight, though, because Quang is pretty big. Sevarog, not quite yet, though. So that was pretty well played by Lorber, making sure that his offlane opponent that already got the tier 1 turret can't join the fight. Miniprime, though, is a different story. We see D-Lab with a pretty bad tempo disadvantage, so they're just gonna have to give this one up. This is gonna go to Vergessen actually.
Yeah, and I do like this from Sixth Sense as well. It's just making sure it's seeing an opportunity and just getting that gold, getting that XP, and also getting a little bit of a power boost on towards Vergessen. You know, because we talk about the mid-game fights, we talk about the mid to late game when we go towards the All Prime. Well, Vergessen having this mini Prime just gives him a little bit of an edge as well. Wonder how they decide to utilize it though. If Vergessen is going to start split pushing with it, or is he going to stay in the mid lane? Because both mid lane tier 1 towers are still standing here. Could this be what Sixth Sense need to finally break open this map a little bit?
I definitely think so, yeah. There's a lot of standing gold on the map, right? We see for the Dusk side 3 tier 1s remaining, for the Dawn side 2 more as well to take, right? So that is a big gold injection that they could look for, but instead they look for the offlaner. Peak being forced to blink away, Guillotine used, but it's not enough, and now we have the Muriel ultimate as well, saving the life and making sure that they can live. But Peak, 1 HP, trying his best to dodge under turret, but is it enough? No, it's not, because Crash Bang Boom is gonna secure the kill. Muriel just gifting over a second one.
But Manq made him live for so much longer. D-Lab was over here for so long. Now here come the rest of the Sixth Sense squad. What can they do? Heresy pop by Nugs. They're going to avoid the subjugates, but he cannot avoid that landmine coming out of Appy. It's all having to back away here. But there is Maguli, the taunt space, the black hole as well, getting some damage down. But D-Lab aren't actually dropping at all as Sixth Sense losing on the HP battles. They have to back away here. D-Lab stands strong, and they're the ones who get the reward.
They get the reward, and you gotta think that Toasty with that now, but with his healing, pretty much kept 3 of the members alive. Otherwise they would have dropped. Otherwise it would be Sixth Sense walking away with a victory. With 1 Aurora, with 1 Seraph reset, the game could have been completely different. But as it stands, the tower dive is successful. Lorber on that Sevarog, already tanky enough to tank through pretty much everything that Sixth Sense can throw at them.
Just having a look here at Manq as well on that Muriel, you start to see why teams have been taking that Muriel, because frankly the amount of time that Peak stayed alive with all the shields from the consecrated ground, the reversal of fortune, keeping him in that fight a lot longer than he had any means to. But yeah, I completely agree. If there's no Narbash there, Sixth Sense walk away with a triple kill. I'm just completely convinced by that. But this game still goes on. 3 kills to 10. Or Prime is now on the table as well on that right-hand side. Both teams are grouped up on the left here. Gessen currently has 3 members in his lane. Not going to be feeling too happy about that. Or Prime should be the mini Prime buff, should I say, should have expired by now. So can't really utilize that anymore. And this game's still waiting for that next battleground for another fight.
Yeah, and Ferguson was not able to utilize that at all, right? Was not part of the right-hand side, which also means that as a solo on the left side, he can't push on his own, which meant that this mini prime didn't really work out the way they wanted it to, but indirectly it still worked out because they did get that right side tier 1 for Lorba, give him a bit more breathing room, make sure that this Sevarog is allowed to rotate to those team fights potentially before the Quang does, because slowly but surely, Lorba is going to be able to 1v1 the Quang, which means naturally he's going to get priority over that right side, over that off lane, and with Fangtooth being the more important objective, this is big for Gessen in the dual lane.
And Double Dagger's going to connect on towards Vergessen, but there's just the shielding coming out from Manq. Vergessen barely takes any damage, utilizes that mana, of course, with the abilities coming out here, but he's still alive. You see that hypercharge just keeping these waves clear. That tower is still standing behind him as well. And honestly, you know, that's what's surprising to me as well, actually, when you just look across the whole mini-map here. In the mid lane towers still haven't been broken. It's only the right-hand side which have got no tier 1 towers left. Sixth Sense did a good job of holding on to their tower on this left-hand side.
Yeah, definitely. Ferguson not moving out of this lane, making sure that he is going to keep this protected. And with the wave clear of Skylar, he's not threatened too much unless D-Lab gets a mini prime as well, which of course after 22 minutes is pretty hard to do. We go into a bit of a slower state this time around. Both big objectives are up, but they're going to be really hard to claim. I don't think either team really wants to force them quite yet, but we are expecting Conte to look for some sneaky plays again, because again, Kalari is going to be pretty threatening, especially now Gideon takes a big chunk of damage, and this might be all they need to try to start push that mid tier 1 turret.
Sure, and also Lorba just pushing in Vergessen over on that left-hand side. Recall having to be channeled by Maguli. He's actually going to stick around as well, but here comes Peak. Not going to find the tether. Landmine, though, not going to find much purchase either. Shield comes out from Manq. Once again, Sixth Sense in the same situation that they were on the right-hand side, stuck under a tower that they just cannot defend there, though. Lorba gets the Colossal Blow and the Subjugate, also forces Reversal of Fortune out. That is a big cooldown utilized by Sixth Sense.
I think that was Cleanse and that Reversal of Fortune. So Lorba recognizing it in time because he dashed out before the Reversal of Fortune even came in. So really good realization, good recognition of those global ultimates. Muriel always making those 1 versus 1 seem a bit unfair when the White Angel comes from across the map. But so far, Manq, even though he has been pretty aware, has not been able to swing those fights as we've seen earlier in the day.
Yeah, the shields have been there more to just extend the fights, but not win the fights. And that's going to be the main concern here, I think, for Sixth Sense. Because you said at the start, Tang, that in this point of the game, like, D-Lab's going to be strong in the super late game stages. I'm probably thinking about, like 28, 30 plus minutes, of course, when Lorba gets absolutely massive, when Lakeinator gets full build, when Appy just starts absolutely deleting people with R2000 Rocket. Sixth Sense feels like they might be running out of time to really make the most out of their composition here. I mean, what's your assessment of the game state at 24 and a half minutes in?
I think one of the biggest differences we've seen comparing Sixth Sense to some of the other teams that were very successful with the Muriel so far has been that it always seems like Sixth Sense are using Muriel exclusively in a defensive fashion. But if you have something like a Seraph in your team, you can pretty much guarantee the knockup from that Reversal of Fortune, right? And that is something that teams were really utilizing, right? Whether it's the Seraph, whether it's the Kai, whether it's the Fang Mao, just getting deep into the backline and helping the diver out with that Muriel. So far, though, Muriel mainly been used to help the Quang survive, right? Help the ADC survive. But those are not the main carries at this stage of the game.
Ruli's got to be careful. He could be forced into the black hole. Bit of a DPS check coming out from Conte. That Time Flux Band is going to not throw him back towards the river. He's going to go towards the left-hand side. But it's going to stop the rest of D-Lab, though, pushing forward. Vergessen just gets ran down by Lorba and Tosi on the left-hand side. And now Sixth Sense starting to give up members. Manq falling. Maguli, the next target takes an R2000. Tether, Epoch will come out just to keep the HP going. I have to back away here, but Sixth Sense give away 2 important kills and a Primal Fangtooth immediately started up by D-Lab.
Yeah, immediately starts it up, and with the Narvish healing, like, they can tank this forever, so they are not pressured to do anything really, and there's just no potential to steal this either, because I think they should have enough damage to take it before the Seraph is anywhere close by. Kwang is just gonna walk over, but he is gonna realize that there is nothing to be done about that. Big Primal Fang has been secured for D-Lab, third Fang tooth of the game as well, and now with this big team fighting buff, they can look to get the Prime as well. The second big buff, powering up those minions, make sure to get the double bubble buff to help them end the game. And Sixth Sense, we've seen some decent team fights in the mid game, but they just can't contest with the D-Lab team fighting.
And I think this is what I mean when I say that time is starting to run out for Sixth Sense here. Peak, though, waiting behind the curtain, trying to do the Fnatic Death Rush. Probably was expecting the entirety of D-Lab to walk around the corner, though. Not going to catch out anyone from our number 1 seed team just like that. Moving towards the red side jungle, trying to target Nugs. If they can take jungler down, that would be big. Good subjugate, good funk as well. A little bit too far away there, but daggers, the sheer amount of poke from D-Lab, it's unreal as Conte sees an opportunity on towards Nugs. Deathmark, though, not going to save Nugs' life. Jungler is down. D-Lab advantage over them and straight to the All Prime.
They're just so patient with it as well, right? Like, they are not gonna start on the objective unless they get the lead, right? And they wait until the Seraph is actually out of position, until Conte can strike. It's not shown up too much in those latest teamfights because he just doesn't need to, right? Kalari is not a hero that you see much in teamfights because usually you just see her for a moment and then hopefully one of the enemies is gone. Or Prime secured for D-Lab. That is desynced a bit, so Big Primal is gonna despawn any second now. As we see Gideon try to get the tier 2, actually finish the tier 2, and now he tries to make his way to safety, but the rest of the squad is rolling up.
And you can just hear the drums coming in. Can you hear the drums from the river there? Looking for a funk, looking for a bit of CC there. Not gonna find it. Sixth Sense able to get out of danger there, but D-Lab on the hunt, and they're feeling confident as well. It's now up to Sixth Sense to try and weather this storm. They're able to at least trade mid-tier 2, but make no mistake about it, D-Lab are the team calling all of the shots right now.
They definitely are, but really well played by Marguli and Peak to make it out to safety. That's exactly why teams pick up the Gideon. That's why we see him prioritized so much, because he can't only reposition himself, but he can also help his other teammates out to get out of danger, right? That's what we saw exactly there. Kwang would not have survived without the Gideon there, and that's pretty well played, but at the same time, as you said, it's still D-Lab in control of the entire map. Primal has expired, so that's not going to be a problem any longer, but those buffed up minion waves, you see it right there, Peak not really able to clear it quite easily.
Just gonna have to back away, just gonna have to respect Lorba's Sevarog here, and Peak and Lorba honestly just spending more time just kind of having a bit of a wet noodle fight over on the right lane. Neither member able to kill the other, neither really able to survive either. Gonna be backing away, mid lane inhibitor now sieged up by Desolating the boys. They have the poke. You can just see Appy's landmines causing so many problems for Sixth Sense. They can't really mount up a defense here when they're constantly being displaced from this inhibitor. Waiting for another wave to crash here. Peak trying to hold on to this tier 2 tower for as long as he can, with 4 members of D-Lab pushing in once again, and that inhibitor is going to drop. Conte throws more daggers, going to tag Maguli. The shield comes out from Manku, stops the damage here, but D-Lab already get 1, and they're not going away just yet.
And with a Kalari in D-Lab's composition, this inhib falling in the mid lane is actually the worst case, because Kalari can just reposition unknowns behind them, right? And one combination should be enough to seal the deal for Vergessen and co. So we see the inhib still being sieged, and Naxxle just goes down in a one-shot.
I mean, one moment he was there, one moment he wasn't. So just blink and you will miss it. Nugslit is out of this fight. It's now a 4 versus 5. All Prime still on the cards. Lorba, though, subjugate, threads the Ardent Evil. Gonna colossal blow back a member, but the blink comes out. Will save their life. Not the priority target, but Lorba starting to show off, forcing the members back to the core. And D-Lab, they don't want to pad the stats. The only stats that matters to them is the game victory. Game 1 secured by Desolating the boys.
I feel like this was a tutorial on how to play Predecessor, because honestly, D-Lab, they just made the vision control tighter and tighter. They constricted space. They didn't allow Sixth Sense to any opportunity to come back into this game, right? After those two team fights, one in the mid game, you gotta think that Sixth Sense, maybe they have a chance. No, they don't. D-Lab close the window. They leave it shut. They don't allow Sixth Sense any way to return to the game. And I think with this, like, we have seen a D-Lab that we have not seen in quite a while.
Yeah, this is a D-Lab that's not relying on D-Lab time. Took control of the early game and never really let go as well. I mean, Sixth Sense did have some moments where they started to get picks here and there. But honestly, with D-Lab, sometimes it feels like your core going down is almost inevitable. As soon as those towers start dropping, the objectives start to fall your way. And D-Lab, as you say, just constrict that map and really put on a clinic in how to close out a game. Commanding victory for D-Lab, but this is a best of 3, remember. So we will be seeing game number 2, and Sixth Sense, it's on them to try and mount up something. Try and solve the problems that D-Lab were throwing their way. That's going to do it from us for game number 1. We're going to throw it back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and we're back with F6 and Blue Jay. What we've watched was an absolute annihilation. It was a massacre. It was just destruction by Dirty Lake and the boys. They took control of the game. They had 3 Fang Teeth. They take a pick. They take Ore Prime. They're just showing what it means to play the video game. And they're taking game 1 in this best of 3 from Sixth Sense. But Blue Jay and F6, what exactly happened and how did they win?
Diffed.
Oh, Mike Diffed.
Mike.
Let's start with you, F6, then we can go back to Blue Jay.
Well, honestly, Dirty Lake and the boys, they had Kalari, put pressure on every single lane over and over again. They succeeded, and eventually Lauber got back into the game. Then after that, Narbash hit mid to late game. Healing was there, sustain was there. We already know D-Lab has a great team fight. They executed, they came out. Game number 1 theirs.
Blue Jay, are you with us now?
On Fortnite.
No, he's still not there. He got cooked. I'm sorry, Blue Jay. I guess, so F6, going into game 2, this is do or die from Sixth Sense, because this is a best of 3 in the quarterfinals. We talked about this. But actually, let's test this again. Blue Jay, hello.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. All right,
Yeah.
let's ask Blue Jay the question.
Okay.
What exactly happened? What's your take?
Yeah, my take on the game was that D-Lab just played a really, really good, clean game. Sixth Sense tried to do a few things. You can tell when you're playing that style of comp that Sixth Sense had, you have a timer in your head. And if you're not doing certain things by a certain time in the game, then you just feel like you're going to lose in the end. So they unfortunately were trying to do some blue jungle invades and just ended up getting in that weird exchange early. And then as the team with the Sevarog, with the Narbash, once you get those first few kills in the game and you get a couple objectives that you surprisingly got and you don't think you should have got, you kind of just run over the whole game. And when you're a team like D-Lab, who is seasoned veterans who know how to play good macro when it comes to taking objectives and pushing with Prime and pushing with Primal, you're just not going to be a team like D-Lab from behind. They're not going to make very many mistakes.
Yeah, and D-Lab was able to take game 1 away from them. But this is a $10,000 prize pool on the line. I started to ask this question to F6, but Blue Jay and F6, what strategies does Sixth Sense need to pull out to take game 2 from D-Lab? Because if they lose this next game, they're eliminated. They're out.
Yeah, I think at first you just try to take the Narbash away from Toasty. You try to get them on something that's not their comfort picks. You know, maybe that means you're taking the Sevarog, or you're taking the Narbash on the 1-2, or you're banning it, right? I think the first thing you need to do is switch over to first pick side so that they can target ban, because generally the way the drafts are going right now, since Yin is being perma-banned from the team that has the second pick, you can target ban the Narbash in the first pick, and then the Yin will come out through, and then you can get to take the Seraph, Aurora, whatever you want to take, right? So I think the first plan of action is moving over to that first pick side, and then after that, just getting either peek on Aurora, nugs it back on Seraph, a comfort champ, and then play a similar style, but just have a little bit more coordination when you're trying to make these plays into the enemy jungle. It seemed very sporadic from Sixth Sense, like they were worried about the clock when it was only like 7-8 minutes into the game. So I want to see them take their time a little bit more and know that they can make these plays. They just have to make them a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I think Narbash is still going to be in there. I don't think it requires a ban, but I do think they need to get a little bit more aggressive to their play style. We talked about it earlier on before game number 1. This is a very aggressive team. Pick the characters and heroes that you need to be aggressive. Allow Peak to do the things that he needs to do. If you want to give up, they just need to come together and kind of just be that aggressive team that they want to. They need to put pressure on D-Lab because it was the opposite on game number 1. D-Lab put the pressure on them. They weren't able to come out of it, and that just spiraled them into that mid to late game where they just kind of completely won. So overall, I think they just need to get a little bit more aggressive with their hero choices in their draft to help them facilitate what play style they want to do.
Thank you so much, Blue Jay and F6. Congratulations, D-Lab, for game 1. But this is a best of 3, of course, so we'll be coming right back with game number 2. Let's take a quick break.
9% guarantee for leftovers that they're going to walk into this core and take it down. Rogue right now is relying on leftovers to make a mistake, and so far the leftovers have not been doing that. But again, that's still kind of okay, because as we mentioned, this is Rogue's first game today. This can be treated as a quick warm-up. They can be feeling out how leftovers likes to play this game and come up with solutions. Right now, it's time for a playmaker. Penguin goes on in, pushes Bonju forward, but here comes the rest of the team. Bonju takes a lot of damage from the tower, and he gets dropped. Advantage now for Rogue, but so does Grady. He's off the board as well. Bry goes through the skies, drop the fire, make it rain, and all of a sudden, Rogue is down 3 members. They started the fight, but it did not go their way. Wangle and Haru, the last one standing. Vital do very low. They might still look for this inhibitor sweep, take down these structures. This core is looking mighty vulnerable right now. Right, forwards, Mercy and Jay are coming in. They've got the minion, and oh my god, where did he go? In a blink of an eye, Jaru is erased from the map, and this one, Falcon, goes to the leftovers.
What do you say about that game? That GG. Was, I guess it was GG, but it was just a straight up bloodbath. I don't know how leftovers have this much energy, this much anger going into the quarterfinals after 3 straight games of Swiss, but they seem to have held something back for Rogue specifically because, my god, Mercy went on a killing spree. The rest of leftovers were so cleanly linked up with each other. It was just a straight up, I mean, Rogue didn't really stand a chance from start to finish on that game. Yes, they were spending time warming up, but Mercy got that kill at the first blood in that 2v2 in the solo lane, and then from there, it was just his game to rule.
That's the story of the
Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm back with Blue Jay and F6. We just watched game 1, and we saw the display of prowess coming from Dirty Lake and the boys. And during the break, we saw the other side, which was B-Stream. Let's take a look at this updated bracket. So we're looking and we're seeing that the scoreboard, we've got leftovers taking game 1 away from Rogue. How are we feeling about that, Blue Jay and F6?
Yeah, I mean, from the little bit we were able to go and see, it looked like it was a complete stomping over on the leftover side. I think it was like 25-4, 25-5 in kills. Leftovers coming out hot off the Swiss stage, man. And it's if the team catches wind at the end of the Swiss stage and has already played 3 matches coming in, it's a momentum builder. And Rogue, I know people were saying that they are probably the weaker of the top 4 teams, as regardless, obviously they're in the 4th seed. And that some of these teams would have a good chance to come in and take them out, but it's on Rogue to kind of put it together, come back out, and put up a fight. And that's why it's a best of 3, right? So they can come out and tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a best 3. Like Blue Jay said, anything can happen. There's a difference between Swiss stage and the last year's qualifier. It's 1 games, right? But when you get to the best of 3, that first game, yeah, you can lose, but you still have 2 more games to kind of just do the reverse sweep, lock in, reset the mentals, get yourself back onto your playing field, and pretty much try and get yourself to win that overall. So game number 2 is really where it's at. Obviously, leftovers and D-Lab, they do have that 1 game lead. If they're able to succeed on getting to the second game, that's a quick early set. They get to rest up and get themselves ready for Sunday, but they're going to have to go through that gauntlet. And these teams are nothing to shy away from because they have earned their way here, and they are some really good teams.
It's certainly a mountain that they need to climb on. But let's go back to D-Lab and 6th Sense. We talked a little bit about strategies. There's a possibility they might take out Narbash, perhaps Yin comes through. But what needs to be the answer to D-Lab's coordination in season play? There's a possibility that Manq and Maguli might actually switch mid lane and support. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, it's something that they've done in scrims a few times now, where they will actually swap Maguli over to support. Usually on picks like I've mainly seen it when they pick Decker. Usually Maguli will go into the dual lane and play the Decker just because he has an aggressive, champion in Decker and plays maybe a little better, they think, than Manq. And Manq is known for playing mages into the support role, so he already likes playing mages. So they just say, hey, we'll stick you on anything and just play the mid lane. And he's not a bad mid laner either, so. I wouldn't surprise me if they just tried to switch something up just to get a little bit more of a difference in the comms, a difference in the where they're playing the game. So it wouldn't shock me if those 2 switched out. I don't think it changes really how they need to play the game to take D-Lab out. D-Lab looks like they're playing really well right now, though, so it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, I mean, but putting Maguli into that duo lane and with Ferguson, going to be able to create a very aggressive duo lane. So that might change up how that duo lane is played. To see if Conte is going to be able to punish it or they're just going to be able to steamroll. So that might be controlling one side of the map. Obviously, we know if one lane is winning, it could be able to kind of leak over to other lanes as well.
And with that being said, it's time to look at this draft. Who's got the first pick here? Is it going to be D-Lab or is it S6? And that's 6th Sense for you. We've got the top pick and the top ban. Blue Jay, what are you hoping to see?
Like I said, I said before, I'm looking if they're going to take out the Narbash, if they're going to take out the Sevarog. Like, you just got to get D-Lab off of their comfort picks at the end of the day, right? And when you're in this first pick scenario, you are able to do that. D-Lab coming back, we'll see if the Yin ban comes out. I know Nugzlet's a good Yin player, and that champion, just as people have saying, is a little broken. But they actually go with the Kalari ban, which is a little bit shocking to me, but it did have a lot of impact at the beginning of that game. So the Kalari ban, maybe they're looking to take the Yin first. If the Yin doesn't come through, we'll see what they do. But yeah, the Kalari coming out, it's a crazy ban, but one that is justified.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit, mentioned it here on the first draft, that Kalari just changes the way you have to play the game, and it starts with that vision. And once you have to change your vision, now the jungle tracking becomes a little bit different, just because you have a limited amount of vision you can place down at a time. I mean, it's definitely a viable ban, but it's going to have to lead over to D-Lab banning in here because they don't want S6 to get this, because we all know how broken that champ is. It's really going to come down to these first 3 picks. What is Sixth Sense going to be able to pick up for that first pick to really change the game up? Maybe be able to pick up a counters or something for the mid lane if Maguli is back into it, or being able to get that Decker. But we do see that Aurora for P coming out right away. So that is a huge game changer for them because we know what he likes to do on that Aurora.
And of course, we've seen Conte on Aurora as well, but this is going to be in Peak's hands. Will he be able to handle Lauber with his Aurora? We've seen what he's able to do. He had a really great wall just watching from B stream when he was up against Autumn Leaf there. But anyways, going into this top 3 picks or the top 2 picks from either side, like what you said, F6, anything can happen. What's the play here? What is the strategy? And D-Lab responds with the damage output from Gideon and of course some sustain with Narbash.
Yeah, I mean, just slapping the orc on the first pick on their side. You could have seen that coming, right? It's the Toasty specials, the D-Lab special. They love the Narbash. It's good in the meta right now. And we're seeing in the dual lane that realistically the Narbash has been something that dual lanes are usually able to punish. And that's the reason that people don't like playing it, is because it's really bad in lane and you can sometimes get really far behind. But we're seeing teams finding a way to kind of just stabilize the dual lane with the Narbash and not get punished as much. And the Gideon is obviously one of Appy Picker's classic picks. It's one of the best mid laners in the game right now. He just outputs so much map mobility and is able to play the jungle mid 2v2 really, really well. So I like it. It also negates the Iggy pick, which I also think that Iggy is good into Narbash. So I like that they take the Gideon to kind of, say, okay, you're going to play Iggy. Well, we're going to get a good mid matchup because of it. And we also see the Revenant Bellica coming out, which, looking at this is a very, very, depending on where the Bellica goes, it could be Rev Bell dual lane, which is a very oppressive dual.
I mean, we talked about Revenant. Revenant's very highly prized because of his DPS, but not only that, at a higher level where we are now in PCC, his ultimate is used for a lot of different things. Being able to take that Gideon out of the fight, taking the black hole out of the fight there, or just being able to take the jungler out of the fight, or any member that is a threat to them, depending on how the game is going. But Lieutenant Bellica being able to kind of match up against a lot inside the pit, that drone, being able to take away mana, being able to just do some free damage by casting away is a huge burnout for some teams, especially when it's around that objective. But the Zar's ban is a really good pickup here. We've seen Conte be comfortable on this pick. So far, D-Lab has stuck to what they know. Comfort, Zarus, Gideon, Narbash, these are 3 comfort picks that we know D-Lab is going to be able to work through and very comfortable on these characters.
I mean, you take away the Aurora and you take away the Kalari, he still has that Zarus pick, which we know, just like what you said, F6, he does really well on Zarus as well. But D-Lab, they picked up the Gideon, they're taking away another mid laner, just narrowing the hero pool from S6 there. They're taking the Howie. Maybe they think that the Bellica might be in the mid lane and not in the support, just like what you were saying, Blue Jay. But the Skylar, that's the ban from S6.
Yeah, it's a strong AD that's coming out, and Skylar is one of the best ADs. I'm a little interested that the Skylars actually does come out, because the Revenant is known to have a pretty good matchup into Skylar, but maybe they just don't want to play against it. In my opinion, I'd actually probably rather play against the Skylar than like a Drongo this game. But looking over at both drafts right now, we see S6 with the Bellica flex, D-Lab looking to ban out the mid pool. I think the D-Lab probably actually wants the Bellica to come into the mid lane, and that's why they're banning out the mid pool, to make sure they don't have like very many other options. And that's the Drongo that I was talking about coming out from D-Lab. I think they're very happy that came through the draft. I was thinking that a Sevarog ban might come through for S6, but obviously they don't think that the Sevarog was that impactful in the last game, and they thought it was for other reasons. S6 got to really round out their comp right now, though. They really have a Revenant Bellica that could go into the dual lane, and that's a kill lane. If you're not killing the enemy dual lane, then you're getting no value out of that lane. So we'll see what they do here.
Definitely need something to be able to round out this build. But on the meantime, D-Lab is rounding out themselves pretty easily here. And like you said, they can't pick up the Sephiroth for Lauber again, but they can also pick up the Kwang here going into this matchup. Either pick, I still feel like is going to be strong in the hands of Lauber. So Sixth Sense going to have to find something to really match up against that possible pick. Looking at either possibly a Richter here to go against that Narbash to really kind of zone him out. That's going to be huge. But we see the Gadget and Chimera locking in here. And Gadget, we know, is not in the hottest of places. But into Gideon, pretty fair matchup, especially if they're able to utilize that Tesla Dome on top of that Gideon, maybe be able to counter that. But we're going to have to see how this plays out because Gideon is very aggressive.
Gadget's gonna definitely struggle in the early game, and pair that with a Chimera who is an aggressive hero in the jungle. But that really fits in with Nugslit's his play style, right? And this is what we expected. That's the Sevrog in for D-Lab. Now that we've got both teams with their comps, which one are you favoring and why?
I think I'm in heavy favorite of the D-Lab comp. I think they got exactly what they wanted. I think that the S6 comp is actually a little bit worse than their last comp was. And I think the only win condition that S6 really has is if the Revenant gets big enough to be able to just kind of 1v3 the other team's carries. You're looking for the Rev to ult the Gideon and just kind of one shot their magic DPS and then play the fight after that. But I think D-Lab has a team comp that's easier to play. They're better at playing it, and they know how to play it. So I favor D-Lab going into this next game.
Yeah, I definitely have to go with D-Lab again. That Chimera, very aggressive, very all-in type of character. And for the rest of Sixth Sense, nobody's going to really be able to keep up with that Chimera. So being able to capitalize, utilizing that Chimera as a front line, it's going to be something tough to do. Meanwhile, on the side of D-Lab, they have that Zarz, could be a little bit more of a bruiser, and that Severov we know can just close that gap. And they have all the utility to follow up. One Gideon torn space will have the entire team follow up behind that Severov. And with that Narbash sustain, you're going to have to fight through that.
D-Lab just taking what they know from game one and they're saying, hey, this works. Let's go with this again. And Sixth Sense just, this is potentially the last game from them. But that's the question, right? Will they take us to game 3? Cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Get your predictions in. This is potentially our last game of the quarterfinals between Dirty Lake and the boys versus Sixth Sense. TJ, DJ, and Tang, please show us the game.
Game 2 going to be coming in hot. You can see that we are actually getting that game prepared. It's back to us on the casting desk. Hello, everyone. D-Lab certainly feeling comfortable, drafting exactly what they want, and the desk absolutely loving it here. Sixth Sense, with their performance against Professors in Swiss, I'd hate for them to go out this way, but honestly, they need to find something, because D-Lab, they look good, Tang.
They definitely looked good, right? And I think a lot of it has been their game plan around Conter as the Kalari, just able to have so much pressure in the early game, right? Like we always hear pressure this, pressure that, pressure this, pressure that, right? But this time around, you can really see it, right? Kalari ganks dual lane, ganks mid lane, ganks dual lane, ganks mid lane. Meanwhile, Nuxlet has been playing fine, but he has been playing like a full clear sort of style. Got the first Fangtooth as well, but Conter just buying his team so much time, buying them so much, such a big health advantage in those trades as well, that his laners are suddenly just a level up, right? And suddenly the entire game is flipped.
It gives them that opportunity that they were able to just almost like kind of finish off those kills, right? I mean, how many times in those lanes do your opposing lanes just get away with such little HP? All of a sudden, bang, Conte is there. Dagger, he's going to be forcing blinks, he's going to be forcing kills regardless. So quite a really good performance from Conte. And I think we have to look about on the other side, right? As you say, Nugslit went for the full clear, wasn't really being proactive here, but maybe it's a little bit deeper than that, because I don't think Sixth Sense really utilized the combos within their draft. We never saw that Muriel Seraph combination that we were expecting for here. So this game 2 draft, I'm wondering what Sixth Sense have got cooked up for us this time.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the Kalari ban, it kind of shows me, though, that they are confident enough in winning a game if there's no X factor like that remaining, right? So this is banned away. We still see everybody walk towards the same lanes. There was a question whether Maguli is going to swap into the support role. We have seen him play both of these roles today, and Mankey was taking over the mid when it happened. This time around, no global ultimate. Muriel does not have to be chained with a jungler, for example, as it should have been, honestly, in the last game. Instead, we're going to have a very kill-heavy lane on that left-hand side. Revenant and Bellica, if they get rolling, it's going to be so hard for them to survive.
And it just kind of fits the Sixth Sense playstyle as well, just having Manq unlocked on one of his favored and signature picks as well to play that aggression, a little bit more of a playmaker than the Muriel. As I said, like that versus the Fortune was purely defense. Now Maniku's got options. Maniku's got offense. He's got a gun. He's got that drone. He's got that big seismic assault as well. So 6%, you know, kind of throwing everything at it in this last game because, as we know, this is their tournament life on the line. A loss here is elimination from PCC. It has to count.
It definitely does, because this is not a game that they play purely for fun. They also, of course, played for the $10,000 prize pool that we have in the PCCX for US left lane. We already see a lot of trading. Again, 4 members already grouped up, but there's not going to be a kill happening. But we see on the top, Blink being invested by the Bellica and the Ceres.
Even a bit of argy-bargy in the mid lane, as well as Appy and Maguli going to trade there. Looks like Appy was the one coming out a little bit worse for wear, but Maguli does not have any mana there, so going to be expecting mid lane to have to reset. Peek here on the right-hand side against Lorber as well, just able to bat it out, and once again, Lorber will be underneath this tier 1 tower, but it seems that, you know, on the Sevarog, it was very comfortable if he has to weather the storm.
Yeah, it should be pretty comfortable. Also, Aurora is not going to go for the Sign instantly. Pretty smart of her. It's going to instantly reset. Should be there in time to take the Sign. Sevarog, no mana, no HP. Can't take that away. So micro advantages over to Peak that we were hearing praises of, right? TJ, he was popping off on the B stream when he did get the Aurora. As the Quang, he was also bullying Lorber, but honestly, the entire map was falling apart, so he was not able to impact it too much. This time, though, with a big team fighting ultimate on that Aurora, with in theory winning dual lane as well, we are hoping that we're gonna see a different Sixth Sense this time around.
Well, as we're approaching the 4-minute mark, no kills. I say just a few blinks have been burnt as well on Conte and also on that Bellica. Also, yeah, on that Bellica as well. So not really seeing much at the moment here. I think Conte at this point had probably already ganked 2 lanes. He's on his way for his 3rd one as well, having to be farming in his red side jungle. So already, I think for Sixth Sense, stage 1 kind of complete here. You don't want to go for this comeback. Stage 2, get Nuxley a bit more involved. Peak not taking very much on that health trade, but Lorber just leaves that Fantaglide until the last possible moment.
Ceres is there.
Ceres is going to go hit that barrack. It's a great All Frost come down, but even better, Subjugate, Simulacrum, double jump, and the Glacial Charge used. Conte on the hunt. One more spear. Not gonna find it. Maguli ambushes just to block it as well. Bit of a close call over on the right-hand side. Conte still sticking around, but he's gonna have to back away.
Might not even have to back away though, because he's gonna invade onto the 3 camp. Chimera does not have an offlaner there that is healthy enough to help him out. We see the offlane. Actually, the offlane, we see a dive towards the tier 2. A lot of the minions being stolen away. The tower gets all of them. Aurora is struggling a tiny bit. And Lorber not only got a bunch of minions XP advantage, but he also got Cyan off the back end of it. No kills happening on the right side, with Ceres not having that blink after that earlier play in the dual lane, but they're still gonna feel very happy about this.
Speaking of heavy damage here, Lakenator takes down Vergessen with a first blood secured for Dirty Lake and the boys. Turns out you don't even need Conte to get Lake his first blood. The isolated 2v2 going to be won by D-Lab here.
Looks like our Revenant has Vergessen to blink there as well. Any of my German friends, they are gonna know what I'm talking about. But that being said, good dual lane punish with no blink up onto the Bellica. It's actually the Bellica not able to step up as far as she wants to. Revenant is the one taking the brunt of the damage that way. And with this, we actually see D-Lab, Toasty and Lakenator, the 2 mainstays of D-Lab, have been there all the way, all the time, take the lead in the dual lane.
It's just something that D-Lab can play around as well. Conte almost can take a little bit of happiness that he doesn't need to invest as much time on the left-hand side. Peak doing what he does best. He's going to proxy this way, but Conte is over on this right-hand side. Level 6 hits, though, by Peak from that wave there. Has that crisis. I'm going to try and bass this one out. Going to go over the wall, bump in towards Conte. Lorber also on the chase as well. Peak's got to break a few ankles, get out of this one. Good Glacial Charge. Gets a distance. Blink away from the Subjugate. Appy, though, in the river. Not going to be able to tag him up, though. Peak gets the proxy and gets away with it.
Yeah, he gets the proxy, he gets away with it. We did see Peak actually does go for the Fire Blossom. There's an sort of argument to be made that going for something AP heavy is a bit better on Aurora, especially against Sabrok that does obviously deal AP as well. As we see Fangtooth being started up, this might be a fight, but Conte's not there quite yet.
On the other side of the map, gonna go in towards the pit. Sixth Sense do secure. As the dome comes down in towards Sidespeak Assault. Blink comes out from Toasi's get away, but Happy re-engaging with the black hole, and he's not going to be interrupted. Full channel out, but he's still so low. Nugslit's gonna get a kill, answer back, but it will be traded though. They're gonna lose Vergessen at the entrance of the pit. Speedgate does track down, but Toasi throws a good drumstick into the back of Maguli. He's just gonna try and get away, but no way out. Dealer finding 2 at the cost of the Fangtooth.
That is just a disaster. We also saw Gadget use that blink, still ended up falling to the basic attack. Chimera at least managed to execute, was left alone in the pit. A bit of a cheeky James Bond play, but all he gets is no kill credit over to the enemy team. Still loses out on some tempo. They did secure that Fangtooth. It was a pretty miserable time for them though afterwards. Only Gideon falling, Epipicker going in, trying to be the hero and ends up being it as well. 2 kills for 1 in terms of kill credit. So honestly, in terms of the entire map state, this actually sort of kind of favors Sixth Sense regardless, but blinks have been expanded, so I think after this the mini prime is going to be really hard to contest.
Naturally, our eyes are going to look towards that right-hand side. And also as Peak proxies yet another wave as well. Clasto in the mid lane on towards Maguli. Colosseum comes down. No blink. And once again, Maguli's got no way to escape the gank from Conte. Also gets the stack inside of that Colosseum. D-Lab starting to pull ahead a little bit more here and getting involved early on. I'm going to bump into Nugslit inside of the jungle as well. Nugs doesn't even have his ultimate. It has to concede this pressure coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys, and it seems like there's nothing they can really do as D-Lab pull ahead in this early game.
It's just like the worst case scenario, right? Like you are mid laner, you just get your blink up at the worst time where you can't dodge away on most of the damage, and then you come back and suddenly there's a Sarah's cage on top of you and you just have no counterplay whatsoever to it. The Chimera also gets pushed away from the 2 camp, and this is sort of the transition that I like to see teams do, right? They win a team fight, they get the money advantage, and then they can instantly look for who flashed in the last team fight, right? Let's punish him again. Okay, we can invade into the red side, we can take the camps away, make the lead bigger and win that game that way. Now, though, on the left-hand side, we do see Lakenator and Toasty free, so Sixth Sense has a small timing where they can go for the mini prime, and D-Lab does not really have the numbers to respond to this.
They're still going to move over towards this side. Maybe they can look towards exit frags as Peak going to push Lorba out. Mini Prime secured, most likely going on towards Nugslit. I would imagine. I can't really see it going on towards Maguli here in the mid lane, potentially here. But it looks like it's going to be a free Mini Prime secured. Able to be also held onto as well. The mini prime not stripped off the member immediately as well, but it's not going to be for trade for nothing though, as D-Lab Lakenator's hitting on towards this tower. They might just grab the tier 1 in isolation as well. That's a lot of golden XP going to the D-Lab duo lane.
Gideon is looking towards Maguli again, and there is just no ultimate, no blink up for that Gadget. Is gonna throw the microwave on top of herself, but no hope to make it out to safety. Conte so good at punishing those blink timers. We see it again and again, and now that duo lane might be the next target. Looking at the top, Balika should be safe. So is Revenant, so he can't really hit that wave, but might be able to force the blink.
Oh, he's going to go for the movement speed. Funk is going to land as well. Vergessen really doesn't want to be here. Conte looking for it. Can't find the Spirit of Near. Just goes above the left ear of the Revenant. Vergessen going to stay alive, but the left-hand side is a bit of an inferno right now. And Sixth Sense need to find something to go their way, because right now D-Lab just going through the motions, not doing anything spectacular, Tang. They're just playing the map a little bit cleaner.
Nah, just so clean, right? And again, we see the Revenant no blink up now, right? Gadget is about to get it. The question is, can Saris punish in time? I don't think so, but he doesn't need to, because now the Revenant is the next target, right? Now, instead of punishing the mid lane, you can punish the left-hand side, especially with no tier 1s remaining any longer. So, definitely smart play coming out.
We're just going to hit a subjugate. A little bit more trading on this right-hand side, but once again, Lorber, as we know, he's going to be feeling pretty fine as well. He not really got much in terms of the damage being built there. Colossal blow onto the arc shot nearly actually sent Peak over towards the left-hand side of the map. That could be quite an awesome interaction if we do see that. Side buff going to be picked up by Lorber. Peak trying to follow on as well, just heavy trading down, but I don't think Lorber's really in any danger of going down here, as these solo laners just keep fighting, man. Hoarfrost gonna root there. Maybe thinking about the ultimate, but Lorber is the one who's standing a little bit more healthy. Nearly goes for the Siphon Soul. Good double jump away from Peak. Right lane is really in danger of breaking open in favor of D-Lab here.
Lorber is not going to be able to dodge out on the damage of the ultimate, but Blinks being expended for both of them. Honestly, I don't think that's a big advantage over to the Aurora, not a big advantage to the Sevarog. It's pretty even after all. I think Fangtooth should be where we look at the moment, though. Aurora, with that play, at least was able to get the wave first, so that is a small timing advantage that Sixth Sense has. Aurora is going to be able to join the fight at the same time as that Sevarog, but Sevarog is going to have the Colossal blow up, so this might turn out to be a bit of a problem.
Might be a problem, and really not what Sixth Sense need right now. I say they're one game down in a best of 3. Tournament life is on the line. It could all come down to this team fight here. D-Lab are able to secure it and just win the team fight cleanly. Sixth Sense don't have enough left in the tank to contest here the rest of this game, especially with how D-Lab have been playing. But Sixth Sense can't deny it. They did pull off the upsets, and now is the time someone to step up. Now is the time for something crazy to happen. Both teams just handshake in the river. Gonna back away as well. Fangtooth going to be the target. Sixth Sense wanting to get the second one. D-Lab trying to deny the free Fangtooth Monty. A lot of posturing going around here, but no one has really a clean opportunity.
Yeah, both teams just want to mainly play around those waves instead. Gadget, though, might be caught again. Does have the blink up this time, but does not get to use it. Uses it finally, gets back on the turret, drops the microwave to this wait, but with that big team fight ultimates have been blown. Lorber in the mid lane is going to take a bit of damage, but it's not enough.
Trying to back away, Conte throws down the Colosseum, not going to lock up any members. Blink's coming out, and the Glacial Charge used by Peak to get back towards his tier 1 tower. D-Lab pulls straight back towards the Fangtooth as well, even without the Colosseum. They still have the Black Hole, they still have ultimates, Crash Bam Boom, Shrapnel Cannon available to them as well, and Sixth Sense, no way into the pit, nowhere near, not even in the same postcode as this one. Fangtooth secured by D-Lab, everyone in the clown car, back over the wall, feeling your like take.
And I think it's gonna be so miserable for Maguli again, because DJ, do you remember the last time that Maguli blinked in a team fight? I'm pretty sure he does at least,
yeah.
because he ended up giving over a bunch of kills to the Saras, and I have a feeling Conte is gonna aim to do the same this time again.
Yeah, Conte is just kind of like, as soon as that blink sound effect goes off, I don't know if it's like the Kill Bill, like sirens go off in his head, but he's like, I took that personally, to be honest. So let's see what Conte decides to utilize it. And also, what we want to see is Sixth Sense play around that. Now that Maguli knows what he's going to have to deal with for the next 5 minutes, how do Sixth Sense look to respond as D-Lab? Everything going their way, now approaching the mid-game and still in control of this game.
Yeah. Definitely are. I think for Sixth Sense, at least they secured one of these Fangtooth, right? So they're not on a timer themselves, but at the same time, if they fall further and further behind, it could be an issue. Especially that duo lane, Revenant and Bellica, Mankyu and Ferguson have not been able to get a lead as was expected for them. Now, Mankyu on the Bellica is sort of just a worse mid laner, right? Does not have the peel that most of the other supports have, but does have that one-shot potential, which can't be utilized if you're missing out on AP. Big Prime is being baited, Mini Prime actually, and Conte is in the front line.
Glacial Charge comes out, nice double knockup coming out from Mankyu, but only really the CC and the displacement there, because Nugslit just finds himself isolated. Sixth Sense tries to start the fight. D-Lab say, alright, well let's keep going. Tezzerdome in this corridor. That's a lot of damage on towards Conte. The evade comes out, but there's still being chunked out. Lorber still taking a bit of a chunk here. D-Lab having to back away, respecting that from Sixth Sense. We see an opportunity to move forward, but they can't go too far because Toasty is waiting with a Funk. Lake is still over here. Mini Prime still available. Looks like both teams might think about backing away. Resets coming out. The call has been made. Everyone back to the mid lane. You still have still have the NA RAM that needs to be completed at least once in this series.
You gotta think that for D-Lab, they could have looked at the mini prime still, but Toasty just not enough mana to actually heal everybody up again. That was one of the strengths in the first game. Always full HP whenever Toasty was around. Should be donates at the river actually, and should be able to get enough mana to help in this team fight if it actually does happen. Mini prime started up.
He has an angle here, so that's Horford's going to go down. Toasty gets deleted by Vergessen, and now without their Narbash, looks like the mini prime was still secure. No, stolen away by Nugsted here. The Black Hole comes out. 6th Sense though want to turn the fight. They get the kill on towards Appian, now on the hunt for Lorber. Colossal Blow throws one back, but can't throw back them all. The blink does come out from Lorber, gets himself to safety, but 6th Sense with a steal and 2 kills going their way. Finally, something goes their way.
What can you do is what you asked just a bit ago. That is exactly it. They get the steal, they get the team fight as well, and it's not everything because they also get the mid tier 1 turret unless Conte can do something about it.
It's gonna not stop tower going down, but maybe he might be able to get a pick on towards one of these immobile mages. No mana, no HP, no way out for Mancu there. Conte once again punishing mages without blinks, kind of just becoming his signature right now in this series.
Definitely is Conte. Also 5 kills, 0 deaths, 1 assist, has been smurfing. Needs to still worry about the lockdown though.
As that Blast Flower gets everyone apart from Conte over the wall. He's gonna get away. Narbash provides that healing. Conte, probably a little bit of luck going his way, but sometimes in these games you have to make your own luck. He does escape here. Mid lane tier 1 immediately sieged by the squad of D-Lab as well. We'll hold on a little bit longer, but still D-Lab looking for opportunities.
Definitely, tier 1 is being defended by 3 members though, should not be able to be pushed down. Lorber on the right hand side should be getting a tier 1 there though. So we see gold being traded, but we see a sort of different kind of D-Lab. We see the mid-game D-Lab that is not as confident as they used to be when they did get those 3 frags. Giving up that mini prime certainly hurt, and losing out on a bunch of kills. And now Conte also can't be as aggressive as he was before, right? 5 kills deep is a pretty big shutdown to give over. So as a Saris that honestly just pretty much wants to press the Colosseum on the backline, can't really do it as safely as he did before.
He really does need to choose his moments, but as we know of Conte, he has the caliber, he has that potential as well, and it is one of the reasons why he is the D-Lab jungler on the first seeded team as well. Meeting in towards the mid lane, but not so much in this game about the talent player that is Lakeinator, honestly, for Dirty Lake and the boys here. Honestly, a bit of a quiet game, just kind of hitting the shots, going pew pew. Gag grenade here, old Rusty there, but honestly, this is just what Lakeinator does, right? You won't hear from him for a while, but then he's going to probably get like a quadra kill later on or something.
Yeah, I think there was probably rumors that it's not Lakeinator himself playing, so D-Lab decided, okay, we are gonna do our thing. We're gonna be pretty slow in the early game, and I'm sure we're gonna see them pop off after that 25-minute mark or so, once those 3-4 core items are complete on the carry. At least that's what D-Lab was always known for. Remember, as we said before, 4 second place finishers, I think 1 win as well, as Lorber on the left hand side is getting collapsed on, but honestly, it's a Sevarog and he is not gonna fall. So D-Lab, they're on the brink of winning this. This one game could place them into the semifinals tomorrow, but 6th Sense still has something to say about that.
They're going to start up this Fangtooth, and as long as they have a core, they have a chance. They're still in this game. Peak started the aggro, going to back away. Moving forward, though, going to actually force a blink out. There's the glacial charge, not going to keep Conte away, but Lorber going to find the subjugator. And there's Conte with the Colosseum. Engage on towards Nugstit. Once again, 6th Sense without their jungler. They're trying to deal with Lorber. Phantom glides away, and Lorber, with 4 members turning on their attention towards him, only loses about half HP. And there is the Narbash healing back towards the Fangtooth. They go. No jungler This would have to be a really good team fight win. It's a Blink coming out into the double Hoarfrost, looking for the Crisis, and Black Hole coming out though from Abby picking a turn away from the Fangtooth because there's much more tantalizing prospects to deal with. It's the Sixth Sense squad. They're gonna lose another 2 members. Peak does at least get a kill back, but Lake is gonna take him down. 2 for 2 there. Fangtooth is still gonna be taken up, and with Conte here, this should still be a free secure here. Lorba Phantom glides forward, gonna find Maguli, and that's exactly what D-Lab do, pulling apart teams. The Sixth Sense lose another, and they're also gonna lose yet another objective to this D-Lab team.
I don't see Lorba's HB, but that was crazy. But in the end, he makes it out alive. Did catch onto, like, I think 4 members. Wasted so much time on the left, while Nuxlid with the mini prime was just caught in the mid lane. Tried to go onto Toasty, but with no follow-up, with a good gag grenade coming in from Lakeinator as well. His Narbash makes it back to safety. And again, in those team fights, a Narbash just provides so incredibly much healing. All of those fights that are moderately close could be very much in favor of Sixth Sense if Toasty was not there to heal up so much every single team fight. Now we see a bit of a trap being sprung around that big prime. Gideon might be the target, but again, a safe mid laner that is not easy to catch.
Exactly how Appy likes it here as well. Still had a pretty decent game on this game. Not quite getting the kills or the highlight reel moments on they did on the Howitzer in game number 1, but just doing his job, throwing out the rocks, causing damage and causing chaos wherever he goes. But just got to go back towards that Narbash here. Again, just so many plays from this series alone got to prove in. Also with what Blue Jay was saying on the desk as well. Team Scrim practice anyone over than Narbash, but on tournament day, the Orc with the drum kick always seems to come out, and we get to see exactly why teams like to play it as well, especially Toasty. You know, one of those players that really has made this one of his signature picks as well. It's a tough old time for Sixth Sense though, because time again really is running out. If there's any time to make a play or look for something or someone to step up, it has to be now.
Yeah, it definitely has to. I think connecting to the point from before from you as well, I think D-Lab sort of have found the stride again, because if you look behind the scenes at those scrims happening, it was also Lorba not confident enough to play the Zavarok because nobody was playing it. He thought it's weak in his hands as well, but I think today we definitely see that it's not the case. Lorba has been providing so much tankiness in the front in those team fights. In Sixth Sense, they need to find an answer for it, right? Because you're asking, like, what can they do, right? They have a gadget, they have an Aurora, they have a lot of team fighting damage. You just need to get past Lorba to actually deal it. And I think with Lorba being stuck on the left hand side, this might be the timing that they're looking for.
Colossal Blow was utilized. As you say, Lorba feels more like their gatekeeper for Sixth Sense. They can get past Lorba, they can maybe get something out of this game. And, you know, having him on the left-hand side, not even in the team fight, is a pretty good way of starting it here. But D-Lab going to recognize that, not going to overextend, showing the discipline from your number 1 seed coming into Pccx as well. Overcommit or Prime is on the table. 4 members group up around the Shadow pit as well, looking towards Maguli, just going to immediately back away, getting flashbacks to that Zarus. What Conte has kind of been playing with him in that mid lane all this game as well. We're back to a neutral state, back towards the river as well, just really waiting for that next moment.
And again, just to talk about the stakes, right? This is the second game of the quarterfinals. First one secured for D-Lab. If Sixth Sense loses this, they're out of the tournament. They're out of competition for this 10k prize pool. And looking at those teams, right, we definitely see that the competition is just too rough. Who would have expected for them to fall here? D-Lab was certainly one of them, because they are still looking super strong. D-Lab, the ones that pretty much never miss a quarters, never miss a semis, is gonna look to do the same again this time around. Big Prime might be in their eyes. With Toasty's healing on that Narbash, they can tank it pretty much infinitively, but not if there is a collapse incoming from Sixth Sense. They stop, they look for the tier 1 instead.
And you actually getting poked out just before the camera panned over here as well. Not sure what's going on, but Sixth Sense hemmed in by their second boys. They really do not feel confident to move outside of this tier 1 tower, and that's probably why D-Lab are putting so much attention towards it as well, to remove the structure, remove the safe spaces away from Sixth Sense. There were Funk lands from Toasty, no real follow-up Minions going to be dealt with here. It feels like we're just waiting for those next objectives to spawn. Primal Fangtooth will be about 30 seconds, maybe even 15 seconds away on that left-hand side. Gives another avenue for Desiree and the boys, as they're the ones who are going to make that first move here. Over on that left-hand side, though, 1v1 between Lorba and Peak. Allfrost comes down. Lorba sees it. Lorba goes. Lorba blinks. Lorba wins a solo bowler 1 versus 1 on the left-hand side. Vergessen, though, on the hunt. Tessadone tries to clear the minions, but cannot deny D-Lab from taking the mid lane tier 1 tower. And it looks like they're straight over towards the All Prime. Lorba drops, but he is going to be saying it's a hashtag worth.
Yeah, and actually there's no vision for S6 is what I was about to say, but instead they have a ward in the river. They might drop here. They're not sure where they are.
Well, going for the team fight here, and D-Lab going to turn rotation. Nugslet is down, tried to lay the trap, but actually D-Lab spring it. Toasty does get that knock up from the Crash Bang Boo, going to provide the healing in the middle of the team fight where he wants to be. They are on the hunt now for the Sixth Sense members. Another double seismic assault comes out of Manq there, but D-Lab really aren't dropping there, and Sixth Sense can't focus down the damage. Ferguson needs to hit the shots, needs to find an angle here, but D-Lab aren't going to give it. With Toasty just providing the healing, everyone's going to walk away. Just the pick on towards Nugslet.
Yeah, Toasty not right there to heal everybody up, but Vergessen on the left-hand side did get the pick onto Lorba. Had to use that blink to do it though, so that Revenant is gonna be pretty vulnerable in those next few team fights. I think that is gonna be the key for D-Lab to win those fights. With Sarah still having everything up, right, it's pretty hard to dodge out on all of that damage. And also Lorba now getting the better of that Aurora in the offlane. Honestly, it doesn't change much, but it definitely changed the mindset, because now they know, okay, we can leave Lorba on the side lane. He's always gonna win against Aurora, and we don't have to worry about that mid lane. Lorba walks in.
We're moving forward, getting some information for his team with Primal still on the cards. D-Lab though want to get the pick first. Lorba still walking in, but he once again is the Sevarog that needs to be dealt with before Sixth Sense can go anywhere near this team. Hat gets thrown onto Appy, takes Chunk. Not enough. Lorba though gonna actually throw Peak in towards the rest of his team with that colossal blow from the top ropes. Glacial Charge comes down. Peak drops. It's enough here, but can he get the ultimate out? No, he can't. Peak is going to go down. The Tesla Dome is thrown out by Maguli as well. Lorba on towards the left-hand side. Sixth Sense scatter back in towards their red side jungle. Conte moving forward as well. They've got the pick they were looking for. What do they decide to do with it? Their health bars go low. Toasty blink with the funk. Nogsa is down. And there is the reckoning coming out on Vergessen, trying to win the 1v1 in the Shadow Realm, but it might just be easy to get away. But no, Lorba is the one who takes him down. And now D-Lab completes the route, and they will take the mid lane tier 2 tower. And what else can this team do when they are playing at their best?
Yeah, it looks like they are just unstoppable. They have the Toasty healing now as well, and they're instantly gonna transition over to the Prime. Only Maguli up. He is gonna be able to clear the mid wave, but not much more than that. The Prime is falling fast. That one is a no thought. It's gonna be easily secured by D-Lab. And with that, it actually looks really rough for Sixth Sense, because before, like... before, it was actually kind of winnable for them, but now, DJ... I hate to say it, right? But it sort of reminds me of that game 1, right? After the Prime was secured, it feels like D-Lab just sort of fall into the routine of they get the Prime, they get the Primal, and suddenly, I don't know how, but they're definitely gonna end this. At least that's how I see them. Let's see if they can live up to my expectations.
I mean, just going off that game 1, just going off of our expectations of your number 1 seed here in Pccx as well. They are a team that are very... familiar with how to close out a game, with how to get the lead, with how to keep it, and also how to take calls. They're pretty damn good at that, I must say. Sixth Sense, can't just win one, they have to win them all, but they have to try and keep in this game. Colossal blow from Lorba on towards Manq, and Conte gonna take him down. Subjugates. Lorba is just running the show on this pick. Jungler down once again. Tesla Dome comes out. D-Lab just sidestep it and walk away. Doesn't even matter to them, as Appy gonna hit another rock and hits another one onto his opposing mid laner. 4 members down. Sixth Sense losing 4, and D-Lab looking for the Primal. They might even look to end this game.
Yeah, it's only the Revenant remaining. He's gonna finish channeling the recall, but there is no way he can defend this with all 4 members walking in the mid lane. Conto is gonna look to pad his stats, try to get him, but it's not gonna happen. But what is gonna be inevitable is all those minions going for the core.
D-Lab are going to be back into as Lorber is just showing off right now. Colossal blows, we're guessing out of spawn into the waiting arms of his team. D-Lab, once again, we'll see you in the semi-finals. 6th Sense are eliminated from PCCX.
Oh, what a tragic story that was. We just saw before them on the B stream popping off, and then you get to the main stage, you get to the quarters, and then what do you see across? You see D-Lab. That's not who you want to face, right? And D-Lab showed us once again, right, why they are the first seed. They showed us once again why they are the one team that consistently makes it to the finals. And honestly, just really well played. And I really love the adaptation as well. Coming from those previous PCCs, we are used to them winning the late game, but such clean sort of macro game to get there in the mid game, in the early game as well, just never falling behind. That's definitely a different D-Lab. And I think other teams watching this, they're going to be afraid.
This does feel like D-Lab 2.0 with how they close out this game as well. But a moment to go for 6th Sense as well. Because as you say, you know, they had that really hype moment. Taking down the reigning PCC champions in the Swiss, coming into this one, must have felt amazing. But D-Lab just represent another level in the competition. And hey, you know, the PCC is the highest level of Predecessor that we currently have. And D-Lab are a team at the top of it as well. And if you want to get anywhere in the scene, you have to take down Dirty Lake and the boys. They go to the semi-finals, putting on a clinic, doing what they do best. 6th Sense, they gave it their all, man. They did not take that fight line down. They kept on going, kept on starting fights, trying to look for opportunities. The D-Lab just shut down every single time.
Yeah, and I think as a new team, right, making quarters in Predecessor's biggest tournament, that is not something to scoff at whatsoever, right? Like, they showed us they can contest with the very best. They beat Professors, knocked them out of contention the earliest they ever were, right? Not making it to quarters, a big deal to them, and definitely also a big team deal to 6th Sense, making it to quarters. Game could have gone both ways, right? But to be fair, D-Lab just popping off, definitely the better team on the day, so very deserved our very first semi-finalists.
Tournament day D-Lab is quite terrifying, but that's going to do it from myself and Tang, and for this quarterfinals, we're going to throw it back to the desk for the post-set breakdown.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. We're back with Blue Jay and F6. Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. That was our first quarterfinals of the day, and D-Lab is just well on their way to their eyes, with their eyes on the prize, advancing to the semi-finals. Dirty Lake and the boys calculated, they played methodically from start to finish. That's the type of plays you expect from a previous PCC champion. They are seasoned veterans. You take First Fangtooth, you take OP, sure, that's fine. But we'll take game 1 and 2 away from you. Just absolutely playing at the highest caliber. But Blue Jay and F6, what exactly happened and where did things go wrong for 6th Sense?
Yeah, I mean, in the game, I thought it started with the draft. I thought the draft coming from 6th Sense was quite an awkward one. I think picking the gadget and the rev into that comp is a little shaky. The rev was okay, but the gadget definitely just obviously didn't do very much in the game. Where I think it went wrong, I want to give props to Conte, actually, because he punished the gadget flash timer very well that game, which is the reason why the gadget was actually never able to scale into that mid to late game very properly. Right when gadget blew that blink after the Fangtooth fight, Conte was on top of it with Cage, I think 2 times with a kill. So that's where, for me, it kind of starts spiraling, because once you lose that mid control against Gideon, he's just able to kind of roam around the map and do whatever he wants. So there was also nothing to take the Gideon out of the air on the side of 6th Sense besides the Revenant ult. And if the Revenant isn't strong enough to fight the Gideon, then he really just has no use.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, after Conte was able to shut down mid, Lauber got to raid boss mode, You saw how that ended within like the last 10 minutes. It was just Lauber doing whatever he wanted to do. And once he gets to that stage, he's unstoppable. We've seen it time and time again. So, I mean, all around, D-Lab just playing exceptionally well. They're looking very scary right now. Not like what they looked like inside some of their scrims going towards this, but like they said, it's just a scrim. And right now, they showed up on game day and they're here to play.
GG's 6 cents. Remarkable plays by Dirty Lake and the boys. They get to advance to the semis tomorrow for day 2 of our main event here in PCCX. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to you, Blue Jay, but that's not the last we'll see of you because we'll see you tomorrow as well. Is there anything else you'd like to say to chat?
No, I keep enjoying the games. I know I will. I will see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, it's been very fun.
Thank you so much for being here. And we want to say thanks to you, chat. Thank you so much for watching, the subscriptions, the follows. We see you and we appreciate it oh so much. If you like what you're seeing, you can catch us on YouTube as well, here on Twitch, Instagram, as well as X. We still have our B stream, www.twitch.tv/PredPCC2. But up next is the last quarterfinals of the day, and that's between Autumn Leaf and Even Worse Timing. I hope you guys are going to grab yourself a snack because that is also going to be a good one. But before that, let's take a quick break.
Yeah, he does give it up. There is going to be DK stat. It's going to be the Primal Fangtooth on all 5 members of Rogue. Bondroid has to get out of here. He's not going to be able to get out just yet. Gratty is going to come through the wall. He's going to miss the stun. It's going to get dove over the blink collar through.
Here comes Mercy as well to help out. This time, help from Rogue is a ways away. They have to make sure they don't chase. Wisely, Leftovers seem to have learned their lesson. Take the steps back. Do not over-aggress into this team. We're 32, almost 33 minutes into this, Rockin. This game is brutal by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, Rogue is leading by 11 kills right now, but every inch of ground is paid for in blood. So far, the Leftovers aren't showing any signs of giving up.
There's definitely no sign of that whatsoever. It has looked pretty close, especially around that second orb prime take, but they are still in the game. They just need to weather the storm. You really cannot afford to fight into the Primal Fangtooth. It gets more and more damage the later the game goes, all true damage. So it will shred through those HP bars no matter how tanky you are. But it doesn't last very long. That is the main downside of the Primal. It will fall off faster than the Orb Prime, and if they can just hold it on until then, it is good. And also, they don't have the Siege minions, they don't have those Orb Prime minions. The tower taken isn't going to be as strong. They really want to get that T-fight against Leftovers right now. They're just not able to find anything.
Genuinely, it feels like Rogue just needs to go for this Orb Prime and force Leftovers to respond to them there. They have the Primal Fangtooth. They have the third stack Fangtooth. They have all the damage in the world in these fights. They can just force it to happen. Haru, he's helping out here.
Going to get here.
He's going to shred this Orb Prime down. Your eyes on the map, Bartledew still on that left side.
Not going to get here.
Their way. It's going to be a close one. It's going to go down very quickly. Mercy can't get there in time. Glacial Charge now leaves him in no man's land. He just gets CC to hell and back to hell. He goes down. And just like that, the Leftovers at a disadvantage. Or Prime, trying to find a way out. Get Silence back down to the ground. You can't keep doing it to him, but you sure can. Rogue take 2 down, and they're poised to take more.
I don't know if it's a silence, but it was definitely a stun from Penguin that caused it. And, I mean, that's 2 members down. That's going to be so much harder to defend. But Utley, getting caught by Wrangle is going to get out. I think Russell 14 was used to escape. But there is still 4 members of Rogue here. The steel wall is going to come out. That's going to block any chance of these minions being destroyed. That is going to be the first inhibitor. And there is 25 seconds on Mercy. There is 35 on Ride. This is still a 3v4, 3v5 with Wrangle coming. They're going to end the game here.
Go on in, Gratty charges forward. Bartledew and Jay have to try to hold the line. Bondroid goes to the sky, but he gets pulled back down. He's so low.
No minions.
Mountain poor, so low, under half health. The Haru takes Bondroid down. Only Jay and Bartledew Can they finally push him back? There's no more minions. They're coming on up. Still 6 seconds before Bry gets here. This is so tough. Jay is here with the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Rogue steps forward. The black hole opens, and it takes the core down with it. Rogue tie this setup 1-1.
What a quarterfinal we get to witness here. Leftovers, they had a dominant game one. Rogue do not care about your anger, do not care about the fact that you are leftovers, because they had the composition they wanted. They have the players they needed. They have come back into this game too with a vengeance, with Gratty saying, no, I am the jungler, I am the PCC 9 MVP, and I am going to show you why.
This backline did so much work from Rogue. Gratty made so much space. Haru and Wangle, 12-2, 7-1. They did fantastic work there. Answers have to be found for game number 3, Falcon. It was do or die for Rogue. Well, guess what? Now it's do or die for both of these teams. And just like that, the wind has changed. The momentum has shifted into Rogue's favor. And with that, the momentum also shifts right back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk for our second semifinals of the day. It's your girl R-Dog with a Triple G hosting this next set, but now I got a brand new set of faces joining me. These teams are playing for a chance at $10,000 prize pool, clawing their way up to make a name for themselves and to show that they are worthy contenders of being called champions of the PCC. Let's start off with our desk analysts and introduce them, shall we? Let's start with TJ, one of the goated casters in the scene, British drinker of tea and bottles of water. How are you, TJ?
I mean, yeah, I really took a cup of tea, already ready for this one here. No, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, me and Tang had a great first quarterfinal on the broadcast as well. So it's nice, to sit down, make yourself a cup of tea and watch an absolute banger of a second quarterfinal we have on stream. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, this is the first time I have you guys with me here on desk, but let's introduce the next guy, the guy to my right, PCC 2 champion, Nef's former offlaner, and our favorite Australian caster. How are you, Tang?
Hey, happy to be here, definitely. Good to be next to R-Dog, that is known for being on the dev stream, of course. But yeah, as TJ was saying, we were just casting the previous game and it was a banger to cast. It was a banger to watch, and honestly, it's gonna be a banger to analyze the next game as well.
Yeah, we just watched Dirty Lake and the Boys versus Six Sense, and D-Lab takes that first quarterfinals, and they get to move on to the next semifinals. Meanwhile, on Stream B, we just kind of watched on the break that Rogue takes Leftovers to Game 3 in the other quarterfinals. Just a reminder to the chat, exclamation point bracket shows you the current standings and the roster of each team. But we're going to go into the next set here, the next best of 3. We still have the 2 other sets to watch. And the set that we'll be watching in this mainstream is between Autumn Leaf versus Even Worse Timing. Let's not waste any more time. Let's just dive right into this draft. How are we feeling? Autumn Leaf versus EWT.
I think when you look at the bracket here, this is kind of the matchup I think I was the most excited to see, right? Even Worse Timing, of course, are PCC 6 champions, the first team to ever do 2-time champions coming into this one, but they hadn't been in PCC since, so it's actually really good to see Even Worse Timing coming back, and I don't envy them to play against this Autumn Leaf team, who have been playing absolute animals, coming in, stacked roster, massive expectations, and they're delivering on them.
Yeah, definitely are, and I think Autumn Leaf has been, like, not known by the community so much, but from what I've heard players say behind the scenes, they are one of the favorites to win this, which is kind of crazy just looking at the caliber of teams coming in, right? And EWT already going for the Grux ban, which is a pick that both Morose and Niv are really good at. Seraph response means that for the first time, which feels like the entire tournament, Yin is actually going to be open, and EWT, that could be a very prized pick for them.
I am looking forward to this. We haven't seen Yin yet, but we've talked about her constantly here on the stream. We talked about how she's able to clear the waves so much. She's able to clear the jungle. She's able to deal so much pressure and deal so much damage for her team. And there it is, just like what you've expected. That's the Yin. That's the first pick for Even Worse Timing.
When we've spoken so much about Yin on this broadcast, we've actually been speaking a lot about Yin's absence from these games, just permanently on the second ban for every single game, it feels like, especially on broadcast. I know Yin has been played a little bit here and there, but Seraph has been one of the kind of big answers to Yin. The other one being the counters, which ultimately are going to lock in for themselves and also taking up that Skylar. But yeah, we're getting to see Yin in the hands of Even Worse Timing. I want to see what Autumn Leaf have planned for this eventuality.
Yeah, we can already see the Skylar being locked in, so that is actually pretty smart. Dodges out on a lot of the prowess that Yin has. Usually with that ultimate just does not allow the enemy ADC to do anything against her. With that Skylar, she somewhat negates this. So counters also gonna be a lot of damage. So the idea is for Yin to be, first of all, not able to shut the Skylar down, and second of all, for counters to be the sort of damage dealer to lock her down to make sure that she can't fight in those team fights anyways. We have the Sinks and the Quang lock in. Honestly, I really like this. I was almost fearing that they're gonna get baited by Muriel or something, because Ray is historically known for being really good on a Muriel, but as a team, EWT, we have seen them struggle when they go for like a double global comp, when they rely on Ray with those big ultimates.
And with that being said, you've got a response from Autumn Leaf here, and that's the Belica. We know from Autumn Leaf, that the playmakers from that team are Nivula and Soul Reaper. So I'm guessing that Countess is going to be in Nivula's hands. And Belica, just a good all-around mid mage for Autumn Leaf. She's able to provide so much with that drone as well as her knockup. Autumn Leaf, though, taking away the Drongo, just really narrowing that hero pool for ADCs for EWT.
And I think when you look at this composition through the lens of dealing with the Yin as well, I really do like the Belica into this one, because that Seismic Assault is not a projectile, so the Quelling Gale is not going to interrupt it, or that the ricochet that Yin could do to block projectiles here. Faban is a very interesting one as well. I guess, you know, trying to hit the mid pool. Soul Reaper, of course, this is one of his classic picks in the mid lane, even though we are expecting the Bellica to go into mid lane, but it does, of course, have that flex potential. This Autumn Leaf composition already looking really scary. Like, there's a lot of setup here and a lot of upfront damage here. Really, though, like, I just want to see what they want to draft in terms of frontline, or at least trying to get into those fights and also being something that the Skylar and the Bellica can maneuver around.
Yeah, definitely agree. I also think that the Bellica pickup is pretty smart because they're reducing the amount of projectiles they have in the game, right? If you look at it, right, there's pretty much only the Skylar primary ability, and there's also the Spear of Nia, but apart from that, like, Yin ultimate doesn't really do that much. So not saying that Yin is useless, because Yin still forces Autumn Leaf to go into those heroes, and also banning the Fae away from EWT is going to be really big, because Soul Reaper is one of the main reasons that Autumn Leaf is able to win those early to mid games, with Soul Reaper's laning phase just sort of being unmatched, to be honest, in the PCC at the moment.
I really like what I'm seeing here. Could this be the answer to Yin's aggression? Is just aggression on the other side? With that being said, though, EWT, they're locking in their last 2 picks.
Yeah, Murdoch and Howard, so just going really for comfort here. I guess, like, you know, if Autumn Leaf are having to burn a lot of resources and time into targeting this Yin, by the way, with that Zinc support, so even if they do get through the Yin and actually take it down, that Neurogenesis can come in from the Zincs to bring that Yin back up, and then it essentially allows, like, Kwang, Murdoch and Howard to kind of just exist without the threat of, you know, that Zaras dive or that Countess Feast or that lockdown as well. But locking in the Gideon, though, for Autumn Leaf as well, means that, you know, Soul Reaper still feeling pretty happy, but Bellica going into that supporting role.
Yeah, Bellica support is gonna be the lock-in. Gideon mid, honestly, for Soul Reaper against the Howitzer has a pretty big hitbox. Is usually not the worst matchup, but it is really swing heavy, so it all depends on that jungler as well. We are most likely gonna have the counters and the Yin doing that, and I think it's gonna be a pretty big bloodbath in the 2 versus 2 mid jungle. I think that is gonna be sort of the lanes that we are gonna look at.
And now that we have the team comps, the drafts are done, which team are you favoring and why, TJ and Tang?
Ooh, I really like both of these compositions. I think the comp that speaks to me the most, I don't want to vote against Even Worse Timing, but Autumn Leaf, I am really liking their composition. I think this is going to be really exciting to watch because of the caliber of players that we have on the team, on heroes that can really show off their mechanical skill and also their team play as well. So I'm going to give this one to Autumn Leaf.
Yeah, it's a close one for me as well. I think EWT, they have a clear vision of what they want to do with the Yin as well, locked in. Again, to say it again, right? Compared to the last game, suddenly we have a whole different set of heroes. That's the beauty of competitive Predecessor, right? We don't have an Aurora, we don't have an Arbor, suddenly we don't have a Sevarog. We have a completely different set of heroes. And now with the Yin, I've heard a lot about it. I've not seen it much played in scrims as well. So Autumn Leaf couldn't be prepared too well against it, is going to be my expectation. So I'm going to give it to EWT.
Yeah, both of these teams are coming in hot with their own separate play styles. But we finally get a chance to see Yin on broadcast. Chat, who are you voting for, the Leaves or the Cute Mice? Let's send it straight to the game with Ego and F6.
Gamers, welcome in to PCCX. You got Eat Squared rocking out with you in the casting booth here today, and we have a banger of a game in store. It's your boy Ego, always rocking out with you, but never rocking alone. Alongside me, I got the man, the myth, the legend, F6. Are you ready to get into the game?
More than ready, baby. I mean, this is the last quarterfinals that you're going to see here on Ace stream for today. These teams are fighting for their right for that prize pool and fighting for the right to call themselves champions, one step, one game at a time.
One step, one game at a time, and I'm going to be honest, I may be getting a little bit ahead of myself looking towards the future when we're barely at the beginning, but brother, this matchup within the duo lane, it must be Christmas. We got Neft up against Pablo in what is sure to be a banger game for the decade.
I mean, these are the two top tier ADCs. A lot of people might not remember Pablo, but there's a reason we call him Penta Pablo. The man does not miss when it comes to game time, and that goes for the rest of EWT, but we know Neft. Consistency, all around great ADC. Doesn't matter if it's ping or not, the man is just a gamer. So that matchup in dual lane is definitely going to be a fun one.
He may be known as Penta Pablo. I like to call him PCC Pablo. Most wins, not even comparable to everyone else within the league now or in the past. That being said, he is going to be walking into this with 3, but as you have said before, the competition has never been stiffer, and already from what we can see in the duo lane and the mid lane and the solo, these teams are ready to fight.
Blink already down on Soul Reaper, not too much of an impact because it is on that getting torn spaces up every 15 seconds or so. So definitely something to utilize, but he's going to have to be wary about the positioning he's in for the next 5 minutes.
Especially if he does overextend a little bit into the poke damage that Howitzer going to be able to get away with that R2000. Howie, such an incredibly safe character that can make you incredibly unsafe if you play into his range. That being said, though, looking over into these lanes, looking at the compositions overall, F6, do you favor either one of these more than the other?
I'm gonna have to go with EWT here. They have that Yin. I've seen what that Yin can do, and it's piloted by the man himself, Import, one of the greatest junglers in Predecessor's history. You talked about Pablo, and there's another name that goes far back as his, and that is Import, a dev, a gamer, an absolute menace inside the jungle here today on Yin, and I think he's gonna be the one to be able to pilot and show us what she can do.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised here, speaking of Import. I'm used to seeing him in the mid lane by this time. However, it looks like the action's instead going to be veered over to the duo. 2 blinks are going to be used as it's going to be Neff looking for a reset.
And yeah, he didn't see him in mid lane because he's too busy forcing dual lane out. He knows Neft and Guasi is going to be a problem. Guasi, top tier support, always consistent, always just a formidable opponent inside this game. So always going to have to try and pressure that out. And we already talked about Neft, so I think that was a great gank. They already forced the blink down in mid lane. Now they have the blink down over inside duel as well. So now he has the opportunity to really kind of just go wherever he needs to. Next is probably just going to be the off lane if anything comes up.
I'm also anticipating him making his way over into the off lane, maybe looking to get his team put ahead, as we are going to see a little bit of a skirmish between the Zarus as well as the Kwong. That being said, though, kind of reiterating on something you said before, Import is very much so known to have a lot of presence throughout the lanes, looking to put his teammates ahead at any instance he can. As now, we're going to actually see him making a rotation over to the solo, as you predicted. Zarus, though, relatively far, is going to be able to safely make it underneath this tier 1.
Didn't force out the blink, but put pressure, forcing that Zarus back inside the off lane, allowing for them to open up that side buff to be able to be taken by Snoop here. We didn't talk too much about this off lane matchup as well. Snoop returning back into the game, took a little bit of a break, now is back here. Prior PCC champion and MVP, known for his Shinbi, is exceptional inside that off lane. So we want to see what he's going to be able to do. Haven't got a chance to see him just yet, but look at this mill range. Soul Reaper has no blink, no flash, no torn space, and almost no HP.
Dude, he just absolutely eradicated here, as now we're going to see Countess looking to play the space off the back, but she looked like she might just be counting her days. The mines are going to come out. The R2000 is going to do more than enough damage, as North is going to get a secondary kill. It's going to be EWT who strikes first and second in game 1.
Import playing with hopes and dreams, but he was able to survive that. Zinx with the rotation as well. You're already seeing Ray, the support, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the greatest players. We're just talking about EWT. We just keep saying they're all great, but Ray, pretty much known to be able to play any role, anytime, anywhere you can get the smoke. Exceptional rotation there. Someone to look out for as well on this top tier hero in the support role is Zinx. We know that Genesis is capable of getting this Yin back, like talked about on the desk, and if Yin is able to have 2 lives to be able to do that much damage, we have something, and we got a treat to look out for.
I mean, we knew walked in, right? We saw the drafts. We heard what the desk had to say. We knew coming into this match that it was going to be an absolute smoke fest. Both of these teams were going to be looking for the violence, and it looks like EWT has kind of found the cadence to it. And kind of doubling back on a point that you made, EWT just has such a, Hall of Fame-esque roster of players that have so many accolades and accomplishments. It kind of makes it hard not to talk about everything they can contribute, but do not get it twisted. On the other side here with Autumn Leaf, there's a lot of players, including Soul Reaper, coming out of the mid as well as the ADC that know how to win. The pace has been set early by EWT, but there's still a lot of Predecessor left to play.
There is a lot of Predecessor, and a lot of times when we've seen Autumn Leafs play, we've sat through scrims on ourselves on that break, and a lot of times it's that Soul Reaper and Neff really carrying that game. If any one of those guys are be able to carry this, get into a certain lead, certain position, this is a game-changing time for them to be able to allow Autumn Leafs to come out on top.
Neft has literally been able to run the world, right? He's been doing extremely well on the EU scene. Whenever he comes over here to NA, he is not no slouch. So if I had to have any ADC to help set the pace against such a stiff opposition, F6, I'm going to be honest, I think it would have to be him.
I couldn't agree with you more, but we don't want to miss out on Nebula here. Nebula, definitely an up-and-comer. We've seen him a couple times substitute here in PCC, but never on a main roster just quite. And now he has found his spot and found his way into the quarterfinals here, and he has something to prove to everybody here.
It looks like the dual lane is going to be put under pressure as Import is not going to be able to make the rotation. That's a lot of damage. My lord. She got absolutely eviscerated, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 as over into the solo lane. It's going to be Zaris who gets a kill.
He does pick up the kill, but what is said is the Fang Teeth is open up now. Being shown on the opposite side of the map allows for the rest of EWT to pull that trigger. They got a kill inside the dual lane. There is no contention coming out of that side. Gideon rotated over towards the offlane side of the map to help out with that kill, with the jungler showing presence there. So this is just completely free as the first neutral objective is conceded towards EWT.
It does feel like Autumn Leaf is having a little bit of a bad time here within the early instances, but if we continue on with this pacing, it can get worse still, in my opinion. 1-3, not the biggest gap, but the only thing guaranteed in a lot of these matches, F6, is the early game, and it definitely does feel like EWT has just taken advantage of it.
They have, but Morose being able to get that solo dolo over there, quote unquote, with a little bit of help is a huge upset to that Kwang, because we know the Kwang has a lot of trade potential, a very aggressive offlaner as you can see it here. But look at this, Howitzer forcing a flash on Zaris to push him away from that Cyan buff, and that's a huge upset there. Morose being one of the top offlaners in EU, showing his presence over here inside NA here as he's being able to just compete against everybody. Bonju did give him a little bit of a fight, though, inside that game, inside of Swiss.
I couldn't agree with you anymore, man. And Morose, definitely one of those steadfast, kind of like an anchor player, in my opinion. You're going to be pretty consistent in what you get out of him, and he is not going to be limited by what is put across from him, especially within the solo lane. He's pretty comfortable on a lot of picks. Man has a relatively deep bag, but with that being said, pressure has been established over in that solo lane, and we're just going to see EWT take advantage of it, as they are going to be able to steal not only the first Fang Tooth, but the mini prime to follow it up.
Depending on who got that mini prime as well, that can be a lot going towards the side of EWT, maintaining this pretty much tempo and this motion of the game to keep going towards their favor. As you can see, they're high octane right now. They're looking for fights, they're looking for neutral objectives, and they're ultimately succeeded, and that is what they want to do here. Close this game out early. Don't let Autumn Leaves get into a mindset of, hey, we could possibly win this game. Shut it down, break their mentals, and just completely try to win this game out early.
Oh no, buff reset coming out of the jungle is going to force Import to use a little bit more time on the clear before making yet another rotation over into the solo lane. Rip Morose, bro. He's getting a lot of attention here within the early phases of the game. So we're going to be making our way to the 11-minute mark, but he's not going to be the only one. A rotation over into the dual lane is going to provoke a lot of damage to come out of the setup of the seismic assault. Now it's going to be Pablo who is getting assaulted. Howitzer on the backline though will make a rotation, but not before the neural disruption Disruptor disbands that man's brain cells. It's a splatter effect. The fight not quite over though. We're going to be playing the pace to go over onto the left side as a blink is going to be used by the Countess. She was counting her days up until a couple seconds ago, but Soul Reaper is going to follow Tony Stark with an attitude and reintroduce him to the pound. That's going to be another kill that goes in their favor. And now F6, this game is going to be evened up 3-3.
Even up 3-3 as they love to close out on this T1, but the hunt is still on. The black hole is popped. Import actually dies with the mini orb prime as they're chasing down Ziggs. 0 HP and it's completely dissipated from the map.
Dude, what? Wait, hold up, pause, rewind. I need an enhance like feature. That was so much that just happened so quickly. They were just behind in kills before they really learned how to stand up. Now, taking the advantage of the kill lead, it looks like over on 2, the Solo Snoop may be looking to reclaim it. And Pablo will! It's gonna be the long arm of the law that is gonna be able to snatch away life from the breath of Zarus.
Oh my goodness.
This game beginning to end is going to be a banger as we predicted. We saw here Autumn Leaf went down relatively quickly, put down a couple members of EWT, but not before they got a little bit of the bite back here. Moreau's thinking he was safe is never out of reach when the long arm of the law is in play.
Justice has been served over there for Morose. He was getting a little bit too fed and too many kills his way. Pablo said, let me get that bounty. And he was able to pick that up, being able to help him from dying there inside the dual lane with the 4-man rotation into dual lane. Absolutely criminal. But now the game is still on even footing. Objective-wise, EWT, when it comes to those kills, only by 1, but still enough for Autumn Leaf.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I would like to see on these objectives, Autumn Leaf maybe getting a little bit more proactive, you know, being able to lock down the space initially. We can already see the vision control around that Fang Pit is pretty superb. Anyone stepping in that is going to be seen coming out of both of these teams. But with that being said, you're still going to be down 1. There's going to have to be a little bit of an enhanced objective focus going into this game as we're going to be rolling our way towards that 14-minute mark.
14 minutes is indeed what we're about to be creeping up on, but the vision, like you said and pointed out, is huge around this next objective. Nobody wants to let any of these objectives go for free. We know the Regenesis is down. A lot of resources, a lot of tools have been used on both ends here. So this fight is going to be big. We see now the offlaners are pushing themselves over towards the side of the map. This is going to be a huge fight. It's whether who gets it and who gets out.
I'm going to be honest, I'm very, humbled to know that they are actively listening to the cast as they do immediately get proactive with the buff coming up and are going to be able to lock it down. Bizhack himself is going to be able to set up an engage, but the Czar's Cage is going to be able to make it even more conducive. Top ropes, it is going to be a little bit of CC that comes out as we're going to have 5 members looking to disengage out of EWT. It's an even worse time, though, for Nebula as Pablo is going to be able to load up the Blink and unload him from the game. He's going to be forced to watch, though, as he falls, and Neff is going to be the one to pick up the kill on not him, but Snoop as well. We got what looks like a 4-2 trade that goes in favor of EWT.
I know they lost that, but Neff with the Spirit Bomb completely deleting Snoop, and looks like Morose needs to be careful here. He's only 1 auto away from going down.
He does need to just play the space relatively safe here, but not safe enough, as we're going to see Ray is going to be able to lock down the kill in mid onto this Zarus, and that tower will fall in suit right after.
They pick up a kill. They got an unofficial RGSAs. They picked up the mid tower inside mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. We know how important this T1 is. Opens the map up so much. It's crucial for the team with the lead to be able to start pushing themselves even further to keep themselves ahead. The tracking, the vision is going to be insane if they're able to utilize how open this map is now.
I mean, I'm expecting them to utilize it right. They didn't take that mid tower for no reason. They could have wandered over into another lane possibly after that objective fight at maybe got the left. But opening up that mid is very conducive to them being able to be more aggressive. And it seems like aggression is the main focal point of this game. Having that map opened up is going to let you maybe chase those kills a little bit deeper than you otherwise were. But only the future knows for sure, as we're going to see Morose here starting up the mini prime.
They're looking pretty confident. They have 5 members here. They have the numbers advantage for Autumn Leaves, but do they want to commit here? They just still don't want to commit, so it looks like they're actually going to retreat back here. Look towards this offlane side, because look at Kwong on the opposite side of the map. Might be able to use that arc shot to be able to rotate over to this fight if they don't start this in time.
Yeah, they know they got a 5v4 right now. I'm not quite confused as to why they maybe look for a kill before going for it, but the amount of time they wasted basically did help give that Kwong a little bit of free value, now able to possibly take an arc shot over. Nonetheless, it is going to be a mini prime that does get bursted, and ultimately will go into the pockets of Autumn Leaf. They're going to be looking for more, though. It's going to be an ulti coming out of the howitzer on the top end, not for the damage, but for the safety of the surging members of Autumn Leaf. That being said, it doesn't look like we have a lot of kill potential just yet, F6.
No, but what an outstanding trade here by EWT. They understand they don't have the numbers advantage, but what they do is they take down the tier 1 on side of the dual lane, now pushing that tier 2 as well. So when it comes down to economy-wise, it's there for them, but look at this. Morose getting aggressive. Look at the rotation.
Speaking of things coming down, Zaris there with the ulti. Black Hole also going to be utilized, as it is going to be Pablo looking to create a little bit of space for himself. The ulti does connect, but Ray is going to survive, and so will Murdoch, as they're going to be able to escape to under the tower.
1 ulti for 3 there. That is huge. Skylar doesn't have the spirit bomb anymore. Zaris does not have his cage, and we saw the black hole go off. They just used so much into that fight. They are going to have it, though, next for the 3rd Fangtooth coming on up. They already got 1 each, so that 3 Fangtooth scare is not quite there. So they still have a little bit more time to play around, but it is crucial for whoever gets that next Fangtooth to have that extra movement speed out of combat to help them with the rotations around this map. And with that mid T1 opened up, also the entire side of the dual lane with the inhibitor exposed, it's going to be a really tough fight over inside that Fangtooth when it comes up.
I have to agree with what you said there, but also kind of double down on something you iterated on a little bit earlier within the statement, that there is no risk of that 3rd Fangtooth. So both of these teams do have, a little bit of wiggle room. Though, both of these squads are going to want to be the one to take it. Every advantage that may seem small to players of a lower caliber, or players that may be new to the game, can be monumental in deciding who is going to be able to progress here in PCCX. We're already going to be seeing now a rotation and some more. It's being made over to that Fangtooth pit, and I'm assuming F6. We got a fight coming up.
We definitely do. Autumn Leaves does have the advantage when it comes towards that offline side. You can see that wave pushing up slowly to crash into that tier 1. So there's a possibility that somebody needs to answer that wave soon. But they might be able to just get this Fangtooth from EWT if they take the fight early on and still be able to save that T1.
Speaking of taking a fight here, we're going to see both of these teams now posturing towards each other. It is going to be EWT that is going to be able to walk through gates relatively freely, taking barely any poke at all for the exchange. It is going to be space being played relatively well between both sides, and it leaves me as a caster with only one question, F6, and that is who is going to start this fight.
It's going to be coming up to EWT here. You have control over the pit. They have the healing and sustain that they need. As you can see, them starting it right now. And they do secure the Fangtooth, and it goes towards them. But here comes that fight, Ego.
It's going to be a follow-up with the Coliseum Neft, though. It's going to be the first one to strike, as Pablo will fall down to Epoch. It's going to be used from Howitzer, so he doesn't get popped. And ultimately, he's going to hit a little bit of a reversal of fortune himself, as he's going to be able to take not down 1, but 2 members. Nivula is going to be the most recent casualty. Neft, though, not going to let him get away for free, as ultimately it is going to be an objective taken, but an RGS gained for Autumn Leaf.
Soul Reaper with the damage, with just so much rocks falling from the sky. They're able just to clean them up. That was a great try there by Zinx with the Regenesis to try and keep import into that fight, but was just not enough. The damage was just unreal. Nebula coming in to clean up those kills.
Able to clean up these kills and make them give up a little something in exchange for that objectives, and that thing they gave up was ultimately their lives. This is what you kind of have to do with the highest level of play. A lot of people in the PCC and the commentary within the viewership said, hey, this could have been a finals game in itself, and both of these teams are playing like it.
100% agree with you there. This kid, at any point, any of these teams can be there. We've seen how well D-Lab was playing today. We still have that series, but we're also seeing how well Autumn Leaves and EWT are playing. Autumn Leaves did lose one inside the Swiss, leading up to them making it to quarterfinals, but EWT has a challenge on their hands. Autumn Leaves have been the team been talking about the most coming into PCCX main event, and they're showcasing here today. Even if they are behind a little bit, they have ways to get back into this game.
Most definitely, and I'm going to be honest, I like the old-fashioned one. You know, there's only one real rule in nature, and that's who's going to stop me. I'm hoping that they're going to be looking for the conflict to extend that previously a bit larger kill lead that they once had, so that all of these objectives like the Prime, like the Fangtooth, aren't contested at all, because, hey, you can't contest it if you're not on the field to fight. That being said, we are going to see them starting to roam as a pack, and it does feel like it may be building up to a bit of a brawl.
It does, but one thing here that's going to point out, I just want to point out, is Zara showing inside the dual lane here. This creates a lot of time, creates a lot of space for EWT to make a move on this big Orb Prime if they wanted to. But with that safety ward there for Autumn Leaves, they feel comfortable in taking their resets, feel comfortable not necessarily being around that big Orb Prime.
Able to just look for their power spikes, right? I mean, I'm sure they're very aware of it as well. A fight is brewing. You can see it on the horizon, and it won't determine the outcome of this game by any means, but it definitely is going to be a large contributing factor considering that Aura Prime is going to be up. With that being said, though, man, we are going to see everyone doing their due diligence. Get your vision down. Look and see if you can catch any off vision with your sweepers before setting up and ultimately taking a fight near or on the pit.
All going to come down who's to be able to get that first initiation off. We know Morose on that Zars has one of the best initiations in this game. Just to be able to just jump on, locking targets into a cage and forcing them to fight you. On top of that, they have the Gideon with the black hole, increasing the fight on a vertical plane to be able to tell them, hey, you have to stop me from up here. And nobody except the Zinx is going to be able to really stop him, or if he's low enough to the ground, that Howie boot. But we shall see how this plays out. We know EWT understands this and knows this is going to possibly come out. So it's going to come down to that single factor.
We gotta take a look at it just now from the Autumn Leaf angle. I kind of want to expand on something you just said here. EWT knows what they have to do, but on a more proactive note, instead of just reacting to that Gideon or that Zars, do you think there's anything they can do here? Maybe looking for a pick to pick up the pace of the game again and maybe extend a kill lead in their favor, considering they already do have the objective lead.
I mean, that is also a great point, right? It also comes down to Autumn Leaves being able to be like, hey, we're down on these objectives. We need to also be able to be prepared for this fight. We know what EWT is going to try and stop trying to have us do here. Maybe trying to get Nivula onto that Countess to dive that Zinx in the backline. Stop that Regenesis from being able to even come out. With that being said, though, it looks like they are grouping up around this pit. Waves are finally even and set. Pablo, not in sight, though, so it looks like Autumn Leaves have the favor to initiate on this fight.
It does look like the R2000, though, is going to come out of north in the mid lane. A little bit of damage is going to be translated over onto the Gideon, onto Soul Reaper, I should say. Bellica going to be playing the space around the staircases towards that river, as we're going to see a wraparound coming out of Countess, double buffed up, but we're not talking about the big ones. The river is starting to look like a very contentious space as these teams are going to begin to group.
They take a lot of chunk off Pablo there. Regenesis is locked. Big Spirit Bomb is going to knock down Morose, looking for an opportunity, but the Primordial Fangtooth is up. Now a decision has to be made between both teams. Do we both fight for this big Orb Prime, or do we concede one to go after the other? The question is there, but the answer is up to these two.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm not built like these guys. I'm getting nervous, and I'm not even on the battlefield, dude. I'm looking at the state of the map right now, and I'm like, you know, me personally, I'd walk away, but that's why I'm not even bronze. I'm a little bit of a wood tier myself. That being said, maybe a little knowledge to be had as we are going to see Autumn Leaf start to wander their way back to mid.
Man, these guys are playing the fight, the tippy toe around these objectives. This is high caliber Predecessor, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wants to make that mistake. Nobody wants to get caught out, because this is such a huge game. Game number one sets the tone for the rest of the series. If you win, you are ready for the second one. Your mental is high. If you lose, you have to fight. Got to get that grit to get yourself out of the loop to go to game three, and nobody wants to be on the bad end.
To piggyback off of what you just said, here's a little bit of wood tier knowledge for you. The most important game is always the last one you played. Being able to run away with a set starts with being able to run away with a game. If they can build on the momentum Autumn Leaf or EWT that they've been able to manufacture so far on both sides, that's going to be able to set the pace for the rest of the set, for the rest of this tournament. But that being said, doubling back even further to something you said within a previous game, it all begins with taking a single step. Now, the question becomes, which one of these squads are going to be the ones to step up?
I don't know, man. The way these guys are playing right now, you can see the sync on both of these teams. They're both thinking the same thing. They both took a reset at the same time. They both went to the opposite side of the map where there was no vision towards the Primordial Fangtooth because they both know they needed to get eyes on it. At any time, it could be stolen from either one of them. And right now, we're just into this pause and lull phase. I know it's not all the excitement there, but I promise you, when this fight kicks off, it's going to be a game changer.
Speaking of it kicking off, we are going to see a big ulti coming out of Morose playing the space at the corner of the river. It is going to be Murdoch. It is going to get away. That's a key piece of teamfight utility that we just saw Autumn Leaf lose here, and they didn't get anything for it.
Time to refuel.
Nothing down there. We do see that there's two ultimates down on the side of Autumn Leaf. Skylar is down and so is Zarus. That is two huge ultimates to be able to use in these objective fights. And right now, EWT is on the advantage to be able to get themselves to push towards objective if they want to.
Dude, Autumn Leaf here is getting a little bit fidgety. We're seeing them kind of, put their toe in the water a little bit, if you will. Felt a little bit warm. They're going to wait for it to be the perfect temperature as we see Countess take a quick engage, maybe get a little bit of damage, scout the space, and then reset. Something that she is very capable of doing. Now, though, we are going to see Skylar. We're going to see North here looking to maybe play the space a bit closer to that left side, as we can see Howie maybe looking to close in from that mid lane. He's been constantly applying pressure to Neft. Maybe looking to push out onto the right as well, but Murdoch would try to make it a little bit easier, would try to make it a little bit harder, my apologies, but that space bar seems to be a little OP. We got Pablo and Neft back in the same lane.
And they're fighting for this here. They're controlling mid and left or in the off lane here. But like you see right now, Kwang has to answer that dual lane. That lane is pushing towards the side of EWT. And that forces now a number advantage towards Autumn Leaves as they look to clear out the vision, look to try and control this or prime pit, and maybe get a pick to make this call.
Countess on janitor duty is going to do a really quick sweep of that Fangtooth pit. Seeing that nothing's there, this call does become a little bit more probable. They're going to be looking for a pick, playing the space over onto that back fog of war. It is going to be Soul Reaper who goes below that 50% threshold before beginning to back it up a little. But Import, though, maybe looking for an engage, and an engage is going to be relatively easy to find with these teams so clustered on the edge of a fight.
And on that backside, it looks like Howie's going to be able to close in here with the rest of Kwang, so this might be that fight to pop off.
Now Neff looking to play the space, but it is going to be 4 members of EWT looking to get a rundown on him. The damage cloak trade is going to come through. It is going to be enough to disincentivize EWT from full committing onto the backside, though. We are going to see Nivula maybe getting a little bit feisty. That as well is going to be stemmed as the wait will continue.
We are in a big wait here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know, just go in, but you can't. You got 10K prize pool on the line, the crown on the line, and most importantly, the bragging rights. So everything needs to count. We see Gideon answering that left lane. They reset it, pushed it back towards Autumn Leaves, so they need to answer back at that. There is vision around the orb prime for EWT, but not on the objective itself. But they also need to get vision on top of the Primordial Fangtooth. We're 30 minutes into this game. We're at a point to where this next big fight, I'm going to say it again, is where it's going to count. Somebody's going to wipe, somebody's going to die, and it might be Gwasi here.
As he gets absolutely eradicated, and now The flag just became green for EW2. They know they have the numbers advantage at least for another 40 plus seconds with the Belly Cup being down. They're going to be looking to play the space onto the right side. Morose now is going to be looking for a pick as his ulti, as the Coliseum is going to come down. Hauser, that with the timely pop of the Epoch, is going to keep him from getting popped. However, that does mean that your Yin is going to be left all alone. A blink is going to have to be used to prevent him from getting exported, but it's going to happen anyway, as Neft is going to be able to pick up the kill. Murdoch may be looking for more, and hey, he's a cop, but he has his eye on murder suspects. He may be looking to play a little bit closer, but it's going to be the combination of Nebula as well as Morose that's going to disincentivize it. A lot of damage is going to come out underneath the tower as the sixth man is going to be able to get someone low, but Neff is going to be able to lower them into the casket. Howitzer dies, Snoop dies, and with the long arm of the law, so does Nebula. That being said, we got a 1-3 trade going in favor of Autumn Leaf.
1-3 trade. This is absolutely insane. They picked the jungler, but Murdoch was split pushing onto the solo side of the map. But this has something to be said. There's 10 seconds left, a little bit less than that before Yin is back into this match, ladies and gentlemen. He might be able to have time to contest this Primordial Fang 2. Nebula is down. The rest of the EWT is here to try and stop this. Can they survive?
Oh my God, the answer is gonna be no. The black hole gets deployed because the damage was out of this world. My lord, that point got popped, and that being said is going to leave no one to stand against Autumn Leaf being able to pick up the Primordial Fang 2.
Holy, what a game. 10 minutes of lull time. Finally being able to pick up the Primordial Fang 2, 2-2 tied up when it comes to those. So both teams have that out of combat movement speed. With the advantage now inside of Autumn Leaf's hands, they are going to be looking at this big Orb Prime. They successfully already won a fight. Neft and Soul Reaper right now are huge. The damage that they are doing, Morose is able to capitalize, and they're just able to follow up. But when it comes down to this Orb Prime, we know Import does not let this go for free, so we're gonna have to see what he has to say about it.
Not all, man. Import has to be the most important person on the map at this moment. Black Hole coming over to the edge. It's going to help be able to stir them over, and it will help them confirm the Prime Soul. Also very low, but not dead. Long Armor Law is going to be just barely offline, and with the fight now breaking out, Neft will be the first one to strike. Ray will be the first one to fall, playing the space over onto this right side. It is going to be Morose, not looking just to run down the objective, but maybe looking to run down his opposition, and why wouldn't he? He has backup. Sides of Assault will be barely offline as we're going to see a soft defense getting set up here by EWT.
Man, that torn space, exactly the moment the Long Arm of the Law was about to hit that Gideon. A huge play there, outmaneuver the Twinkle Toes on Soul Reaper. Immaculate Neft, though, being able to pick up a kill to be able to drop down the Ray inside this. They don't have the Regenesis, but Morose is in on this fight.
Coliseum is going to be set down. One member of the team has already been put down, but the damage from the Yin is coming out pretty high as Morose is going to be disincentivized from pushing his luck any further. It looks like Autumn Leaf is going to be looking for a reset.
They're looking for a reset, but also pushing down this mid lane. They are still inside the enemy's jungle. They have that Orb Prime. They have that sustain to get them topped right back up to be able to continue this siege. You look at the left lane, it's slowly being pushed back now on side of EWT, so they have that in favor. But when it comes down to Autumn Leaves, they have all the advantage. They don't have too much time to play around. Looks like they're going to clear the jungle and take a reset with their economy, but they need to make a move, and their best bet here is to at least try and get 1 or 2 inhibitors to slowly put the pressure on EWT.
You know, I want to see them play with a little bit of that why not more mentality. You know, you got the double buffs, you got the T2s down with the exception of the left lane. I don't know how true that statement is going to be and how long this thing is going to stand, as we are going to see some sort of a defense being said here, but with the majority of EWT playing a little bit closer to that inhibitor, it looks like this was a softer than soft defense. That being said, we know that they're not going to give up. These squads are very capable of being champions here of PCCX, and now I'm looking at EWT to put some of that championship mentality on display.
amount of damage just hit Morose there was huge, but they still have that Orb Prime. He should be able to heal himself back up. Morose here just looking for his opportunity to use that Coliseum. We know the ultimates and flashes are back up here for majority of these teams, and it's going to come down to these fights. EWT here, they lose an inhibitor. That is not bad for them. They still just need to buy time, and they're doing such an exceptional job right now of that, stopping Autumn Leaves from really pushing in towards their inhibitors to open up and expose that core.
And if anyone's going to be able to open it up, we know they can. But EWT very capable of a little bit of bite back, as we have seen not only throughout their career, but throughout this match. Though we are brimming on the edge of a team fight. Neff looking to get a little bit of damage on that mid inhibitor, but it's going to be a call for a retreat here, as both Neff and the rest of this squad and Autumn Leaf are going to back up and make their way back to base.
Oh man, we get to take a breather here, Ego. Get ourselves back into this game, as we just saw just immense amounts of pressure build up and the tenseness in this game, and then automatically a huge fight and turnout in Autumn Lee's favor. They're able to now have the kill lead. They're able now to have that objective lead as they're going against EWT, but EWT did not give up. They mounted a great defense. They did not lose an inhibitor. So even in that case, they just need to be able to push these waves out, as Primordial Fangtooth is getting ready to spawn. We know Autumn Leaves is in control of this game, but we know EWT does not let anybody win for free.
I couldn't possibly agree with you anymore, man. This is literally anybody's game, but I have a favor to ask you, man. I need you to check the script. If we have another 10-minute wait on our hands, them looking at each other, brother, I don't know if I'll be able to make it. My blood pressure was oh so very high, and it looks like, once again, they're listening in to the cats. It's going to be an immediate send here onto the Fangtooth, but I am anticipating for them to play for the fight if EWT shows face.
I mean, Nibula was out of position, and this looks like the fight that they want to go to. The flash comes out on the counters here, but they're on the chase, they're on the hunt, and if that stun hits, they need to watch out for the backline.
Oh man, a little bit of a blink back in order to try to shake away the opposition, but it's not going to be enough, as Import's going to be able to get the kill on to the backside. We're going to see some really low health bars reduced to 0. Neft is going to be another one who falls, as Gwussy is going to get gone. Seeing the way the winds are blowing, 2 of its teammates are going to fall, and a third surely will, as it's going to be Soul Reaper, who is exported by Import. That's 3 down.
3 down on the side of Autumn Leaves. Look at those death timers. Morose and Gwussy are the only ones left. They do have that left lane pushed up, but the Orb Prime is getting ready to spawn. EWT with a big fight, big game changer moment. Ego, you've heard me say this time and time again. Any team fight after 20 minutes can change this game in any way, and we've seen it twice so far.
Dude, you're gonna need a little bit more from Morose here. His team is not gonna be up for another 25 plus seconds, at least talking about the damage. He is gonna have other teammates on the way, but it does feel like it is gonna be a little bit too late, as EWT is gonna be able to just easily storm the castle in mid. It's Morose looking to play the space with core sub 50% HP. The question becomes, what do you do next game? Because this one is going to go handily into the hands of even worse timing.
My God, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. You guys wanted everything PCC has to offer. This is it. We've seen everybody show out today, and that is just the start. Game number 1 goes over to EWT. What an astounding match for game number 1 in this series. And Ego, my God, I'm going to have to get some water after this game.
Brother, I need to get something to settle my stomach. I'm a little bit nauseous right now. That whole game was a roller coaster of emotions. I was almost positive for a minute there that Autumn Leaf had it in the bag. But as you said within the match, any fight post 20 minutes can completely change the end result. We saw Nivula out of position there, and EWT never the one to let you walk away with your life. We're able to not collect 1, but 2 and 3 lives. And after that, the big lady started singing an easy pickup of that Primordial Fangtooth, and then a march down the mid lane, walking towards the win. A great game coming out of both sides, but ultimately, it is going to be even worse timing who pulls ahead. I'm excited to see what changes we may see out of Autumn Leaf, or if even worse timing can shut this down in 2. But before that, we're going to be sending it to the desk.
Thank you so much, Ego and F6. Welcome back to the desk. We're back with TJ and Tang here to break down the game for you. And we just watched the first game in this quarterfinal set between EWT and Autumn Leaf. Everything is on the line here. Both of these teams are giving it their absolute best, everything that they've got. But 39 minutes later, EWT was able to finish the game and they were able to take away game 1. We thought the game was over once Autumn Leaf took control of both the Primordial and they took the Orb buff. But what exactly did we just witness, TJ and Tang?
Absolute cinema. That's what we witnessed there, right? Kind of feels like a bit of a sleep token song, really. You think the song's gonna end, and then it just keeps on going, and then you think it's gonna end now. Like, surely it ends now. No, it keeps on going. No. So they keep on going. Okay, it finally ends there. Absolute madness game, right? I thought that Autumn Leaf really had that. For large periods of the game, they were coming out winning these fights, but they weren't winning them clean enough, and it was just incrementally it's going there, and then all of a sudden EWT, they just show up and they win the deciding team fight. Really, absolute madness. That game could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point, because, like, honestly, it wasn't only a flip, Autumn Leaf losing it and then EWT picking it up, but if we remember, right, the early game was completely EWT favored. We did see actually a really smart game plan coming out of Import, right? Starting blue side, make sure that he is always on the same side as the counters that he thought was also going to start blue side, right? And then we see everything going in their favor. They get the 2v2 kill at a time where counters is supposed to be strong, right? Level 3 is where counters has a spike, then she falls off again, then she's strong in the late game again. EWT wins this one. They get the first 2 objectives, they get everything, and suddenly Autumn Leaf is like, yeah, but we can press buttons. And they win the next team fight, they win the team fight after that. They get 3 objectives in a row, right? They get Prime, they get everything. And EWT, they look lost. They look lost around the map, and suddenly, again, EWT, they also have buttons to press, and they win the game convincingly.
There was so much back and forth, which is what you guys highlighted. And EWT, they're showing that they have history. They know how to play. They have the championship mentality. They've won PCC 4. They've won PCC 6 before. And Autumn Leaf, though, they showed that they are real contenders and they're coming out swinging. But unfortunately, EWT does take game 1 away from them. How does Autumn Leaf stand a chance to take us to a game 3? What do they need to do against even worse timing as we head into game 2?
So I think when you look at the game and you look at the result, I think, like, after any loss, really, I think it's very easy to think like, oh, nothing worked. It all went bad. Rip up the playbook, start something brand new, right? Kind of having to go to plan B or plan C. I honestly don't think Autumn Leaf really need to change that much. This was a 39-minute game. It just came down to that last moment. I just really think that they need to clean up their play, right? With these team fights, they weren't able to find that clean blow where, like, we had a lot of, like, 2 for 2, 3 for 2, 4 for 3. Like, sure, they were winning team fights, but they lost 4 members to do that, right? They threw absolutely everything at the team, and there wasn't anything left to, like, take anything off the map. They weren't able to siege off the back of it. They weren't able to take neutrals, and that actually applies to both teams as well throughout this one. That's just how insane this game was, because it's like, yeah, there's a lot on the line here. We're in quarterfinals, 10k on the line tomorrow. Everyone wants a chance at winning a part of that prize pool. Don't leave anything on that map, and both teams just gave it their all, really. But clean up. I think whichever team cleans up the play the most will find success in game 2.
Yeah, I agree with TJ. Actually, I think just looking at the draft, right, you could make the argument that, yes, letting through Yin was a big risk, and they ended up losing the game, so obviously that's why they lost. I don't think that was actually the case just watching the game. I think EWT had a very stellar early game. They had a perfect plan on how to play the game, right, and it worked in their favor, right? If Autumn Leaf actually plays this game out, where EWT doesn't get an insane lead early game that should have already decided the game, right, in the first 10 minutes of the game, I think Autumn Leaf is in a completely fine spot, especially considering how well they played the mid game. So again, as TJ was saying, like, I think cleaning up their play, I think something that D-Lab was actually doing pretty well beforehand in the quarters that we did watch on the mainstream, was that they, like, once they get an advantage, they don't instantly go for that objective. Instead, they look for picks. They aggressively look for picks. They don't look for them once. If it doesn't work, they try again, they try again, they try again. Instead, what do we see out of Autumn Leaf? Sarah's instantly on the Fangtooth, doesn't move away from it. The rest of his team is nowhere close by, and EWT, like, they're not a team where you can do this, right? EWT instantly collapses, find the pick onto Niv, and then suddenly, like, a game that should have been won for Autumn Leaf suddenly flips, and EWT runs away with it.
This is certainly anybody's game, and you're watching the best of Predecessor Gaming here at PCCX. Let's take a break, but after that, we have a game 2 between Autumn Leaf and Even Worse Timing. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm here with TJ and Tang. We just watched game 1 between Autumn Leaf and even worse timing. And going into game 2, the stakes are so much higher for Autumn Leaf because if they lose, they're eliminated. And this is Pccx, and we are looking for the next champion, the next contender for the crown. But let's take a look at the updated bracket here. What exactly happened behind the scenes, TJ and Tang?
Well, you can see on the bracket here that we have our first semi-final matchup ready. Dedicated Boys versus Leftovers. Rogue, Leftovers, honestly, go back and watch the VOD on the B stream for Rogue versus Leftovers. That was peak cinema, honestly, there, with going to game 3 and Leftovers taking the game at the end. I want to go back and rewatch that game, honestly, because it did look incredible. But yeah, what a matchup there. Leftovers just really coming out hot, dropping the 4th seed as well, coming out of Swiss. That's a great story.
Yeah, and I think like I would also be pretty annoyed that I didn't get to watch it fully, right? Like I was trying to keep track of both of them, but honestly, EWT versus Autumn Leaf was such a banger that I didn't really get to watch it as much as I would like to. But what I did see definitely was it was pretty even again. It all came down to the mid to late game. I think we did have like equal Fang Thief, we also had like equal kill score, and then in the end it was Rogue being edged out by Leftovers. That did surprise us quite a bit today, right? It did come through the last chance qualifiers, but they were so convincing, right? So it's definitely not it's a big result for them, right? But after seeing them play, it's sort of understandable.
Yeah, Leftovers are the underdogs. They only lost the 1 match so far throughout this whole tournament. They came out of LCQ, and then and they managed to just beat out Professors, and now they're going up against one of the top contenders, Dirty Lake and the boys. But that's enough about them. We're still watching Autumn Leaf and EWT. We talked about strategies. They needed to, we talked about how they needed to round out their corners, clean up their game a little bit more. And both of these teams are really on par with each other, waiting for the other to just make that one mistake. As we head into this draft, TJ and Tang, should they take away Yin, or does it even really matter?
So I'm going to say that they should ban the Yin. Like, the Yin was let through, but I didn't personally think that game showcased necessarily why Yin is considered an absolute terror and should be banned every single game, honestly. So I think banning the Yin just allows both these teams to play probably their better form of Predecessor, and I think that will give a much more give opportunities for both teams to really flex their potential as well. So that's honestly what I'm looking for in the banning phase. But if it comes through again, then well, I also believe might need to find another way around it.
Yeah, this time though, with first pick, they would be the ones picking it, right? So I don't think EWT is gonna allow it. I think one of the reasons why Autumn Leaf was fine with doing it is because they pretty much had the perfect answers into it, right? But if you don't really want to play those heroes, right? I'm talking about like the Bellica support, right? The Gideon mid, where you can only realistically block one of those abilities, right? It's manageable, but you have to change a lot in your playstyle to actually deal with it. So EWT is like, they just don't want to deal with it, right? Which is fine. So they're gonna ban it away and instead give over some of those priority picks over towards Autumn Leaf, which honestly is not the worst, because just comparing the last game to the previous sets with a very different sort of priorities. For example, we had the Countess Gideon first pick in that last game, I believe. And I don't think that Autumn Leaf actually wants those too much anyways. I'm very interested to see what they end up picking.
Yeah, and when we watched the first game, both of the teams came into game 1 with similar playstyles. They had similar heroes, but that first pick, it's going to be Grux from Autumn Leaf.
I mean, this is just going to Morose, to be honest. This was the ban, even worse timing, ban this away in game number 1. And for Morose as well, this is his signature pick. I wasn't too convinced by his play on the Zarus as well, so I don't think Zarus is really quite hot at the moment, not as strong as he used to be. Like Morose's champion pool in terms of just what's like kind of prioritized at the moment is looking a little bit weak, so giving him something like the Grux, giving him the comfort, I think that's absolutely fine here, but it does give EWT quite the response on their 1 and 2 picks here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Morose has been struggling a tiny bit individually, so giving him something where he's very confident on, I think that is a smart play. For AWT, we do see the Sinks Skylar combination. This time Pablo is going to be on something where he can't play make as much as we would want him to, but as the Skylar still has a lot of agency in how she plays those fights. So it's just going to be a sort of different angle. Pablo, not really something that we are used to seeing. Then again, Skylar is relatively new. Ray, though, with the Zinks, has been proven invaluable in those team fights. But this time around, also, we have Soul Reaper on the Fae, and I'm really hyped to see this.
And Zink's going to be in Ray's hand. I was just going to say, they're taking away Skylar, which was in Neft's hands from game 1. But Autumn Leaf locking in Faye and Drongo. We know how aggressive of a mid laner Soul Reaper is. Just based on what we watch, he's going in, he's portaling in, he's landing those rocks. But with Faye, especially with her passive, if you're able to stack that damage, and she's able to just change team fights, especially with her ultimate, right? How are you feeling with the team strategy so far, based on what you're seeing on the draft?
I think ultimately getting a lot more of what they want here as well, because this actually changes the dynamic of the team fights. That game 1 was very scrappy, very skirmishy. It felt like a lot of individual mini fights happening all over the place, but now Autumn Leaf have got 2 really good ways of getting enemy members funneled into one spot, be it Fly Trap, be it Smash and Grab and a Warlord's Challenge combination. They just need to draft the damage or maybe even further lockdown, and I think that will help them try and find more convincing wins here. And even worse timing, locking in obviously the Chimera as well, just keeping up the aggression, imports, wants to be aggressive, wants to be in your face there, so even worse timing, just playing to what they know really.
Yeah, and I think if you think about import, you think about heroes like Chimera, right? Like something that has a lot of agency in the early game, and also that is not something very necessarily solo carry, but at the same time it's something where you help your team get accelerated. I think that's always been the things that Import was best at, sort of always be the supportive jungler, always the one to help his team get ahead. So I really like it. I'm not sure about the Sinks pick in combination with it though. Now we see those bans coming in, Gideon and Decker. So what I can instantly see as well is that Soul Reaper on the Fae, he's very aggressive. He's really strong because he hits those harvesting nettles. That damage stacks up. And there is a bit of counterplay, but you need a lot of jungle attention for it, right? And banning away the Gideon tells me that they want to play aggressively in mid. They want Nif to play around Soul Reaper. That's what we've seen so many times them do. And hopefully with that combination, they have sort of the core to push them into the late game.
And you're talking about Import there, Kwang. And Import, he's named as one of the most consistent junglers, one of the top junglers, and we're expecting him to keep pressure and be there in all the objectives. And Kwang being picked up for Snoop, they're thinking, okay, Kwang worked for Snoop, they're going to take it away for game 2 as well. And now you've got the last 2 picks for Autumn Leaf there, and that's going to be Bellica and Crunch.
The Crunch definitely coming a bit of a curveball. I mean, Bondrude on the B stream and in the Swiss has kind of shown why Crunch has had a lot of potential for these teams. So it's like, hey, they see an angle for the Crunch here to work. So already, like, they have the flex potentials that could be Crunch going to Morose. That Morose has that in his locker. He can also play the Crunch as well. Then maybe like it could go to like do the Grux jungle, so they have a good flex potential there as well. That's kind of an interesting one here.
Interesting. We see a Twin Blast in the mid lane, actually as a last pick. So it's going to be either Twin Blast or Skylar in the mid. Probably Skylar, actually, now that we look at it. Does have a better time dealing with that Crunch or that Grux as well if they were to look for a gank. So definitely gonna be something different. Last time around we couldn't see it because we did have a Yin in the game disrupting any sort of hopes to ever play a double carry game, but definitely see a lot of adaptation coming out of EWT, and we see a lot of pressure towards that mid lane pool, right? And North is like, yeah, he doesn't care, he's gonna play one of those ADCs.
We haven't really seen a lot of Twin Blast, but now he's coming out in EWT. They're coming out with this double ADC for their team comp. But going into this game number 2, what is the strategy behind each of these team comps? Maybe TJ cover for Autumn Leaf and then Tang for EWT.
So Autumn Leaf are playing around a very, very strong engage. Like, this team, when it decides to go in, everyone kind of just presses one button, be it a fly trap, be it a smash and grab, be it even a forward crunch. They have a lot of ways to start the fight, and they also have a lot of ways to cause disruption within that fight as well. So even if the crunch goes in first, you still have the fly trap and the smash and grab to enable the Drongo and the Bellica to kind of just exist, or enable but on that Fae to get those Harvest Nettle stacks in and actually pump out the amount of damage that is in this Autumn Leaf squad. Very simple. It kind of plays itself, and there's nothing too particularly flashy about it, but it will have some explosive results if they find that dream setup.
Yes. For EWT, honestly, they have a few ways to approach these team fights. The Chimera is supposed to be sort of the bridge into the mid game, right? Be strong in the early game, and looking at their comp, should be able to stack up a few of those objectives. Honestly, still depends whether it's the Crunch or the Grux in the jungle, but I think it's most likely gonna be the Crunch, as we expect Morose to pick up the Grux instead. And for the rest of EWT, honestly, you can always say the boring thing, right? Scaling. Double ADC plus a Sinks means 3 ADCs. 3 ADC lives, I suppose. And then a Quang in the offlane, which is one of those comfort picks for Snoop, right? He has been playing this non-stop, has not been able to get many scrim sets in due to the real-life schedule, I believe. So Quang, definitely his most comfortable hero, so I really appreciate him picking it up here as well, not going for an ego play, instead going for the consistent hero that is not necessarily always going to be the strongest, but at the same time, sometimes consistency is good.
It's time to cast our votes, though. This might be our last match on broadcast today, and the question remains, will Even Worse Timing take this quarterfinals and advance to the semis, or will Autumn Leaf take us to game number 3? Let's not delay this any further. Let's send it to Ego and F6.
Gamers, we are back on the battlefield. Even Worse Timing, Autumn Leaf, E Square, not in the battlefield, but in the casting booth. F6, man, are you ready to get into this game?
I'm ready. The question is, if Autumn Leaves is ready to take back a game from EWT, sending us into a third game. We've already seen it between Rogue and Leftovers. One team won and the other team came back, showed out, and we get ourselves that third game banger. But it's here to tell the story. It's going to be a E-square combo for you.
You know, man, I got a combination of news here for Autumn Leaf. I got bad news primarily that this could be it. Your back is against the wall. If you fail here, you're out of the tournament. Essentially, that first place spot is just going to be a little bit too far away to reach. But the good news I got for them here. Diamonds are only made under pressure, and the pressure is on F6. You got to beat some people you know are very talented, but you have to believe you are the squad to do it.
You gotta believe and you gotta want it. And both of these teams, we know they want it, but do they really believe? And the Autumn Leafs are gonna have to believe a little bit harder than EWT here in game number 2, being a game down. But let's look at this. We got the double ADCs into this game. We got Skylar in the mid. Something we've seen the North pilot a lot here while getting ready for the main event. So very comfortable with it. And the amount of rotations we should be seeing out of them. But Pablo taking a bad trade inside this dual lane.
It looks like we're going to see Autumn Leaf looking to turn up the pressure here. A little bit of a reversal of what we saw last game with having to take the first step back. It is instead going to be Pablo now pressure underneath his tier 1, as over into the far lane, Morose is going to be struggling just a bit against the Snoop. Both of these HP bars, so very low.
Oh, so very low, but the advantage that Snoop has, he's going to be able to trade into Morose here, getting that shield proc. But the bad thing about Grux is that Omnivamp naturally infused into his passive that allows for him to survive these fights that he should not. And that is why you see both of them so very careful, because at any moment that combo can come in and just completely take you off the map.
And speaking of combos, we saw and heard that us talking about how both of these squads have their own merits, but Autumnleaf has 1,001 ways to be able to engage onto a fight. Do you think we're going to be seeing that utilize her early, maybe off the back of some rotations, or are they going to be looking to play the space as Import is going to be playing close to the T1, some aggression coming out here of EWT won't warrant a kill. Decisive assault, though, you can consider that a little bit of a goodbye gift to the duo lane.
Just enough poke to thwart them away from pushing towards it, but bro, smash and grab does miss here. Might possibly be able to make the trade if Snoop just needs to be careful. Just because Crunch is on that blue side, we're hitting that 3 minutes and 30-second mark. We know within 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the jungle is going to be able to clear at least one side of his map. So he understands he needs to understand that the Crunch could be here and there at any time.
5 minutes until we get a little bit of action, or at least more than likely. Changing the emphasis over to these junglers. We know they both are track stars. They like to get active, and if you put an obstacle in front of them, well, they're going to be looking to jump over that bad boy. That being said, though, Chimera, Crunch, both of these characters very capable and very, very good in their own ways, but only one can be better than the other. Taking a look at the team compositions, including it into the mix of this question. F6, which one of these junglers from a character perspective do you like a little bit more into their team comp?
Normally would be the Crunch, but when it comes towards the overall team comp aspect, if you look at the Chimera, we understand he's the all-in type character, and a lot of time he gets punished for that. But the big thing he has going for him with Import here on that Chimera is he has that Zinx. Being able to use that Regenesis once level 6 hits across the board, it totally changes the game for that Chimera. He's now allowed to dive in with the ability to come back to life there, to at least force out as much resources out of the enemy team as possible, because we know a Chimera just pouncing on you, you just don't want that. You want him away from you, and that's going to be a huge difference when it comes towards it.
And if Autumnleaf does find themselves in the position where they are able to just burn through some of those disengaged resources, or better yet said, some of those reset resources because of this Chimera's engage, they're going to be in a much more favorable position, especially considering some of the damage, per se, we're going to be seeing coming out of that Twin Blast, coming out of that Skylar, even possibly coming out of some of the just innate value the Zinx is going to be able to provide to the team with the Ricochet, and making that damage translate over significantly easier. You're going to have to be able to get picks on the jungler and the Chimera, be able to apply pressure here or there, and I'm going to be real, I'm going to be looking to Crunch to help set the tone for that type of gameplay early.
I mean, both of these junglers are trying to set that tone early. Crunch, very oppressive once level 6 hits. He's able to just kind of clean you up, CC you to death, and hopefully the teammate is there or two. But Chimera also has that capability just to be able to slow you, just to be able to consistently pounce, full attack speed on his autos, just to be able to just kind of just beat you down. So it really is going to come down to who's going to play better, who's going to utilize that to their strengths.
Very much so expecting both teams to just utilize both of these, not only legends, but their own players' compositions, each other to their strengths, as we are going to see that Silent Assault is going to be offline now. The rotation coming out of Import is going to give them greed for go, as now the Void Bomb is going to come down. We do see them looking to play the space closer to the T1, and they're going to be able to close that distance as the kill potential will fall. And in the wings, we're going to see a rotation coming not only from the Fae, but Crunch as well.
And they had to get out of there. I saw what Import was trying to do. They're trying to get on top of that Bellica. No flash down, but they just don't have the damage quite yet. And they have to be careful with that. But nonetheless, they were able to push them off of that wave. They have a nice freeze going, so whenever they need to, they can slowly push it back here. Try to time it for when they want to initiate on top of that Fangtooth.
Most definitely, and I mean, the Fangtooth also played such a crucial part in last game. We saw that Primordial Fangtooth can just decide a game, but if it's gotten a little bit earlier here, as there wasn't a threat of that 3-piece, we could see the game get decided a hell of a lot earlier than what I think was, about a 40-minute banger we were casted when that last one else. Now we're going to see Neff be forced to use the blink, but it will just be a blink for blink here, as it's going to be Ray who strikes first, playing the space onto the backside. It is going to be Crunch who is going to be looking to save the life of his support and maybe take the life of the opposition's Nivula will, as he's going to even it up 1-1.
But here comes Skylar. Oh, he eats the Spirit Bomb, but North is going to have to go back. So close, but based on that rotation, North needs to be careful. Any amount of Fly Trap here can do a decent amount of damage, but with that Crunch backing, this might be that call to go straight after this Fangtooth.
Kind of was anticipating that, but it does look like we are going to see Skylar first making this rotation over to mid as the Fade. Tinkerbell with the tantrum, maybe looking to meet her there. We have a little bit of an altercation, but not much of a damage translation is going to go down. That being said, though, it looks like neither one of these teams is really ready to rumble.
Just not quite yet. You'd think after everything set up, dual lane pushed up, mid lane pushed up, and everybody had to take it back there that it would go after that Fang Tooth. But understanding it right now, anybody can get to that. You don't have quite the amount of damage you need. But with Morose over here showing his face on top of this primal or this Fang Tooth, there's going to be a huge rotation to try and get this first one down.
And this is going to be an easy enough take for Autumn Leaf here. I do see them getting the rotation out, but a little bit of a widespread here is going to give Import the opportunity to get an ambush off, but not much else, as it is going to be the objective lead going over to Autumn Leaf.
Picking up that first Fang Tooth, crucial moment for Autumn Leaf to be able to get themselves into that elite a little bit early on. A little bit more economy shift towards their side, help them get the advantage here, longer buff times with their big buffs, and when it comes down to the primordial and the big orb prime later on in the game, they don't have to worry about having the same amount of time if they do lose another Fang Tooth.
You know, hey, Mountain, Molehill, you would never know their cousins at a glance, but it is going to be a small lead that Autumn Leaf is maybe going to be able to build upon if they are very disciplined in how they take EWT in some of these engagements. As we saw last game, EWT more than willing to just play reactively and turn what looks like an L into a W. That being said, if anyone's going to be able to maybe turn some of these engages on their head with only a little bit of a lead, it is going to be Autumn Leaf.
Definitely will be, but let's talk about Morose for a quick second. He's on his signature pick, the Gruffs. Oh, hello, hold on a minute.
Oh, that boy a swimmer. He's going for the dive. It's going to be a call, a blink, and a kill, as Ray ultimately is going to be the one who picks up the kill onto Gwuzzy here, but it won't be for free. Faye maybe looking to play the space onto the back end is going to make me eat my words. That kill was on clearance as Chimera just walks away.
Easy kill. Being able to take somebody down is always a win, but they did take the L across this other side of the map. Mini Orb Prime is in the pockets of Autumn Leaves. That's going to allow for them now to have two objectives within 10 minutes of this game. And if Morose got that Prime, he's going to be able to now start to even put more pressure on that Quang.
Oh yeah, man, they're going to be looking to just get Morose ahead, see if he can fundamentally build a lead, maybe get a couple solo dolos onto the Quang, and from that, make some rotations to kind of change the tide that has been set by this kill lead that has been seized by EWT. It's going to start, though, a little altercation more than likely around this camp. We're going to see Snoop playing the space and ultimately getting a steal of the minor objective.
Easy pickup, easy steal, quick tether, and a prop. Gonna be able to get that mid into the Cyan buff, but he'll lead over towards EWT. Autumn leads with the objective lead 2-0. Still another close game here, ladies and gentlemen. Now we see that the mini orb prime is going to be on that crunch. So we're going to be looking for the crunch to be making plays throughout this map to be able to take down one of these early T1s to help his team open this map up.
Oh yeah, I do want to see that mid lane get a lot of pressure. I know Skylar is a relatively safe character, and by relatively I mean an extremely safe character, especially when I'm playing into her. But being able to lock down that mid lane, as we have addressed before, it's going to be able to be so conducive to the aggression that you kind of want to play around. It's going to make some of these engages so much better because there's going to be one less place for the enemy team to run. That being said, it's a lot easier said than done.
It is indeed. We do see Nose slowly ticking down on the timer of the second Fang Tooth. But we're going to want to see EWT here prioritize to that second Fang Tooth. They don't want to wait and put it all up to risk on the final Fang Tooth before Primordial here. So we have to see what comes out of that. But we do see Pablo here making an aggressive play, turning the heat up towards this as we see a tower dive incoming.
My brother in Christ, that man needed to talk about it. Ventilate. It's going to be able to help him get the kill as North is going to be able to pick it up onto Bellica, who will ultimately fall in the mid lane. We're going to have a little bit of a skirmish again, but it won't pay any dividends. F6, up to this point of the game, what are we, about 13 minutes into this bad boy? We have just seen so much prio being put over into that duo lane, and Gwuzzy has now fallen twice. Do you think that EWT may be building into a cascade cascade effect of running away with this early game.
I mean, they kind of need to. TB's one of those heroes right now, especially in the ADC role, that he's not at the top tier of things, right? He does damage, especially with his ultimate, as you just saw there, but he does not do so well when it compared to other ADCs. So any amount of lead that he can have to be able to skyrocket them throughout that mid game is going to be huge for them to have the advantage of into the mid game.
Now we are going to see the Arcane take it over here, as Morosa is going to be able to rejoin a couple members of his team. That Fangtooth being up relatively soon maybe is a coincidence, but I don't think so, as Crunch is going to seize control of the pit and sweep up any wards that were there.
This is that fight. You see the conversion happening quite a little bit late here, so I don't know if they're going to be able to get into this pit and secure this. Look at that DPS.
My lord. Dude, that thing just got absolutely eviscerated. There was barely time to catch what was happening in front of us, as now Pablo's going to be looking to utilize his ventilate once again to maybe set his team up to be able to get a catch-off kill, but like thieves in the night, it is going to be Autumnleaf to now take the second Fangtooth.
That's one of those fights that we said they had to be there, but Autumnleaf is just a little quicker than EWT there. Still though, looks like Import's going to be able to take away some of that 2 camp, put a little bit of pressure on top of Crunch here to be able to push him back. Now he's going to be able to try and take that fight.
Big Cola is going to come out. The ultimate is going to be down, but his team is going to be up, surrounding him on the backside. It is going to force Autumnleaf to take a disengage out of their own jungle, as now they're going to be able to disperse and maybe get a little bit more value, a little bit more farm and XP out of their own side of the map.
WT is doing such an exceptional job trying to control the map when it comes out to these laning phases, but we're slowly shifting out of that laning phase here, coming up on 15 minutes. They need to start prioritizing these objectives. They can't allow Autumnleaf to get that third Fangtooth. They can't allow Autumnleaf to get a second mini prime of the game. We know objectives win games, and if Autumnleafs are just going to be able to take control of it that way while still maintaining just a short deficit inside the kill area, this is going to be huge for them to be able to try and come out here on top on game number 2.
And, you know, I have a kind of a weird way of thinking about it. As a competitive enjoyer myself, a little bit of an esport fan, some would say, objectives matter until you can start objectifying the enemy team. Once you get that third Fangtooth, you get all those buffs on you, then you start looking over at your opponents. Hey, you see his Zinx, what I see? That's a gold buff right there. That TB, hey, that's an XP count. He just has a larger roam range than the rest of them. If they're able to get a lockdown on that third one, I'm thinking we might see the tempo of some of these engages completely change.
100%, and now we see that conversion over towards Mini Prime 8. Autumnleafs right now are just playing out of their minds, controlling their pace of the game, not letting EWT dictate it throughout the excessive ganks from that Chimera, and they're going to be looking over towards this Mini Prime.
They are. We are going to have all eyes over on this right side of the map. We are going to see Faye being forced to kind of play a little bit further back, as the other 4 members of her team are going to be playing all around the jungle gate. Now maybe a disengage is what they're going to be looking for, as it's going to be complete control of the pit that goes in favor of EWT.
It does, but look at that left lane. Dual lane side is getting pushed in. That wave is going to amount to something huge. So somebody from Autumnleaf is going to need to answer that, or they might possibly lose out on a tier 2 for a mini over prime here.
This mini orb is getting a lot of attention put on it. We are going to see an engage, though, coming off of the ambush. No cold is going to come out as over onto the back end. It's going to be Crunch looking to punch, and you know what he likes to do. Big flight trap is going to come out as Morosa is going to be able to lock down one kill onto Ray. It is going to be a fade, though, coming out of Pablo, maybe looking to pop one member. A 1v3 situation. It's a little bit dire, but not hopeless. Morosa makes it a little bit more so, as 4 members are going to fall for none. It's going to be a quadra that goes in favor of Autumnleaf.
That was such a close fight. You would thought they had it, but just a little bit too early on that engage on Chimera. EWT was not fully set up, and now the advantage is Autumnleaf's going towards this mini prime.
They're going to be looking to push us into a game through here. That mini prime is going to fall below that 50% threshold and easily go into the greased up palms of Autumnleaf. They got a lot of money to take to the bank and a little bit of a power spike, I have to assume, after that altercation.
Big power spike there. They're going to be able to utilize that to get themselves the advantage here to push back. towards EWT, and EWT just needs to come up with something here. We're not seeing like the cohesion that they had last game to be able to get themselves to win that one that they had there at the end. They're going to need to pick their fights. But like I said last time, 20-minute mark, that's where we start to see the competitive nature come out. That's where we see if any mistake is made, it should be capitalized on by any one of these members of these teams.
I'm also not expecting to see, unlike last game, Autumn not taking the initiative as much as they did within the last game. They had a little bit of, not a reactive composition, but a reactive playstyle, kind of waiting for the opposition to do something, or when they did do something. We saw it go well in some instances, but not so well in some others. As you know, DJ Tang, the desk said, they have a lot of engage tools they can play off of here, and it makes so much of their damage even more dangerous knowing that maybe your Zinks, possibly your TB, could just get kidnapped away by this composition.
Oh, 100% indeed. They do have their dual or offlane set up to push into the enemy team to take that T1 down. But they are going to have to fight for this third Fang Tooth. They do not want to lose out on this, but Autumn Leaves initiate this fight.
I mean, they literally can't afford to lose this. Hey, where are they? That's going to be 3 Fang Tooths given to Autumn Leaf here, as now Crunch is going to look and find an engage wasted. Coming out of the Chimera, but luckily enough for EWT, it looks like they're not too interested in him playing the space over onto the left side. That's going to be a burst of damage. Shrapnel Cannon will be utilized coming out of the Drongo, as he's going to be able to drag at least one member through the mud. Wussy, though, ultimately is going to be the one who picks up the kill onto Import. He was thirsty for a +1. Luckily enough, the gentlemen in AL were able to send him back to his fountain. It is going to be Autumn Leaf who's up.
They're in control, and they're ready to close this game out. It looks like there's no answer to what they're doing from EWT. They're in complete control of this map, and complete control of these objectives. That early game pressure is amounting to nothing, and we have not seen the rewards of all of that happening early game.
You know, it's not quite over, but I mean, this early and mid game has looked exclusively in favor of Autumn Leaf. I don't know what the discussion they had in between these games was, but it does seem to be paying dividends, changing the dynamic of how they would not only take these fights, but how they would be willing to play around some of EWT's groupings. We saw there, they stepped up, and then they completely stepped back from the Chimera, not wanting to chase through River, regrouped, and then as 5 were able to lock down 2 kills to extend this lead that they've been able to develop.
Man, growing up, my dad used to tell me the worst thing to do is have a dog backed into a corner because he's going to let the real animal out, man. And this is what Autumn Leaves are doing. They're unleashed. They have nothing to lose here. This is a all or nothing game for them, and they're showing out and taking it to EWT.
They are indeed showing up to EWT, and I mean, if I expect anyone to get a little bit of a bite back when they get their items online, maybe if they are able to seize a little bit of momentum, it is going to be Snoop, it is going to be Ray, it is going to be more than anyone else. Pablo is going to be able to step up to the plate. With that being said, there is a lot of Predecessor left here to play, but for what has been played so far, it's a rinse and repeat type of angle for Autumn Leaf, as now Import finds an engage and finds his way near the grave. It is going to be a possible pickup here, as the rest of his team is going to be looking to play the space onto the back. Soul Reaper is going to play by the name. He's taking that one to the pocket. No Sephiroth, as now it is going to be the Dino who's going to be looking to make a chase down onto the Snoop. He can't find a clue, but he can find his way back to base.
Oh my goodness, 1 by 1, Grux is Gruxing, and there's no answer to him as they're now able to take down this middle T1 and the fight that they wanted, but Grux said he's not over yet, and there goes Neck taking down Pablo.
Brother, that's gonna be 2 dead, 1 disconnected, and still morose. Everyone else is playing Predecessor, so this man is in Tetris. Square up or get put down. That's gonna be a lot of impact coming out of the solo later for Autumn Leaf.
My Word, Autumn Leaf came here to play in game number 2. They have an answer for everything, and I'm going to say this again. They are in complete control of this game. Even with a Bellica DC, they said, we do not care. We are here, and take this L as they come out on top with another team fight.
Hey man, that wasn't a take this L. That and taking an L is kind of offered at times. You offer that, you put your hand out. It's like, hey, this is for you. Pick it up, pick it up. They took that bad boy and they put it right on the forehead of that Engage. 5-12, 3-0 on these objectives. Autumn Leaf is kind of playing out of their mind here as they are desperate to push it to a game 3. As we said in the interim to this match F6, diamonds are only made under pressure. And right now, Autumn Leaf starting to shine.
Crunch looking for another engage. Forces a flashy, looking to fight, but the call comes out.
Dude is a Where's Waldo enjoyer. He was looking for a fight and he found it. However, the rest of his team is going relatively low, as it's going to be 2 members of EWT that fall and only 1 Drongo that does in exchange. But that's going to be a major amount of damage that is going to be making its way out of the board, as ultimately it's going to be a 2-4 trade that goes in favor of, you'll never guess it, Autumn Leaf.
They are just not scared of anything or anyone. And look at that. Soul Reaper kicks another soul to the hail of Hades. Oh my goodness. They're able to pick up a 5-man RGS and now turn their eyes towards the big prime. Autumn Leaves are not scared of anybody, and they're here to play, ladies and gentlemen.
I got a little bit of a question here for you, F6, because I'm looking at what appears to be a conundrum. Changing your team composition can change a lot, but can it really change this much? This looks like an evolution of the Autumn Leaf we saw next game, and they have more than stepped up. They have stepped on EWT in pursuit of pushing us to this game 3.
I don't know what they said to Nebula in game number 1 after they lost that one, but this man has been turning the heat up. The kitchen is hot. Somebody turn the AC on, because this man is cooking it up right now. He's been playing exceptionally well, taking these fights. He knows his team has his back, and right now it's just working.
I couldn't agree with you anymore, man. Crunch is looking like a Tesla model. He has been playing absolutely electric all this game. Now Primal Thank You is going to fall into their hands, and they're not going to be able to contest it on the side of EWT, as after we're going to see a grouping coming out of Autumn Leaf.
Big group up, double buffed up on a Saturday evening, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking to push towards this core. The inhibitor on side of this dual lane is going to be ready to get exposed, and now with everything they need, this is their chance to close this game out. But last game, we saw EWT be able to mount a defense against Autumn Leaves.
Yes, indeed. Fablo here going to be able to play the space relatively well, using those abilities to maximize the damage he can against Crunch and dissuade him from looking for another fight. That will be 1 tier 2 tower that falls, and I'm expecting to see this one fall even quicker, as it's not even going to be a soft defense that is going to be put up for this tier 2.
They're looking for these tier 2s. Bellica onto that dual lane side by herself. Needs to be careful against that TB. Even with double buffs, can be deleted by that TB. But they're doing this methodically here on the Autumn Leaf side. They know they have time. They're taking down these T2s to expose these inhibitors to slowly march down on EWT. Time is against them if they take too long, but EWT, they don't really have an answer to anything that Autumn Leafs have been throwing at them this entire game.
They've tried to produce answers like, okay, we'll fight you. Wrong. Okay, what if we don't fight you? Then we'll come over and fight you. Well, we'll maybe get the pit priority, and then that doesn't seem to work. It does feel like they are trying a lot of solutions, but they're trying them on the fly, and as Mike Tyson once said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, and if you look over, you can see a Crunch on the other side.
They're waiting here. Inhibitor looking like it's getting ready to go down. Gruff's Moreau's already putting pressure into the mid lane as well. And nothing that they can do to stop this. And one by one, these towers and inhibitors are just falling towards Autumn Leaf. And EWT are just fighting for some little more time to hopefully get themselves to try and reassess and fight for whenever the secondary objectives for the big one spawn.
They really need an insane engage here coming off Chimera by a follow-up of even more absolutely nutty damage. And hey, once again, they're listening from the caster booth. They needed it and they got it. That's going to be 2 members down on either side. However, the fight's not going to be over as Grux is going to Grux on him. A knock-up is going to get her set down. Baby, pull up a seat as 4 members of EWT fall.
4 members down, or Prime on Autumn Leaves. They're going to be able to regen here. Pablo is the only one left looking to take that fight, but Nivla says he's here to play, forces the flash out, and Pablo has to get right back to base.
They were looking to take the fight, and if you was looking to take that man's life. However, Soul Reaper will be able to do what he could not. It's going to be 9-22 at the end of this match. It's going to be 4-0 on the Fang Juice at the end of this bout, as we are going to be pushed to a Game 3.
Holy, game number 3. Autumn Leaves coming to game number 2 to lay the smackdown on EWT. Said, hey, we're not down for the count yet. He did not count to 10. And now we're on to game number 3 of this series. What an exceptional game. EWT could not find any answers towards that aggression. But game number 3 is around the corner. We're going to have to see what they have to say about it.
Yes, sir, indeed. Yes, sir, indeed. And they're going to have to not say much, but do a lot. Nivula came up to PCCX, read the number, and stood 10 toes on business within that game, too. Not ready to give up the prospect of being able to make it to that championship, to the finals. But he knows he has to start there, and he started it up, and he absolutely finished off EWT in that second match. It's now going to be their turn to make some adjustments before we get pushed into a Game 3. But before that, we're going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Ego and F6. We're back here at the desk with TJ and Tang. My, oh my. Boy, oh boy. We got a Game 3 on our hands. Autumn Leaf, they secured Game 2, and they're on equal level playing fields going into this third match. TJ and Tang, what exactly did we just witness?
Well, we just watched how to execute a game plan, and it's drafting with purpose, playing with purpose. Like, you draft a team comp that does amazing around objective fights and pit fights, so you play around objective and pit fights. Like, EWT for a lot of games just could not go anywhere near the Fangtooth or the Prime Pit without risking the full team getting wiped, and that's exactly what happened. I think they got aced twice in that game. It was a rough one to match, but man, that is how you respond to a Game 1 loss.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were phased at all from that Game 1, honestly. Like, the way they controlled those objectives, even from the early game, right? Like, we always saw the Morose rotation coming from offlane. Like, whenever the Fangtooth was up, he was there as well, right? Like, and Grux usually is a lane bully, right? But if you bully the lane, it allows you to move out of it as well. And so we did see consistently Morose always being the first move, Snoop not able to match him in time. And then, as TJ was saying beautifully, right? Like, EWT just don't have enough abilities to really work in those pit fights, especially if most of the time they're man down. Import goes in, but he's always alone, doesn't really have any follow-up, and if he does, it's too little, it's too late. Autumn Leaf really well executed with the comp.
And it's different from what we saw from Game 1. But going into Game 3, the board is set and the pieces just need to be moved. This is a game anyone can take. It's a time to just go in or go home. What needs to be the strategy from Autumn Leaf, TJ? And for Tang, what is the strategy for EWT?
Well, for Autumn Leaf, after a Game 2 like that, I said there was no need to rip up the playbook from Game 1, even though you lost. Now you've got no real need to change up the game plan here for Game number 2. Like, they simplified. Right, there was, I felt like in Game number 1, there was a lot of moving parts. Granted, they did have the yin on the board that did need to be dealt with to explain why people were forced to play a certain way and certain heroes. Take the yin off the board, and it's like, right, we're just going to draft super simple. Everyone just presses the funny button at the same time and watch people drop. So Autumn Leaf, they just need to draft simple. Don't overcomplicate things. You've clearly shown you got the mechanics. You've clearly shown you got the macro behind it. Just execute it. Like, don't overcomplicate it.
yeah, for EWT, I think that there's a few things. Like, first of all, again, also simplify it, with the big reason being that EWT is really good at some set plays. Like, one of the things that we see barely out of any teams, but EWT does pretty consistently and really well, is like diving tier 1 turrets, overloading, 4-man rotations, stuff like that. They do really well. I honestly think they're one of the weaker teamfighting teams, though. So I really want to see a comp that doesn't need to be relied on by a member to outplay single-handedly. That's not really what I see EWT do, right? I think EWT as a strong force that can play the map really well, that struggles sometimes at team fighting, so pick heroes that are really good at it. Also, give Pablo something where he can really box with. I think the Skylar is fine. The Skylar is not a Pablo hero. Like, give him a Murder, give him a Revenant, give him something where he can run down the lane, never stop pressing W, and like give us some more of those Pablo Panthers that he's known for.
And that's what Pablo loves to do. Congratulations, Autumn Leaf. You take game number 2. But of course, this is a best of 3 and we have a game 3 on our hands. Don't go anywhere because this is our last match of the day. We'll be right back.
I have no idea, Spooky. I don't think they can. Honestly, maybe they can. If I were to guess, you got to try to get a spot where you can get somebody to flank. Maybe you can find a way to get Nitro behind them, or to get Nitro really the only person that can get behind them for MTG's roster right here as far as the heroes that they are playing. But I believe that you are so far behind that you just get eliminated when they turn around and turn and focus onto the person who's trying to get picked. So I think you just have to wait around your core. You know that that's where Primal is going to go, and just try to brute force a 5v5. Use your Reversal of Fortune on your Sparrow. Use your Crash Bang Boom to keep it safe. Commit as much as you can to keeping that Sparrow alive and firing those arrows. But as the Orb Prime spawns again, this will be the 4th Orb Prime that they have taken. I guess 2 minis, 2 big primes. They have 4 Fang Teeth for themselves, as their primal should be just about running out. Actually, it's definitely out because Fangtooth is about to spawn as well. But they're going to get themselves double buffed up again. They are going to walk at the core unless MTG can try to find a way to get themselves defended. And maybe you can send Nitro in with a Reversal of Fortune. They're going to try to handshake the Primal Fangtooth. Actually, it looks like Seismic here to try to do a little defense. They do secure the Orb Prime for themselves. And yeah, Seismic is stopping them from being able to begin this.
Funk does connect onto Seismic, but he immediately goes into the stasis and drops the Tesla Dome. No one can approach this gadget now.
And they're just going to end the game. They're on the core, on the right side of it. They've got them all stuck here from trying to get to the Primal. And just like that, the other members of Primal are going to sneak in the back door and end the game. Just like that, Primal goes up 1-0. And that was a butt kicking, Spooky.
I mean, I respect that MTG want to try to make a play and get an objective. But they waited so long to do it, and they were in such a bad position that they just left themselves completely vulnerable. And one person, just Seismic, was all it took to say, hey, go win the game now, guys. Like, he just stands in front of them, and his whole team does the work.
And honestly, even if Seismic's not there, if they commit to that to the Primal Fangtooth, there's a very good chance that that backdoor finishes it anyways, because you've got the 8-second back timers anyways, and if all 5 of the members were committed to it, tough. But hey, you got to try something. You got to try something desperate. Maybe they don't go and try to backdoor you there, and then all of a sudden you got a team fight buff. You can take that fight around your core. Valiant effort by MTG, but that's kind of what happens when a double support team gets a little far behind. It started early, and then it's just really, really hard to come back. Yeah, you've got the ability to sweep out vision. You can put those control wards down within your jungle, try to control it. But when you're so far behind that when you step into your own jungle, you just get jumped by the enemy team, it's very difficult to play that.
Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm here with TJ and Tang here to analyze the game and break it down for you. We finished watching game 2 between Autumn Leaf and EWT, and Autumn Leaf, they were able to just turn things around for themselves. It's now 1-1, and this quarterfinals, as you know, is a best of 3. Meanwhile, on B stream, Primal take game 1 from Mind the Gap with an unconventional draft yet again. I actually kind of want to pick your brains a little bit on that. How are we feeling about that other teams on the other side, TJ and Tang?
So me and Tang had the pleasure of casting Mind the Gap versus Enlightened as the first game on today, right? And Mind the Gap ran a very similar composition. It's like they go for a double support, put Dr. Flick onto the supporter role, be it a Muriel or be it a Narbash here, and essentially kind of buddy up with Pinzo and roam around the map here. Enlightened weren't able to find the answer to it, and Mind the Gap ultimately won that game, but this time Primal just absolutely shuts down that entire thing. So Mind the Gap, though, seems that they got to go back to the drawing board, really, and maybe find another answer here, because Primal were ready for it.
They definitely were. Like, on the rotation back, we did see it was this time around the Narbash and the Iggy playing double rotates, mid lane and off lane, sacking always one lane with 2 support crests in the team. And yeah, Primal had the answer to it, right? Like, they did get the double kill off, and suddenly, like, you have a Narbash and you have an Iggy that are both 0-1, just completely running around the map like headless chicken, and it definitely didn't work out this way. Question is, gonna be small adaptations by Mind the Gap, or are they gonna be like, this is our strategy? It worked one time, it didn't work this time. Next time, it's gonna work, 50%, like 50% chance of winning the game. Like, that is gonna be the question, but I think we head back to the third game of this one instead.
Yes, and if you're curious about the results for that, it's twitch.tv/PredPCC2 for B stream. But let's talk about the third game, the last match of the day, and that's Even Worse Timing versus Autumn Leaf. Whoever wins this series goes and moves forward in the semifinals tomorrow here at the Prime Championship Circuit X. And let's talk about this draft. Let's not delay this any longer. We talked about strategy. And TJ, you kind of mentioned, you know, we need to simplify some things, and Tang kind of touched on it a little bit as well. But what does that look like? What is simplifying the draft?
So simplifying really a draft is essentially you draft with a singular identity. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like one certain thing, but it's like, this is a comp that does one aspect of the game really well. All dive, it's all team fights, it's all zone denial, it's all kiting, it's either all late game or it's either all early game. And the idea is that as long as everyone does their job, the composition plays itself. You don't need to do anything fancy. There's no kind of like, this works because that happens, then as long as this is on cooldown, then that happens, and on and on. It's just literally, we fight, we dive, we win here. That's what I mean by simplification. EWT's draft was really complicated. Double ADC with import on the Kai as well, so it's kind of a little bit disjointed at times. So, hey, I just want some pretty awesome Predecessor here. And game 3, that's going to be a banger.
Definitely is. Now we see the Yin being banned away from Autumn Leaves. Does not want to deal with that any longer. So we are back to sort of a draft where Autumn Leaf can be their own person, does not have to worry about projectiles being reflected all over the place, but it also gives EWT the opportunity to look for a first pick themselves. Remember, in the first game they did pick the Yin. Now that everything is open except for it, we have a lot of different things that they could look at. Something that we did see in other games was that Aurora and that Narbash, but we know EWT and Autumn Leaf, they play the game differently. We do see the Seraph lock-in. This can be in the offlaner's hands, in Snoop's hands, but I very much expect it to be an import pick instead.
And this is a little bit different from what we've seen from the first and the second match. EWT, they're picking up the Seraph, because when we looked at the games, or the drafts, I should say, from game 1 and 2, Seraph was completely off the board. She wasn't even allowed to be played. And as a response, actually, Autumn Leaf, they're picking up Drongo and the Zinx.
Yeah, just going back to that point about the Seraph here, I think Seraph and Yin might be like the most common combination of first bans in this entire tournament. Like, neither team, no one wants to give the Yin to the other team because of just how it forces the other team to respond, and you have to play the game a certain way. But Seraph, no one really wants to let that one through anyway. I mean, Zing's Drongo, pretty strong setup here. That dual lane locked in for Autumn Leaf's going to be absolutely fine, but even worse timing, throwing some curveballs, even locking in a FaZe and a Kira as well that we've not seen that much at all in the main event.
Yeah, neither one of them are known too much. Honestly, I was afraid there for a second to see a Muriel lock in, because it would work pretty well with Seraph. But honestly, I've been burnt a bit watching that Muriel, especially on EWT. So not too unhappy with the phase. Kira on Pablo, not really something I associate with him too much either. But I think it does make sense, right? FaZe also on Ray, one of those very decorated support players, right? Usually really good at positioning. So definitely does make sense, especially when you have such an aggressive ADC like Pablo in your lane. So I think historically it has been a combination that they were really good at. On the other side of the map, Soul Reaper is going to pick the Gideon, not really going to go into something completely aggressive as he did in the last game with a Faye. Instead, he's going to take it slow and steady, going to pick up the Gideon instead and deny the Howitzer.
Gideon, definitely one of the top mid laners in the game right now. There's a lot of value from having him on your team, and because he's one of the top mid laners, they're responding by just narrowing the hero pool for EWT. North not allowed to play or have very much choices because they're taking away that howitzer with that single target damage, and as a response, they're taking away the Kai.
Yeah, it's just kind of limiting whatever the opposing team hasn't drafted there. I'm surprised to see the Howitzer actually banned here, because normally Gideon has a bit of a better time against the Howitzer anyway, should North decide to play it. Of course, Howitzer is a bit of a fridge with legs, so like got a very large hitbox, and Gideon's are building a lot more pen and a lot more magical damage rather than like tanky true silver bracelet kind of builds here. So it's like kind of free damage stats, essentially. The Kai's an interesting one for sure. I think even worse timing, put a lot of stock behind the pick. I'm not entirely too convinced here, but I just want to limit that jungle pool. It leaves Crunch open, and honestly, I think Autumn Leaf are pretty okay with this.
Sarah's still open as well, so I think Crunch can be flexed either jungles or off lane. I think that is pretty much the extent of Morosa's hero pool. So with a Sarah's pick, EWT would be able to deal with that, but also, again, Gideon is not as reliant on the ultimate any longer as he used to be, but there is no real cancel for it. So I'm expecting Ray to go for the silence, but they might still want to have something. Just from the top of my head though, it's gonna be hard to find something. So Saras is gonna be a pick to deny it away from Autumn Leaf. It would have 100% gone their way. Otherwise, we are gonna be on Gadget instead for North. So I think, all in all, I think this is a lot more structured, but again, we are having a few different moving pieces.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the microwave combo with the Colosseum. That's Zaris and Gadget. Gadget, she kind of fell off a little bit. We haven't seen very much of her, but that's going to be in North's hands and paired with a good jungler, or offlaner, because certainly you can flex pick the Zaris and the Seraph between each roles there, respectively. But Autumn Leaf locking in the Greystone as their final hero going into game number 3. TJ and Tang, which draft or team comp are you favoring and why?
Well, for me, I'm going to go with Autumn Leaf again for the draft, because honestly, when I look at even worse timings draft here, they've gone a lot. They put all the eggs in the basket of late game, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, they have simplified, right? The scaling on this team is absolutely incredible. And if they get to a late game fight, it's going to be nigh on unplayable for Autumn Leaf. However, without Autumn Leaf played in game number 2, I don't think even worse timing have enough in the early game to weather like that early to mid game that a Greystone, Crunch, and a Gideon running around can bring here. I think Autumn Leaf just run over even worse timing.
I'm actually going to go for the other side of the coin this time around. I really like EWT's comp. I think they don't only go for the late game, but they also go for dive, which usually Gadget is not the best proponent of, but having Ceres to lock people up is gonna allow her to deal a lot more damage than she would otherwise. But also, I think that Ceres, I think those are like two champions that can really do something. And I think that is something that EWT needs to do, something where they can easily go in, easily go out as well. I think that was the big problem in the last game, Import not really having any avenues to impact any of these team fights, because he knew once he goes in, he will never come back, right? And so I think EWT have a better shot at winning this game as they did in the last one. I think it's still gonna be a banger of a game though, so I'm gonna predict EWT, but I would not be surprised if Autumn Leaf takes it.
And anything can absolutely happen, but which team wants it more than the other? The stakes are high, 1-1 for both sides. Will even worse timing have a better time, or will we head into the winter and say goodbye to the autumn leaves? One more time, one last time, Ego and F6, please show us the game.
Gamers, one more game, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. Nothing else that has happened matters. All you got to do is take on who is in front of you, brother. We are in game 3. We got Autumn Leaf looking to complete the reverse sweep, and we got even worse timing, as our dog said, trying to have a bit of a better time. F6, are you excited for these games?
Yeah, I'm more than excited. I mean, we've been here all day. We've got a chance to see all these games. I mean, man, I'm just absolutely dumbfounded about how much talent we really do have into this tournament. But, I mean, game number 3 on the line, Autumn Leaves, EWT, couldn't have asked for a better matchup.
I can't agree with you anymore, man. You wanted the best of the best, and we got better still. As they were talked about on the decks, both of these team compositions do have me kind of split. I really do like the simplicity, if you will. I'm not the smartest of men of even worse timing draft. Hey, we're going to put them on the plate, and then we're going to put them in the microwave, and then we're going to let God sort them out past that point. But taking a look at Autumn Leaf, they just have so many great tools and even a couple good counter tools to deal with something like a Zara's Cage, especially coming out of that Gravestone. Hey, you would have put me in here with you? Hey, have some true damage to take on your way. That being said, F6, kind of pivoting over to your mind, which one of these team compositions do you like a little bit more?
I'm with EWT here, man. I mean, the Sereth on top of Snoop here. I think Sereth very strong. Very strong inside the offlane here. So that's gonna be a pretty good matchup, and she's allowed to go throughout the rest of this game untouched. If she gets a slight lead and then be able to roam throughout these team fights, it's gonna be huge going into that. And you already talked about the Zara's. I think the Zara's combo in this game is hard to actually do, but if done right, the damage output just locked into a cage is immense.
And I'm going to be honest, I did expect the Sereth to actually be going over to the hands of Import here for a moment, but we do know Snoop is going to be very comfortable on it, and as she said, if he does get ahead, he's going to be able to dive and stick on this backline, making their lives pretty darn hellish. That being said, we got to have a hell of a match here, and I'm going to be real, I'm looking at both of these junglers to set the tone early once again.
I mean, tone is where we need to be set, right? We always talk about momentum, tempo, everything needs to align, right? It doesn't just be like, hey, we win one team fight, we won the game, GG's. It's, hey, minute 1, what have we done to put ourselves into a winning position? And is it going to keep snowballing to where we want it to go to? And both of these teams are going to have to find that. Obviously, there's only one team that can really find that momentum. But game number 1 proved to us that these teams are really close at the end of the day.
Pablo with the blink here. It's going to save his line over into the dual lane. We can see Zaris maybe making his way over into the dual lane sometime soon. That's we're going to see Greystone is going to have to deal with this wave that is pushed in underneath the mid. Crunch able to get a little bit of damage across. That's going to end up being a lot. It's not going to be quite over yet, though, as Zaris does make the rotation, but the Spear of Near is not going to be nearly close enough, as ultimately it's going to be Autumn Leaf who strike first.
They strike first like these in the night. We're seeing the crunch once again. We saw it last game, the aggression that they needed, and we saw it inside that mid lane. They have to be able to stop this. We do know, though, once level 6 arises, this team comp and chemistry changes a lot. Coliseum comes into play. This Seraph comes into play here, the Tesla Dome, and a lot of just other important factors that just kind of piles on up into a winning factor for EWT. But with that Gideon, you also get that black hole, and with that Greystone, with that extra life, changes a lot into that team. So I think it's going to get a lot hotter before it cools down.
There are some pretty key moments within a game of Predecessor that completely change the dynamic of how you can approach a team fight. Pre-level 6, we know when you do get those ultis online, everything changes. Past that 22-24 minute mark, being able to get those larger objectives can completely change the tone of the probability of being able to bring out a win in a match. But I think one thing that isn't talked about nearly enough is how the teams that win the most are the ones who take advantage of those key fixture timestamps, if you will. We got ults online. Let's use them. The objectives are up. Let's take them. And I'm wondering which one of these teams with everything on the line is going to be the one to take the initiative.
100% cannot agree more. We see the second rotation of Riverbuff spawning here, and that's going to be a contestation there where we start to see the junglers rotate towards that side. Hopefully they're able to proc to it, but looks like they said no, they're going to clear their camps as they're both looking over to off lane, as we do see Snoop is a little out of position.
Greystone looking for a little bit of the violence here. However, Soul Reaper is going to be the one who finds it. A rotation over to that left lane will give him an off-screen kill to extend the kill lead to 2-0, and now we're seeing Autumn Leaf make a rotational on the Fang 2.
There's just something dangerous about a Gideon. And there's just something dangerous about Soul Reaper. You put them together, that's twice the damage. And just a lot amount of mobility that this man has on that Gideon allows him to be this aggressor, as you are seeing now.
With that being said, with the not only damage, but the safety Gideon has with that torn space and the comparability of just Soul Reaper's awareness of how to best play him. We know he's an old-time favorite, a comfort pick. Not to, tip the hat too much to the Twitch community, but he most definitely is going to be able to take flight if you let him get comfortable on this pick. And it seems like with how they are at least starting this game, he might be. Morose here now going to be forced to kind of play the space a little bit further back as Seraph actually comes around with a solid damage trade into him. At the end of the day, though, that ultimate is going to be up. He's not really in danger, and at this point, I'm kind of expecting to see not just a match, but some of these lanes stabilize as they're going to be looking to farm themselves into the mid game.
Definitely looking to do that indeed. Already Soul Reaper 2-0, already has a decent lead in that mid, and that's not what you want to see for a Gadget. We do know she's a little bit more on the scaly side, so she looks to start to be a little bit more impactful once this mid game starts. But with that early objective already taken within that 5-minute mark, these objectives are going to be out of the way before then. Look at that, another kill. Soul Reaper picks up, now has 3-0. Just an absolute lead on this man.
Yeah, this is pretty devious work here. This man is an envoy of death. Any lane that he's made his way over to, he's got a little bit of profit out of it, and the accounts of the opposition. And EWT is looking pretty negative, as now we're going to see Crunch making his rotation over onto this mini prime. We're going to see them be able to lock down the space, but Zaris and Seraph are relatively close, but are they close enough for a steal here?
Looks like they're going to stay towards, but Nora picks up a kill on the opposite side of the map to get EWT back on the board. Meanwhile, Nivula takes up the mini orb prime here as he's now looking to invade towards his blue side buff.
it is good to see EWT strike back here within the game 3. It can, sometimes have a little bit of difficulty built into it with the pressure, with the spotlight of the moment, if you will. It can at times be blinding, but we can see now, putting themselves on the board, they do got the sunglasses on, and maybe they're ready and willing to look whatever's coming next head on, as already Autumn Leaf has really kind of set the tone of this game.
They're setting a tone, but it's can they maintain it? You mentioned it in the earlier game. You asked me what team count do I favor, and it just comes down to that tempo momentum that they're able to apply. So if at any moment EWT catches just a little bit of gust or wind into their direction to come out on top in these fights, it's going to be a huge game changer and might put Autumn Leaves on the back foot. But right now, they need to find a way to stop Soul Reaper from roaming again these kills.
Yeah, Soul Reaper is anything but on the back foot right now. He is front foot forward or running down to the ops. And as such, I want to see him continue to do that, right? You have the pressure, you have the presence, and more so, you probably have a little bit of a power spike from not only being able to drop that first blood, but being able to build onto it and getting a couple others. Use it. Put your team in a winning position, and I'll be honest, it's not necessarily just what I want to see. It's kind of what I expect to see out of a team in this caliber.
100% could not agree with you more. And the caliber is coming out of Sereth here. Really good job in being able to trade out with Morose, but Morose is doing such a good job not allowing Snoop to rotate, not giving Snoop a kill. And it's successfully hard, especially with that Stoneforge Soul being available, to just deny Sereth that kill to get that Heresy prop onto her.
Now, though, it is going to be Nivea with the big kill, as we're going to have our eyes on this team fight. Engage coming off to the right side is going to beg Crunch to maybe get a disengage. However, Soul Reaper is not going to have the same problem as Neft. Ultimately, he's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Pablo here. It's going to be Autumn Leaf extending their kill lead to 4.
Man, they are not scared at all. Fighting in the enemy red side jungle at 10 minutes in. Just Nivea taking the hands towards anybody that wants to contest. And just such an exceptional job by Soul Reaper. He's getting prio in mid lane, so Nivea is comfortable just being able to push towards that red side, being able to give them 2 more kills there. And EWT, same thing like last game, just not being able to answer the aggression that Autumn Leaves are pushing towards them.
With that being said, I mean, call me a broken record, because I will say it again. The only thing that is guaranteed when you're playing at this high of a caliber is the early game. And we're seeing Autumn Leaf take that, misconstrue it, and say, hey, the only thing that can't be guaranteed is your life. They have been looking and finding opportune picks and fights all throughout the first 10 minutes. However, I am expecting to see around the 10, 15, maybe 20-minute mark to see EWT stabilize. And I'm speaking honestly of this moment of right now, I wouldn't even step up to this thing.
I mean, they won't even probably get here in time. Look at the burn onto this. They're going to be able to try and smite here. But the question is, can they get out with that torn space? It looks like they're going to be out scot-free.
Yeah, it's just going to be another easy objective that's going to be able to go into their pocket. But at least on the bright side, EWT doesn't lose any lives along with that exchange. And it's going to be real here. That's something I kind of would have anticipated might have happened and would have a higher likeliness of happening if they did take that fight. Farm, the dynamic of the game has already been changed. You know that you can't let them play around that third Fang Tooth. So grind out, get some XP, get some gold, and put yourself in a position to when it does come up, you are genuinely able to contest it.
I mean, the advantage that they do have here on the side of EWT is their dual lane's a little bit ahead of Autumn Leaf's dual lane. Neft and Gwassi a little bit behind when it comes towards XP, but it's really the factor of that mid lane. They are even in levels, but the economy-wise, just Soul Reaper just being so dominant. Like I said before, they need to stop this. Man, look at the vision on the board. They're trying to get vision down, but it's not there. As you can see, Gideon, Soul Reaper being able to rotate here one more time.
Big Black Hole is going to be utilized here as the damage is going to come out. So we're now going to be forced to play the space on the back end, but Neft is not quite done with the opposition as he is going to eviscerate Pablo underneath his tier 1 tower. A little bit of a reminder that it's here to be protected, not to protect you. He's going to lose his life and his T1.
Gets the T1, but guy just going to be able to split push here. Open this map up in the mid lane. That should allow for alleviate some pressure on that side of the map. But once again, Soul Reaper with another rotation. They have to get down their vision control. They have to start now tracking the jungler. And it looks like they have to start tracking down this mid laner and need to come together here try and just get their vision on top of each other, because he's just been able to rotate for free, and it's not going to be good if he's continued to allow to do this.
I'm gonna be real at this point. I'm looking over to my mid later here in Gadget, and I'm asking for every detail at every moment. Gideon rotates the lane. Which side of the lane is he on? What did he have for breakfast? Does he look upset? Does he look irritable? Let me know, because every other lane but mid has been paying the price all game for Soul Reaper, just going on a little bit of a pilgrimage to the holy site that is the burial sites of wherever he stands. That being said, though, 6-1, objectively 2-0. It has been a dominant performance so far, and EWT is going to have to start making some moves to put themselves back in the game.
They definitely need to find that answer. We have not seen a lot of Snoop. He's kind of been stuck into this offlane. We need to start to see him get into these team fights. I think when the big all-around team fights start, third Fangtooth, this next mini prime, they need to get the initiation off first. They need to take Nivula out of the fight or take Pablo out of the fight. Yes, they still have the black hole off Soul Reaper, but if he's in the sky and you're able to burn down 2 or 3 of the enemy team, you should be able to turn on them to clean them on up. So we'll see how this mini prime goes as we see the setup has started.
EWT is going to be able to lock down the space relatively easily here, and it is going to give us an opportunity to kind of look at this team fight possibly in a 5v5 scenario. How well is Autumn Leaf going to operate if they're not the ones to take the space first, if they're going to have to maybe re-engage around a Zarus who already is set up. Maybe they get the microwave working and they're able to, if not get a kill, burst them low enough to keep them from contesting this objective. F6, it does feel like we're going to see sooner rather than later here now, as there is going to be an engage coming into the right lane. Here's going to be the whirlwind of pain coming out of the Greystone, while a black hole is going to be utilized over the top. 4 members now forced underneath the tower, but the shrapnel cannon is going to reduce it to 3. It is going to be them clamoring, looking for a way out, but it looks like the only way they may be able to find is Heaven's Gates or their T2 tower. It's going to be a 1-0 trade that goes in favor of Autumn Leaf.
It does go in favor of Autumn Leaf, but at the same time, they're able to put a lot of pressure on Autumn Leaf there. They can't really take the mini prime just quite yet. Still resources onto the side of EWT. They should still be able to take this next fight. That Zar's cage is up, and they should be able to at least try and contain them to maybe take another possible fight.
Time to head back.
Yeah, and that Zar's cage still being up will be able, or the Zar cage being up will be able to give them, a little bit of a breath of life around some of these engages, especially if they do start to make a play for that third Fangtooth, which we can see is going to be up relatively soon. F6, that being said, I kind of want to get in your head here. If you were standing on the side of EWT, a little bit of a coaching staff angle, what would you be telling your team now in order to get them kind of back in position to possibly win out this game?
I mean, I was going to tell them a lot, but it looks like Nicholas trying to tell Snoot something else. Is now Nept is just haunt him, and he's not going to be able to get out. He gets knocked up over and over again.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to be real, man. Forget asking you the question. I'm telling them to fight back. These hands coming out of Nivula were absolutely deadly, as now we're going to see that Zar's cage does get deployed, but in response, it is going to be a big blink coming out of the bottom lane, as now Soul Reaper is going to be able to utilize his own black hole in order to create a little bit of space. Neft here maybe looking for a reset to be able to push out, but it is now going to be Nora Foray and the rest of EWT that are looking to get a little bit of value of their own. Big Brute is going to be able to set up a hat, but he says no thank you to the overhead beam. This has been a long team fight, but I have a feeling that this might be a short play for the Fangtooth.
It is going to be a short play. A lot of resources already spent. We're already seeing the Flash. Stormforce also be coming back up, but they're not done yet. 3k HP. Here you go. And the fight, the battle is still on.
Not for Pablo. That man got expedite shipped back to base, but it is going to be what looks like a 1v3, and Crunch isn't losing, but EWT at the end of the day is going to be the one who gets the objective, as now Neft is looking to leave nothing left of his opposition, as, ladies and gentlemen, in Game 3, we got an RGS ace.
Another one for Autumn Leaves. EWT did get the Fangtooth, but at what cost? Oh my goodness. Even with all the resources down, Nivula still says, I got these metal arms ready for anybody and everybody, as they were able to take that RGS ace and now look towards this mini prime to secure another objective for themselves on Autumn Leaves.
Crime now below that 50% threshold. It's going to go so easily into the hands here of Autumn Leaf. And now with EWT playing the space near that mid lane, as well as Seraph being relatively isolated in the left, maybe looking to scale up a little bit more. The question becomes, with these objectives down, what are they going to do? We know Autumn Leaf is going to more than likely kind of play for picks, but what is EWT able to really play for right now besides trying to get through this mid game and get further into the late game?
I mean, they have everything here. This is good for EWT. They have time to farm. They have time to get themselves back into a position where they can, like you said, fight back. So at this point, there's a lot of things you're saying, hey, Autumn Leaves are just winning these fights over and over again, but you really take a close look, it's starting to slowly shift towards EWT. These fights are getting closer and closer when they're taking these battles out. So I'm thinking EWT here is slowly getting their way to be able to start to change these tides of the fight. I might be wrong. Autumn Leaves might say, hey, no, we're taking this game and we're going to push ourselves onto the semis, but I wouldn't count EWT out at all.
I'm going to be real. EWT needs to be on the IRS angle, if you know what I mean. They need to tack some of these bounties that we know Autumn Leaf has on their side of the map. Be able to get that economy propelled a little bit faster forward, as we are going to see the torrent space coming out of Soul Reaper and an immediate usage of that pullback. And Blink Pablo now looking to play the space underneath his tier 1 is going to take a fair amount of damage, but it looks like neither side really wants to commit to this engagement.
Oh my god. I wouldn't want to commit if I was Pablo. The amount of damage that he was hitting, it felt like none of the auto attacks that Pablo was shooting was hitting, but now it is still here. We know the black hole is down, and they might possibly look for an engage here onto this side of the map.
I'm going to be real. What do you tell your support at that moment? Dude, I'm shooting the crossbow I best I can, but the space wizard with the 5 o'clock shadow is dropping stars on my head. His health was not happy about what happened, even underneath the mild safety that can be procured from that T1 tower. That being said, though, his life still did remain his own, more than can be said for 12 other instances within this match. They need to just scale out, play it a little bit safe, and maybe when these objectives start to come up, get a pick before playing into the objective, as it is going to be Zaris who's going to be able to comfortably play with his food. This is going to be a kill here on the Nivula, who will fall, but now the cavalry has come. Epoch is going to get utilized by the gadget, and immediately the torrent space to come out of the Gideon as he falls. Import is going to be important in picking up that kill. Now Greystone being able to utilize his ult is only going to really be able to maybe delay what is going to be inevitable, if not for him, then for his teammate. This is not going to be 1, but 3 members. They're going to fall as Ray picks up a kill on Gwus.
I'm telling you, it's always about that time. Neff was in the opposite lane as well, so wasn't there for that team fight, but you can see they're just EWT getting themselves back on that even footing. Autumn Leaves, they should not want this game to go any later. At 25 minutes, this game's going to look awfully different than it is right now in that early game, because EWT found a little bit of light, and if they're able to push themselves with this momentum into that big Orb Prime fight, Autumn Leaves have something to think about.
You know, I'm going to be real. I love it and I hate it all at the same time. I can feel the tide starting to change, and as this game becomes closer and closer, I kind of come to the conclusion of why I love esports. These players all working with limited information, being forced to perform the best they can and often precarious mechanical situations in order to get to that one singular goal, and that's going to be a win. Now, though, Rose is going to have to focus on the goal of escaping, as 3 members are going to show face from EWT in the solo.
And they have control over the big Orb Prime pit. They got some vision down with the Seraph there over on the Primordial Feint, who's getting ready to spawn. We're now having to make that decision. These 2 teams, do we fight the other team for an objective, or do we just concede one and go after the other? The question is there, but the answer is going to be up to these 2 once again.
Zara's cage is going to come down, and a blink will come down in response. Neft not wanting to leave it up to chance here, as now Crunch is going to show a little bit of face and get a hat for doing so. Gadget able to show a fair amount of pressure is going to result in Crunch utilizing his double dash in order to get an engage on not only this Kira, but this phase relatively healthy. I'm not sure how long Nebula's going to be able to say the same. He ultimately does get underneath the T1, and with this team standing behind them, I do think that this fight is going to dissipate.
It is, but you can see the confidence mounting up for EWT here. They're at that stage of the game where they're ready to take these fights. Flash is forced out on Neff. Nebula being a little bit too aggressive, I might say here, pushing himself back, and now you see that trade happening. Looks like Autumn Leaves are going to be a little bit late. If EWT can burn this objective in time and rotate to Primordial Fangtooth, this is going to be a huge play for EWT.
Yeah, I do think that EWT is going to be able to take that, Orb Prime relatively soundly, but I'm going to be honest, with how they have rotated away from the pit, I do not think they're going to be able to contest the Primordial Fang here, as that is going to be able to go handily into the pockets here of Autumn.
And Autumn Leaves take the Primordial Fangtooth, and this is arguably the biggest question in the game: which one is worth more? And it all comes down to how you play and how the teams answer. With the Primordial Fangtooth, you want that 5v5 fight, but with that big Orb Prime, with that faster recall, it shifted a lot of things. Now you can get back to base in time. You can have somebody split push and told the other team with the Primordial Fangtooth is at your inhibitor. So there's a lot of different ways you can play this. And in my opinion, EWT needs this Aura Prime to stall Autumn Leaves from really pushing into their base.
That is the key point that I was going to touch on. They needed to, if anything, just stall from the aggression that has been manifesting out of Autumn Leaf. I mean, it seems like both of these teams got what they wanted for how they've been playing so far. 12-4, Autumn Leaf is looking for the smoke, so they were able to take that Primordial Fangtooth to build up the fire. And with that being not only on the map and well utilized at this caliber of play every single time, you need something to just stifle it, to dissuade it from being utilized against you in some of these all-in plays we've seen coming out of Autumn Leaf. I anticipate we're going to both be just looking at timers here, right? We maybe see a big engage coming out of Autumn Leaf. They maybe try to push the advantage. They likely will get maybe a pick or two, but I do not think EWT is any rush to take a fight, especially with this Blaze active.
Not at all. Both of these teams are not even looking for a fight at all, but actually they're looking at this mid here, and North goes down and gets picked apart, and this is not what you want.
Dude, they were looking for a fight and they found a victim. That gadget got popped on the back end. It looks like they're not going to be done either. Brunch is going to find himself in an altercation as that Zara's cage is going to come down alongside it. The Greystone is going to be laying down some damage. That's a second member. That's a third that gets eviscerated underneath their T2, as the fourth is going to be rocked down to sleep. The only one remaining is going to be Seraph, smiling at her friends that were sent to Heaven's Gates. It is Autumn Leaf playing out of their mind in Game 3.
They are playing out of their mind, but what does Autumn Leaf get out of this? Maybe a T2, maybe two T2s, but from the looks of it, with the timers up, Gadget is back up here. The Snoop is ready to defend, though EWT did not lose a whole lot. Yes, they got some economy shift a little bit more towards their side, but at the same time, we're past that 20-minute mark. We're at 25 minutes here, and they did not get anything when it comes towards objective-wise, so it's still a pretty even footing game in my opinion.
I have to agree with what you say there. You know, it is relatively even, although I would say it's even exclusively because these players have strong mindsets. This is one of my ranked games. There's tears going down both sides of the eyes, but when you have Pablo, three-time champion, leader in the amount of PCCs won, Ray, two, one of the only two people in PCC history to win a PCC on two separate roles, as well as Import, a literal developer of the game, your mental at the very least is going to be strong. That said, your defense needs to be stronger here, as it looks like Autumn Leaf may be looking to pick up the pace yet again.
They are, and I still have not seen too much of Snoop here on this Seraph. I feel like she should just be a little bit more into that backline, stopping that Zinx from being able to just cast her ultimate or force her to use it on herself. Pablo's also been able to do free damage in the back, so if they can utilize that Seraph to really jump that backline, this is what they're going to have to do here on EWT to really focus and stop Autumn Leaf from doing all that damage.
They need to. The more damage dealt, I mean, obviously, right, the worse of a situation they are, but the biggest part of it is that it really hasn't been equivalent in a lot of these altercations. It's been like, hey, it's a 3-on-1, jump them. It's a 4v2. You guys don't stand a chance. It's a look for the, fastest way out kind of angle. That being said, you need to be able to get some fair trades and see if when things are on that cusp of you have 50 HP, I have 50 HP, get some of these wins. They have the mechanical skill to do it, absolutely, no doubt, but they just haven't really been in the situation to put that on display.
Looks like there's another fight going on here inside the red buff over towards the enemy team. Seraph in trouble though, as he does take the fight and probably does not want to stay here too long, as Neft picks up import on the other end.
It is going to be the Gadget who once again is going to get knocked up, but she's about to go higher. Sent to heaven's gates she goes, as now within the mid lane it is going to be Greystone looking to lay down some of the damage, and he is not wanting to pick it up. That's going to be another RGS ace that goes in favor of Autumn Leaf.
So close, but yet so far away. It seems like they're taking some decent trades, but they still just end up getting to it. Zinx just healing everybody up, and with 20 seconds, 15 seconds maybe, they should be able to get an inhibitor. Not be able to quite end the game yet, but this does open up the opportunity for them to be able to just fight for an objective.
Are they walking? Okay. All right. They're not. Okay. I was like, all right, let's
Mini
relax
wave,
here a
mini
little
wave.
bit. Yeah. Mini wave. Oh! Wait, they are going to actually make a play here on the course. Hearts is going to be up. A little bit of CC will be good, but you're going to need a lot more. Skylar playing onto the back end is going to be able to stem some solid damage.
Oh
but
my
it just
goodness!
won't be enough, as Autumn Leaf are going to be able to just erase the core and defeat even worse timing.
Oh man, I thought they would have enough time to be able to help defend here, but it was just not enough, as Autumn Leafs take game number 3 to put themselves on into the semifinals. They take down EWT, one of our prize champions here today on PCCX.
Dude, that's such a major insane culture, right? As we said before within Game 1, these are some high caliber players. I mean, the competition is partially so stiff because they are present. And after falling down one game, they're able to complete the reverse sweep and take them down in 3, securing a spot for themselves in tomorrow's semi-finals. It all came down to those games. And at the end of the day, thank you to Even Worse Timing for coming out. But it is going to be Autumn Leaf on the come up. I'm excited. I'm so excited for what PCCX has in store for us tomorrow. But even more so than that, I'm kind of excited to see what the desk has to say about that game.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, F6 and Ego. Everything was on the line. The future hung on a balance, but Autumn Leaf tipped the scales on their favor. I suppose winter won't come anytime soon, and EWT had the worst time, eliminated from the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Autumn Leaf. You move forward to the semifinals tomorrow with their eyes on the prize as they aim to conquer the PCC crown. But Tang and TJ, where did things go wrong for EWT, and where did it go oh so right for Autumn Leaf?
It was a bit of a rough watch, I think, for even worse timing as well. It very much like game number 2. Autumn Leaf just showed that they can match them across the lanes, and they were able to just outplay, outmaneuver, and ultimately out-execute on their game plan as well. I think I mentioned it in draft that, I didn't feel that EWT's draft was able to withstand the mid game that Autumn Leaf were able to bring out, and that's exactly what I saw. They weren't able to handle that Gideon and that crunch. I think, Niv played incredibly well. Morose had a really solid game as well. Sorry making plays. They just showed that game 1 loss was the outlier. Really, here there was a very complete performance from them in game number 2 and 3. I'm sad to see Even Worse Timing eliminated there, but I didn't want them to bow out this way. But honestly, they just couldn't stand up to Autumn Leaf in the end.
Yeah, after that first game, it definitely looked like EWT, they were coming to play. First game, it was pretty close, EWT edging it out in the end. But 2 and 3, honestly, we could tell, Autumn Leaf in the first game, maybe it was nerfs, maybe it was also the Yin pick that they weren't as comfortable playing against. But I think once they got the comp that they were happy with, they didn't do big adaptations, they just played their games. And honestly, all of the rotations, it's really good fundamental, as TJ said, right? They're always the ones first for the Fangtooth, for the mini prime. They're winning their team fights. They're so consistent in how they play it, and I think that's exactly the things that EWT has struggled with, right? So I think Autumn Leaf definitely deserving winners for today. Definitely well played for them in the last.
Methodical, calculated, and consistent. I love it. I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow in the semifinals. And speaking of which, we have a big day tomorrow, TJ and Tang. Let's take a look at this updated bracket. So, of course, we still have the semifinals tomorrow. We still have the third place series to watch. And ultimately, we will have a banger of a grand finals on our hands as well. We're looking at this bracket. We're starting off with Dirty Lick and the Boys versus Leftovers and Primal versus Autumn Leaf. So they're able to just take out Mind the Gap on the other side. But which set are you guys looking forward to seeing, TJ and Tang?
I think for me, D-Lab Leftovers, I think, would be the match that I'm most looking forward to. This Leftovers team just seems to come out of nowhere. I mean, we were expecting them to be strong, but they've been going from strength to strength this entire game. And against D-Lab, they should have a really tense match as well. So I'm really looking forward to see which team does come out on top.
It works pretty well because I'm actually looking forward to Autumn Leaf Primal. Primal, formerly known as Cure. Not as Cure, what am I saying? As Doctors, formerly known as Chefs as well. So all over the place, right? But this time around as Primal against Autumn Leaf that we just had the pleasure of watching today. And I think with Autumn Leaf, if they can keep this performance up, then even against a team like Primal, like they already beat EWT, I still think they're going to have a good shot beating Primal as well. So I think that is going to be the game that I'm going to have my eyes on.
And both of these teams, the Leftovers and Autumn Leaf, they are the underdogs and the dark horse going into these semifinals because Dirty Lake and the Boys and Primal, they've already won a PCC champion in the past and they're seasoned veterans in the game. We've seen them in almost every single tournament here in the PCC. But unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye and thank everyone for being a part of the stream. Thank you so much to our PCC staff, from mods to production to all the talent that's here on screen. Thank you so much to the players. GG's to the teams who have been eliminated. Thank you so much for playing and thank you for watching and coming along with us for the ride. And of course, we have to thank TJ and Tang. Thank you so much for being here. Is there anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye to you as well?
All I gotta say is, like, there's nothing quite like PCC weekends. You know, when these events come on the calendar, there's a lot of buzz, there's a lot of excitement, and for great reasons as well. Banger games, banger series, and honestly, PCCX Finals is going to be an event I think that'll go down in predecessor esports history as well. I'm looking forward to it. It's always a blast to work here as well, and hey, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just really happy being here as well. Ardog also perfect hostess every time. Always a pleasure to be here. And for everybody that was thinking that EWT losing here was unexpected, remember, the hero they're gonna release next is Morn, and that is exactly what EWT is gonna have to do after dropping here in their quarters already. I had to pace myself that I'm only saying it now, but yeah.
No.
Anyways, it was a really good time today.
Oh no. GG's everybody. I love it. Thank you everyone. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's and it's a pleasure to watch the greatest of Predecessor gaming with you, especially with TJ and Tang. I've never had them on desk with me before, but we will see you guys tomorrow for more PCCX, and you bet we'll take you to an even wilder ride. 11 a.m. EST. Thank you so much. Bye for now.